Yeah, well, I like the message he's selling. Yeah.
You're in it.
You didn't want to sign up for this, though, did you? And he should be. That's a totally. I'm talking to my team, and this is our attitude, and this is what we're going to try and pull off. It certainly is not that a message that the fans are thinking. Yeah, sweet, sign us up. But hey, I don't blame him for saying what he said. 248-539-9797. And I'm not completely down on AJ because he hasn't found the solution yet. The problem is, even if they do win the division, I'm worried they seeded the first round bye to Seattle already. And that's kind of a big loss. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Having to play that first round series is a major blown opportunity for a Tiger team that had such a big lead. But here we go. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Robert is next on 97.1. Hi, Robert.
How you guys doing? I love the show. The lay of the land in enemy territory in Baltimore. I'm going tonight. Have some really nice seats. It's supposed to be beautiful weather. The local sports talk radio, they are completely freaking out that they won't have Medibike, who's a game wrecker in the middle.
Yep, they're DT. Isn't he officially out, or they said they're freaking out?
He is officially out, and that's why the Ravens fans are freaking out. Yeah, and because they're like their basic thought process is, all right, no Medibike, no Van Noy. They don't get a pass rush. Always Ojabo is MIA, and so without that guy in the middle, they're fearful that what they would have had as an advantage in the middle against Glasgow and company, possibly on the road with the O-line signals, they're very fearful that Gibbs is going to go off and Jameson and everybody else will have a field day because they're not going to have a pass rush. So local people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Robert. It's something we were going to get to as far as this matchup is concerned. So the interesting thing about Van Noy being out is often mocked to the Lions. Mike Green, rookie from Marshall, will get the start in place of Van Noy, and Mike Green is an edge rusher, which means if he goes out and has a day, there will be so much ruining. I can't even imagine what tomorrow's show is going to be like. It may drown out Tiger angst.
No, I know, that's the optimistic projection is, hey, Mike Green, step up, all that sort of thing. And it's interesting, though, because most of the people here think it's going to be like some 38-35 sort of deal, which is very different than last week when they were talking. They thought, most people thought the Lions would totally get dominated because the O-line looked so bad against Green Bay. So this is a question, unofficial poll question. So it's a darkness game. Everybody's wearing black. You're supposed to wear black. And I'm going to do the ultimate troll job and wear my Barry Sanders Honolulu blue and silver jersey along with my blue hat and hope I don't get physically beaten up.
Well, you shouldn't. I mean, most people don't go there looking for fights. I would just say don't respond to anything that anybody says. Yeah.
I don't. I definitely don't respond. My only thought is the Monday night game makes me a little fearful. I went 2 years ago when it was a 1:00 game. Daytime, most people don't act like complete you-know-whats. Yeah. But, 8 hours of tailgating, darkness games. But, hope for the best.
Yeah. Hey, enjoy, Robert, and circle back and let us know how it was. And anybody else out there listening in Baltimore. Look, the guard center guard thing for the Lions is a story that is probably not over. They were much better in week 2. But for those guys to perform tonight is a big deal. And yes, with Madubuike, thank you, out.
Van Noy out.
With Van Noy out, I'm not going to discount if the Lions have success tonight to them having guys injured. Because we've dealt with so many injuries here. They still are dealing with it. I saw a stat that they already have the most guys. The Lions are amongst the most in the league with players already hurt this year.
Because they're still without Ali McNeil and others.
Yeah. And Rakestraw. Yeah. I mean, it's just it's still an issue. It's just not as bad as it was last year.
Yeah. Well, it's a big problem. And it's third game of the season. If someone's going to cry about injuries, I don't have time for it because every team deals with it. So you take advantage of a situation when you can. And if those guys are out for Baltimore, it's like anything else. Next man up mentality. The Lions have to do their job. They've got to get after it. Now, the Lions have their own injuries to deal with. Obviously, Davenport's out for this one. But there are 4 guys that are questionable that you're hopeful they're going to play. Like, it didn't sound like these guys are going to miss time, and yet will they? DJ Reed, Kirby Joseph, Jack Campbell, and Taylor Decker. 3 very important pieces on the defense and 1 very important piece on the offense. Are they all going to suit up tonight? I sure hope so.
Yeah, look, there's a path to winning here. There's a path to winning for the Lions. It's hard, though, if you start thinking about your season projections, 11, when you and I both had them 11-6, this is one of the most losable games on their schedule the rest of the way. Like, to get to 6 losses, this feels like a loss. And then, I think they probably will. I think they're going to lose tonight. I don't think it's going to be an embarrassment like it was last time. And I think this feels like one of those games that tomorrow when we're talking about it, we're going to be talking about one play in the fourth quarter. One moment in the fourth quarter. I think it's going to be very close, but I think we're going to be talking about one big moment in the fourth quarter on Tuesday's show.
This feels to me like a statement game for the Lions. This feels like a game where the Lions go out there, impose their will on the Ravens, take advantage of the couple guys being out of this game, a pass rusher and a run stuffer, and do both. Throw the ball and run the ball. I think the Lions offense is going to be just fine. I don't think they're going to score 52 like they did last week, but I think they're going to score in the 30s. And defensively, I think they're going to make life difficult for Lamar Jackson in that they're going to maybe keep him in the pocket and stop the run, try to make him one-dimensional, which he can be very good throwing the football. But I think that the Lions will be able to get off the field more often than not, and I think they win this game.
Sounds convincingly a little bit.
Yeah.
From Gators' point of view.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a 38-31 type thing.
Late score by the Ravens or something
like that, yeah.
Okay. I'll take any win, but yeah, I mean, I like you, Gator. I don't cry a river for the injuries that the Ravens have right now. Every team goes through it, but those are big injuries. They don't have a pass rush without Van Noy. They just don't create pressure on the edge. They have to blitz.
Actually, they do create pressure, but they don't sack the quarterback. They get this weird thing where they have their pressure rate through 2 games. Okay, it's 2 games, but it's 18%, which was 11th in the NFL. Their quarterback sack number is 3, which is one of the worst totals in the NFL.
Well, they do it by blitzing and scheming because they don't have that one-on-one guy. Like Van Noy's their one-on-one guy that beats those guys.
Yeah.
But and then they play Josh Allen, who's very mobile. So those pressure numbers, I don't know how much of them is just Allen running around the pocket being crazy or what. But yeah, they got a good defense. But without those 2 players, they don't have as good of a defense. And I think the Lions learned their lesson from Green Bay. They got to make things simple for the guys in the interior line guys, the 2 guards, Keep it simple. There's going to be communication issues because you're on the road. It's a night game. If you make them less thinking, more doing, I think the Lions will run the ball a lot better than they did in Lambeau.
248-539-9797. Brendan and Walled Lake, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Brendan.
Hi, what's up, boys? How you doing?
Great.
Yeah, we're at a rest stop on our way to Baltimore right now.
Nice.
It's probably the most spontaneous thing we've ever done. We were at breakfast yesterday, and I go, let's just look up the tickets and just see for fun just how much they cost. And we were surprised how cheap they were. I mean, they're not cheap, but cheaper than Ford Field. So yeah, we just said screw it and bought the tickets. And the 2 people I'm with, I won't mention their names, but they played hooky from work, so hopefully we don't end up on ESPN tonight. But
you guys,
you're gonna get
driving or flying?
He said they're at a rest area.
Oh, you're at a rest stop right now.
Just driving. Yeah,
Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Not too bad. Yes.
Pennsylvania. They still have Sparrow. They still have the Sparrow Pizza Quick.
Careful.
What?
I haven't seen that yet. Okay. No. Nope.
Oh, I'm just saying. Last time I had pizza like that, did not go well for me.
I'm sorry. Well, so
we'll avoid that.
Were you guys still drunk from Saturday night that made you make this decision and do something this spontaneous?
Completely sober, just 3 reckless people, I guess. And
I love it.
I mean, it's hard to go to games at Ford Field. It's expensive. So, I mean, what a cool game to go see on the road. So,
That's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. So,
I'm jealous, Brendan. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy the
No,
trip.
we're
Do you got a place to stay tonight, or?
we did. Yep. We got a hotel. We're not that stupid. We did get a hotel. And hopefully you'll see us down by the field after a Lions win tonight. So.
All right. Well, enjoy.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right. See you. Brendan in Wall Lake, him and his boys sitting around Sunday morning. Want to go? Let's go. That's a bold call.
That is a bold call. That's a saucy call.
Yeah, we'll get
I like
more
that.
into the Lions next hour and continue taking your phone calls and feedback. 248-539-9797 this hour. Before it is done, we'll get our thoughts on Michigan and Michigan State over the weekend. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Do appreciate all your feedback. And here we go. Guys, this collapse is 100% on Scott Harris. He is 0 for 3 the last 3 years at the trade deadline. He decided to sell last year, and this year he shopped at Temu. He is not a genius. Tiger fans so desperately want him to be. Hinch is a great coach, and he is playing the players Harris provided him. It's from Rick and Waterford. Look, I'll wait till it's over before I get really deep into the blame game. I'm going to wait till it's over. A wise man once told me, and it paid dividends for me, wait till the season's over. When you have all the information and all of the feedback. And I get that, we're supposed to project and predict and all that. And I understand that. But I'm not going to go too deep into the blame game until it's over. But Rick, it's not trending well for Harris, and quite frankly, it's not trending well for Hinch. But
I would say this: they did acquire a couple of bullpen arms that have been very good for the Tigers. Finnegan's been outstanding, and Rafael Montero has been very good for the Tigers as well. His ERA is at 3.1, and that's after having a horrific start to his tenure here with the Tigers.
I will say this, though, as a message to Scott Harris, is when this season is over, and if it ends the way that many people think it's going to end, which either A, is getting to the playoffs and being a quick exit, or B, missing the playoffs altogether, Scott Harris needs to be more transparent and needs to stand up and take questions from the media about why he decided to do what he decided to do. And by that, I mean, what type of trades were you really discuss? Did you discuss anything bigger? Why do you think you didn't overvalue your own people? I mean, I would like to hear honest discussion.
Yeah, I mean,
and because look, I'll say this: I think one of the best things you can do in coaching and management is admit when you make a mistake. Because I don't expect people to be perfect. I expect you to screw up, but you got to get more right than wrong. I always talk about the net effect, right? Some people will look at one thing that a coach or a GM does and says, "That's it, I'm done." The net, the totality of your work, has it been more positive or more negative? Are you still in a position where I think you can build a championship caliber team in spite of your mistakes? Yes. Now, but if you're not going to admit mistakes or talk about how you're going to grow from what you've learned, then I've got a problem with you. And I really hope that there is some honest discussion after this season about maybe lessons learned if this ends the way many people think it's going to end.
I wouldn't expect him to come out and say, hey, here's what Pittsburgh expected this in return for that. Like, I wouldn't expect that. What I would like to hear is that we were after a bunch of higher end bullpen arms, but the asking price ended up being too much. And then he's okay, well, what was the asking price?
What is too much?
Right. What is too much? And then he can come out and say, and again, doesn't have to identify the player, but if he says they wanted one of our top 4 prospects, then you kind of know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make up your mind then and there if you thought it was prudent to side on the Scott Harris side, or if you thought, no, it's worth the risk to go ahead and get that guy and go ahead and do this.
Yeah, guys, I called about Stephen Kwan. They laughed in our face. They're like, we're not trading him. Because stuff like that gets out there. The Indians might be taking calls on Stephen Kwan. Guardians, sorry, yes. God, I've been so good. I've been so good.
You've been
it goes back. I don't think I've messed that up since July. Streak is up. The Guardians might have laughed in his face and said he's not on the block.
Yeah, I mean,
of course, you shouldn't be getting your trade ideas from media reports either.
Well, I was going to say, last I checked, Stephen Kwan is still with the Guardians. Yep. So nobody traded for him. So that tells me that either the price is incredibly high or he was never on the block in the first place, despite the reports. But that being said, I agree with what you said about Scott Harris. He's when this is all said and done, he's got questions to answer.
Mm-hmm. And
I'd like to believe that one of the reasons that you don't trade away one of those top 4 prospects is because, A, you thought there was no way you're getting value for that in return because you'd be getting rental players and you didn't want to do that. Or maybe it was somebody that had some years left on the contract, but it's just not worth one of those core guys in your organization. Now that when the season ends up being over with, and hopefully it's another month from now that we're even talking about this, but who knows? But when you get to the off season and you start getting to winter meetings, that's when rumors start heating up and who's going to be traded or who's a free agent and all this. I really hope that that's the opportunity for this team to say, okay, now we can deal with 29 other teams and not just 5 other teams, and we could talk about moving a Lorenzo or a Briseño, or if you want to talk about McGonigal or Clark or whatever, then you can, or Max Anderson or Trey Cruz or one of these other guys, right? Mm-hmm. That you can start talking then because there's a bigger pool of teams to deal with than there is at the trade deadline. And then maybe then it'll make sense because if you trade one of these guys and then you end up landing a player that's going to be here for 3 years that is a plus player, okay, I got you. And I can subscribe to that theory, and that's what I think you should do. But getting back to the trade deadline stuff, a lot of it is going to be revisionist history. We already had some people talking about Justin Verlander when back at the trade deadline, nobody was really talking about JV. JV has been unbelievable in like his last 5 starts. He's given like 1 run in 5 starts or something like that, or 3 runs, whatever it's been. He's amazing. But at the trade deadline, people weren't talking about that. People were talking about Eugenio Suarez, and that was really it in terms of hitters, right? And then they talked about a couple of bullpen arms, and that's really kind of it. And we left the trade deadline, and we thought a little underwhelming with what they got in return. They find out a couple days beforehand, Reese Olson was going to be out. They needed to get a starting pitcher, and the starting pitchers they got were crap. Yeah, you know, in terms of what else you're looking for. I mean, 2 guys that have an ERA with the Tigers, 1 over 6, and one of them was over 7. That's not good enough. That wasn't good enough. Now, that being said, pitching isn't the reason necessarily that the Tigers are in this position. They haven't been hitting at all since the All-Star game. And since the trade deadline, they haven't been hitting. And Lord knows during this slump, they have not been able to come up with the clutch hit. It's not even a clutch hit. It's just a hit. 2 guys on in how many innings? In 6 innings, I think yesterday they had 2 guys on.
And less than 2 outs.
And got to get a hit. And they can't do it. And at somebody else's point earlier, and we really didn't pay too much, give it too much talk, but maybe we should. The guy who called up and said about the bunting once in a while.
Yeah.
When you're in desperate times like this, I can understand why somebody would say, you know, for a team that doesn't bunt at all, and that's just not what they do. But at some point, I'm like, okay, if it's not a bunt, can we just focus on the contact to a certain part of the field, whether it's a bunt or not?
I mean, they might tell you that that's what they do. I mean, there was a situation yesterday where I think they had 3, 4, 5 coming up. And almost no manager in baseball is going to bunt in those situations. And then when it doesn't work, you go back and you go, all right, maybe they should have bunted. Maybe, I guess, but you know, I can't believe how inept they have been with runners on base. I mean, you get 2 guys on and you're like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
This is the big inning they've been looking for. Pop out, strike out, strike out. And I feel like that's the pattern.
Yeah, and before, that's when things were all clicking. They would have productive outs. They would hit the fly ball deep enough to move the runner from second to third. Or they would have the ground ball to the right side of the infield that allowed the runners to go from first and second to second and third, and the only play is over at first base. Whatever the case was, they were doing all those little things well that you didn't have the unproductive out that completely torpedoed your chances for an inning. But now it's just unbelievable. It's an avalanche of bad things.
248-539-9797. Let's get back. Avalanche of bad things. Very bad things.
Very bad
Wasn't there
things.
a movie, Very Bad Things?
Yes.
And at the beginning of that
dark
movie, at the very beginning of that movie, didn't something go wildly wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Bachelor party. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Very Bad Things.
It's very bad things.
This is the baseball version of Very Bad Things.
These are very bad things.
Keith, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Keith.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, just like you're saying, just a base hit. Where have all the pure hitters gone? Are the batting coaches teaching these guys? I looked up George Kell. You know who George
Don't. Please don't do that.
Are you going to pull stats from the 50s?
All right, forget it.
Because Keith, let me just say this. You know how many hitters are hitting 300 this year?
I know, not many. And that's,
No, but
that's
what do
my
you think? What do you think? Not many is in all of baseball. How
Five?
many guys are hitting
Four?
300?
4, 3,
There's 7.
7. Okay.
That's it. You know how many guys are hitting 270? There's 30 teams
50?
in baseball. There's 30 teams in baseball, and there are, I think it's 54 players are hitting 270. Your idea of the pure hitter, it feels like it doesn't exist anymore.
That's my. Are they teaching everybody to just swing for the fences?
That's a shift.
There's an obsession with OPS now, right?
Yeah.
On base plus slugging. And so the game has changed, and it's 43 players are hitting 270 or more. And so basically on average, every team's got like 1 1/3.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Like the game has changed. Now, batting average, a lot of people tell you batting average doesn't matter. But it's if it has changed. It's not an excuse for the Tigers. Like, I got it. Yeah, their production level has dropped off so dramatically. It is alarming.
Well, at some point, batting average does matter. Because when you got guys that are hitting 212, 215, 205 or less since the All-Star game, I mean, whether the ball is going over the fence or not, they're not hitting, period.
It's not a point of emphasis, it feels like. And yet, if you look at the majors, the teams that lead the majors in batting average, Toronto, Milwaukee, Philly, Boston, and the Dodgers.
Those are all
World Series
teams,
contenders. Then the Athletics. But, so maybe they need to look at what they're doing and how they're approaching at bats completely differently, to the caller's point. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token on tonight's game. So what do you do with that profit boost token? I got to tell you, I like to take favorites with the profit boost token because you get a good return. But the last time I looked, the over-under on the Lions' points was 21.5. Now, to be fair, I don't think I'm going to play that. But if I were, and I would tell you if I would endorse the pick, if I looked at everything tonight and I didn't see anything I loved, but I think that's what I like the most. So profit boost token, 30% profit boost token on over 21.5 points for the Lions in this game tonight. Make sure you go to the FanDuel app. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. AJ Hinch, we'll get back to your phone calls. We did promise some Michigan to Michigan State talk before this hour was done. Gator, the Spartans game at USC. Look, it's a huge ask to go out to USC at 11 p.m. start. I was thinking about this. Usually on these team flights, your wheels up about 2 hours after the game ends. I think I went upstairs to go to bed at 3 a.m., meaning they left at 5 a.m. most likely, unless they stayed the night. I didn't hear that they were planning on that, which means they landed back here at, 10 a.m. on Sunday? It's a good thing Michigan State has a bye. All in all, that feels like a scheduled loss. It went from being a difficult game to an impossible game, and then they started enduring injuries. There was some good that came out of it, some alarming things still that are present with this team, but Aiden Childs can play this game. And the receivers, they got some good receivers.
They have some great receivers, and Aiden Childs had another good game. Not great, but good.
Yep.
And the thing that showed up to me most was really about what USC was able to do. USC's defense has some playmakers on that defensive line specifically, and linebackers. The front seven were after it all game long, and they kept making plays. Now, if you watch it, it seemed like there was an awful lot of Michigan State not being able to block the guys or missing their assignments is what it looked like to me. Too much of that. Whether it was in the pass blocking game or in the run blocking game, there were problems up front for Michigan State. But I'm going to credit USC for having some players who are able to get the job done. What was most frustrating to me watching the game as a Spartan was that Michigan State couldn't stop the run. And I'm like, where are you guys? Like, they're completely blocked out of the way, guys going in the wrong lanes, and it was unbelievable. They were getting like 8 yards a carry, it felt like, throughout most of the game. And and when all is said and done, USC ran for 289 yards and over 7 yards per carry. And they just kept gashing him. And Michigan State had no answer for it. Like, the guys making the tackles weren't linebackers. Why is the secondary always the last line of defense here? It shouldn't get to that point. It was just frustrating to watch it. And yet also proud that they fought the way that they did. They got this to a one-score game. Late in that game was a one-score game, which was kind of cool to see, but they just didn't have enough to get it done. It was one wide open play that Childs didn't make the pass on, which was unfortunate, but he made some other great plays. In the end, USC was the better team, and they won the game handily. And for Michigan State to play basically the entire second half without four really good defenders, it was a difficult task to see if they could keep it close, and they did. They were able to keep it close. And fortunately, it sounds like Matthews is going to be okay. The reports
that was scary
that he flew back on the team plane. It was scary because I'm like, wait a minute, what's wrong with this guy? He's moving his legs. They're testing his legs. I'm like, oh, they're testing his feet. Something's wrong. And then obviously everything else happens where they bring the ambulance out and you're just praying that he's going to be okay. And it happens a play after you get the collision.
The two run into each other.
Yeah. That just unfortunate. They had the targeting call in the first half. There goes your best defensive player in Jordan Hall. So it was a tough evening for Michigan State.
Michigan. The Michigan offense runs one of my favorite plays in football, the 75-yard touchdown run. And they seem to run it a lot.
Is that one of your favorite plays?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite plays in football. They won this game in spite of the catastrophic mistakes. You can make mistakes and you can make catastrophic mistakes. And Michigan made two potentially catastrophic mistakes, and they overcame them as far as the end of the first half and the personal foul penalty. And look, it's not a game of perfect. You're going to make mistakes. The mistakes go in vain if you don't learn from them. And certainly there's things that they can and will do better. And, believe me, I know that when fans get really worked up about stuff, it's not like the coaches are over there in the corner saying, I don't know what you're talking about. They review and look at everything a million times over, and things will get addressed. As far as the catastrophic mistakes are concerned, the Michigan defensive line was the most dominant unit on the field. And that was from beginning to end. They came out in the second half which after you give up the Hail Mary at the end of the first half, Jansen was on the team that gave up the Cordell Stewart Hail Mary, and that thing echoed. That thing hurt that team for weeks.
Coming close to that anniversary. Just a couple
And
days.
so I asked him about it. I said, did that hurt you in more than just that game? And he said, yeah, it really did. And even if the difference between, the Colorado Hail Mary was a kill shot and the Nebraska Hail Mary came at the end of the first half, if that had played a role in a loss, then I think that could have had a similar effect. That's one. But they came out in the second half and their defense, 3 and out, and then a penalty allowed a drive to continue. They could have won by more, but they were 1 point favorite. They went in, they got the win. And I give a ton of credit to that offensive line. They've had 2 injuries to starters and a third to a potential starter on that offensive line. They've reshuffled. And with 12 minutes to go in that game, they put together an 8-minute, 16-play drive that resulted in a field goal that bled the clock. And a lot of it was on the ground. Good job by that offensive line that you kind of hope had a coming-of-age type of drive, because I wasn't sure they had that in them. And they went out and put that game away.
Yeah, I thought it was definitely a dominant game for Michigan at the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively. And I saw something that, and you talked about this specifically, I think on Friday's show, when we're kind of previewing what was going to happen. And you said something about the secondary for Nebraska is really good, but they put those guys on an island and they man coverage. And when they go man coverage, they turn their backs to the play, and that allows for, if you're able to run the ball, and the receivers
are
just running out, the defensive backs are just going to follow them. It allows for the possibility of some big gashing running plays. And I don't know, 75, 54, 37 of those big gashing running plays.
Yeah.
So that happened. That was it was impressive.
Yeah, and really, I think it was a really well called game by Chip Lindsey, the offensive coordinator. 248.
I was surprised there were only 54 plays from Michigan in the game.
It's because they had some quick drives, which can cut down.
That's what happens when you go 75 yards.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes. We will get to them. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We'll get into full Lions-Ravens preview at 12:30. And your calls are next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Get to a full Lions-Ravens preview today at 12:30. But without further ado, people have been patient. Let's go to Gene. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Gene.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Listen, I have partial season tickets. I went 3 times last week, and of course we lost 3 times. I am not anyone who would blame Hinch is okay. They don't know anything about baseball. Don't worry about that part. The spin I wanted to look at is the chemistry on this team. You know, the fact that they're so young. I think they're one of the youngest teams in baseball. Was a big advantage last year, and the flip side of it this year is, you know, they're pressing so much. It's almost like they were too dumb to know what was going on last year, and now they're all thinking about it. And I'm wondering, is there some leadership issue in the clubhouse? I don't know if vocal leadership is overplayed or can be overstated, but something about, and I know they tried to get Bregman, and I really think they could have gotten a veteran stick at the break or at the deadline, because it just takes pressure off these young kids. So I'd like you to comment on
it's interesting because you say 2 things, and I just a follow-up question. You don't think Hinch is to blame, but you think there's a lack of leadership
of the players.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
so
about.
they went out and they got Gleyber Torres, plenty of postseason experience. They got Jack Flaherty, who pitched in the World Series. They got Tommy Kahnle, who pitched in the World Series. They've got Javi Baez, and we know his struggles, but he has had great postseason success in his career and seems to be well respected. Now, that doesn't mean these guys are great leaders, but it feels like they went out and they got some been there, done that guys this offseason. And, I don't know what else to say other than they fit the profile of players that can be counted on for what you just brought up.
Well, the other thing is that
none of those guys strike me as verbal leaders, especially, Hispanic speakers. I don't think necessarily they have, a lot of times will have that temperament or that,
I would say this, Gene. I think the team respects and loves Javi Baez. Otherwise, Javi wouldn't be here at this point. And I think that there is a tremendous amount of respect for Gleyber Torres. I think a tremendous amount of respect. You look at this, the team was having fun when they're winning, right? And now they're in this losing streak, and they were winning for so long. And this is something it's kind of foreign to them, because it started over a year ago when they were just playing great baseball. And now it's, a couple months of playing mediocre to bad baseball. The good far outweighs the bad. I don't think it's a lack of leadership from the players. I think it's just, some of the players might just be falling back to water finding its level. That maybe guys are playing above their heads. Is Zach McKinstry really, first of all, is he really an all-star? And second of all, is he really worthy of being a starting player in the major leagues? And that's just one. Javi Baez was invaluable to this team in the first half of the season because he was playing center field when they had all these outfielders who were hurt. Not only was he playing it, he was playing it brilliantly. And, oh, by the way, hitting pretty well at the plate, not for high OPS numbers or high slugging percentage, but he was actually hitting as a player. And it's just, 2 guys off the top of my head that were doing great in the first half and haven't done anything in the second half. It's disappointing.
Yeah. His last home run was June 27th, by the way. I thought it was a long time, but I didn't know it was that long for Baez. So that's not good. No,
it's not good. And the other thing that's not good is when you look at the walk totals on some of these players, it's amazing how little they have walked. Javi Baez in particular is one of these guys that hasn't. He's walked 1 time in 132 at bats since the All-Star game. That's it.
That's an amazing stat. Bill's in Madison Heights. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Bill.
Hello, guys.
Hey.
How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. It's. I think it's the last 6 games being on the road is going to be a good thing for them. It's clearly in their head. Maybe they'll be able to relax a little bit more and focus more. It's almost like everybody expects now that they're going to just blow this thing.
Yep.
So maybe they're just going to take the attitude, hey, no one's, everyone thinks we're just garbage and we're going to blow this. So I don't know. They got to find something that works for them. There's some kind of angle that works for them. But it's everything. I don't. AJ is obviously. This really doesn't have anything to do with AJ. But
I don't know if I'd say that because he is responsible for coming up with the solution.
Yeah, not going to fire the guy.
Of course
he
not.
has to. I mean, he is the manager of this team, and he's got to shoulder some of this. But no, I'm not worried about AJ Hinch moving forward. I think he is absolutely the right guy, right manager for the job. And maybe this is where he really has to earn his pay to get this team out of it, snap him out of it.
Yeah, you can hear it. I mean, after the game, I mean, it was. I think he held it together for so long that then finally he just was like, "Hey, man, I don't know what the hell is going on either."
He did sound exasperated, Bill. I will say that. 248-539-9797. Alex in Lake Orion, you are next. Hello, Alex.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Great show, as always. Gene took a little bit of my thunder, but I do think there's something to what he said about the lack of veteran leadership, specifically in the lineup. You got a lot of young kids in this lineup, Riley Green, Spencer Torkins, Kerry Carpenter, where the focus in their development was more on development than winning, because that's what's important in the minor leagues. You bring up a great point that you bring in a Gleyber Torres, but I think if you were to ask somebody from the Yankees, they wouldn't necessarily call him a leader. They would call him a nice player. And I think a bigger question for Scott Harris is, you went all in on Bregman, and they did, do a fair offer to him, but you came up empty-handed and they didn't have a plan B. And I think that's really hurting this team right now. The lack of any kind of third base production. I think you look up and down the league, they're at the bottom for that. As much as I like McKinstry as a player, you went into Baez with a hope and a prayer, and he was great in the first half, but it never should have been something that they relied on. He is very well respected in the clubhouse, but the numbers are the numbers, and sometimes the results speak for themselves. All of that to say, I do think that they're going to take 2 or 3 in Cleveland this week somehow. I think these guys are tired of getting their butts kicked by their rivals. I mean, we remember what happened in the playoffs last year. And they hear the chatter from us as the fans and the media and everybody. Everybody is expecting them to choke. So I'm hoping these guys rise to the occasion, even if it's, wildly unpredictable that they do. But I've got some hope that they're going to come out swinging and have a little bit of pride.
Well, we're going to learn a lot about what they got in here.
Right there in the chest.
I'm pointing at my own chest. Because, I don't know, they're out there, right? They are right on the front, and they're taking heavy fire, and it feels like they're out of ammo. How do you dig yourself out of this mess? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tony next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys, you got me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Thanks. I want to just kind of add on to the last caller as well. Okay, so I heard Riley Green, maybe that's been discussed. I catch you guys every now and then. I'm not in Pennsylvania, but he said we're young and dumb and we just don't know any better. We just go out and play. I think a veteran leader in the clubhouse, Delmont Young, Matt Carpenter, Shane Victorino, Hunter Pence, one of those, they're all retired. But my point is those guys who calm the storm, get in there sort of without any fear in the lineup, get the thing going. I think that's what they missed. So yes, it would have been nice to have a super stud, if we had to. I'm thinking, could we have gotten, a guy at 39 or 40? Delmont Young destroyed us in Baltimore against the Tigers, and he was with us for a while. So I'm just going through like the old Rolodex of studs in the playoffs, older guys that just can put the team on their back and sort of say, guys, we're going to be okay. We got talent here.
I feel like that the Tigers had that guy in Justin Verlander. I mean, you've got a number of players. Yeah, but Verlander felt like, and this is where Skubal, I mean, they have to score runs for him. But, hey, Tarek, this team has never needed an 8 innings of shutout ball from a starter as much as they do now. And I feel like when the Tigers needed that back in the day, Verlander had that gear. And I'm not blaming. Look, you shouldn't have to be perfect, right? You don't. If you have a championship caliber team, you don't need a guy to be perfect. But until they break out of this, if they even are capable of breaking out of it, there were those everybody calm the F down, I got this starts from Justin Verlander. And, Skubal wasn't bad his last time out, but he did give up, the long ball. And, I'm trying not to hold him to a perfect standard, but they kind of need it right now.
It is a perfect standard.
Yeah, it is. Right. I mean,
but I kind of understand what Tony's saying. To find somebody who's a hitter that has that, you're not going to find it now. All right. That's not happening. So if you're thinking about the offseason and what to do, did the Tigers get back involved in the Bregman sweepstakes in the offseason?
They could. I'm personally done with Bregman.
I'm kind of done with it too.
I'm like, screw you and your agent.
But he got the deal he got. But will the Tigers engage in that, re-engage in that? We'll see. I don't know. But to try to find, it'd be great to find a player who was like 28 in the prime of his career. That's a free agent that you could bring in and get it done, or trade for and get it done. And that guy's would be awesome for him. They're not easy to find. Just to try to. I mean, the guys that the caller mentioned, they're not superstar players, right?
No,
they were good players at one point. Right? Yeah. So can they find that? Maybe they can find that.
Maybe their role on the team was greater than their numbers would suggest. But hey, it's Doug Harsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Okay, so we took some calls last week that they've quit. That's not something a manager who's quit would say and believe. And people might scoff at the idea of sign me up because I'm sure they didn't want to get signed up for this. They were thinking of playing do or die baseball after the regular season was over, not during the regular season. But you have to have that kind of attitude if you are AJ Hinch. The way that some people are feeling, if you as a manager were feeling it's over, you would be out of a job and should be out of a job. But AJ's he's doing his best. I will say I don't think he's void of accountability here. Like, it's his job to find the answer, and he hasn't found it yet.
Do you guys feel like that was he took a play out of Dan Campbell's playbook there, kind of getting his team riled up? Like last year, when the Lions went to play the Vikings, the final game of the year, they were both 14-2, right? Yep. And I remember Dan Campbell said, "This is what you play for, basically. This is fairy tale stuff. Both teams 14-2 division, number 1 seed on the line. Doesn't get any better than this." Now, if you asked him, "Hey, dude, you might win 14 games and not win the division," he'd be like, "What?" but how do you gather the troops? You know, right? How do you rally the troops? How do you get your team fired up? And you got to tell them, "Hey, man, this is what dreams are made of. You get to play with everything on the line." He's not talking to us, and he's not talking to the fans. He's talking to his team. They got to get up.
I think I hear exactly what you're saying. And do I think he's taking a page out of Dan Campbell's book? I don't know if he said to himself, "What would Dan Campbell do?" But I think this is the approach that a leader should take. Because while you're still in it, while you still have a shot, you need to A, sell that shot and manage to take advantage of that. Even if this feels like the storyline, the greater storyline is, oh my God, what have they blown? Because even if they win the division, they put themselves behind the 8 ball for the first round bye. And that's significant. They're 2 games behind now in that. And that may turn out to be insurmountable. Good God, 1 win would do so much good.
Who would you want to give an inspirational speech to the Tigers before the series begins tomorrow?
Who would I want? Are you talking about somebody like?
Well, because you mentioned that he sounded like Dan Campbell a little bit. Like, would you want Dan Campbell? There were 2 things that came to mind because you mentioned Dan Campbell. Like, oh, my first thought was, can you get Dan Campbell to come down to the Tigers clubhouse and talk to them before the series against Cleveland?
I would want.
Forget about logistics.
So, what are the best pregame? I would want great moments come from great opportunity. I want Kurt Russell from Miracle.
Miracle?
Yeah. I want that speech.
But I see what you're saying. I'm looking like Dan Campbell. The other one was, because then you said you have to make the most of the moment. And I'm like, is that Eminem? Do you get Eminem to come in the clubhouse?
I don't know.
As opposed to an actor reading, talking about the line that he had from a movie.
It's a pretty good line.
It's a great line. It's a great speech. It's a good movie, yeah.
Can't believe Snake Plissken played Herb Brooks. But indeed, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Tim is in Rochester and next. Hello, Tim.
Jack Burton makes sense, though.
That's true.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, fellas. Happy Ryder Cup week.
There we go.
And I didn't even, not to talk baseball, because frankly, I don't follow it enough to have much of an opinion, but the Tigers got to be streakier than hell, don't they?
Tim?
How many games did they come? Yeah.
Sorry, we lost you there for a sec. How many games what?
How many games did they come back from last year to get in the wild card? Wasn't that close?
I think it was like 8 or 9 when it was also, they made up an 8-game deficit on the wild card.
And then about to kick a 15 or 16, was it? But in either case, they got to be streakier than hell, and I'd be curious what your guys' take on that.
Well, and Tim, I said at the beginning of the show, many lines and analysis could be used for a lot of teams in a similar situation. I think the one thing that's unique about the Tigers is large sample sizes of them looking like and playing like one of the best teams in baseball. And right now they're giving us a large sample size of literally looking like the worst team in baseball. And I don't know how many teams have both gears in them for such a long period of time.
Yeah, I mean, fair. Again, I don't watch enough, but it is interesting. Why I called, though, for tonight, and hopefully I'm not raking leaves to start the third quarter as I was the last time we were in Baltimore. But
well,
I feel like Brian Branch has got to play a big role as he did last week. I think you guys had said, try to keep Lamar maybe into one phase, even though he can beat you with his arm. My question would be, what would you guys be willing to, and I know it's with Hutch and everything else, it's hard to say, but
what would be willing to what?
Pay the guy, because I think he's a future
pay Branch?
Hall of Famer.
I pay Branch. I mean, not whatever he wants. The problem is it's hard to sink that much money into the safety position.
Why?
Because you want to spread it around and have a complete team. I can't imagine letting this guy walk. I hope that they can get a deal done sooner to save a little money. And when you're doing this, when you're signing so many big contracts, you better be able to draft. Good thing is Brad Holmes has proven to be pretty adept at that.
I don't think they signed Kirby Joseph so that they could not sign Brian Branch. So I do think they're going to sign Brian Branch for money. I think that the whole idea of having the other edge rusher, that's probably more appropriate to say that you can't do that at that position because you're talking about $90 million tied up with two players conservatively, if that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, and they haven't signed even the one they have yet.
So
we don't know what his
will.
Price tag is.
They will sign the one, and that one is going to cost probably $45-50 million.
Yeah.
That should not stop them from signing Brian Branch, who is maybe equally as important, if not more important, than Hutchinson. But what that may end up doing is saying that they're not going to be able to sign Jack Campbell to a bigger contract, to a big-time contract. Jack Campbell will get a nice offer from the Lions, I imagine, but I don't think he's going to get like $30 million. He was playing linebacker, and linebackers just don't get paid.
248-539-9797, D in Detroit. Hello, D.
DK, Gator Kane. Bro, I got a vent, and I got a vent, man. Check this out. The more I think about this collapse we're going through, the more it's eating me alive, man. So check this out. The best way I look at it, to avoid further injury to myself on the inside, I'm like you, DK. These last 6 games, show me what y'all got, and then I'm a rip. Then I'm gonna go ham, bro. Because like I said, we didn't gave up too much. We lost home field advantage. We done lost the first round bye. I mean, what more can you lose, bro? All due to choking, swinging at balls in the dirt. Come on, man. We better than this. So, DK, like I said, bro, I don't know what to do, man. It's eating me alive. It's killing me. I believed in this team from start, and I just knew they was going to finish the season out strong. So, like I say, I don't want to go 6-0 these last 6 games. I know that's asking too much. It's 5-1. Can we go 5-1, fellas? Can we please go 5-1 and quiet the critics down on MLB, ESPN every night? You hear the same old crap. The Tigers are giving it away. The Tigers can't do nothing, bro. Help us out, fellas. 5-1.
Well, D, that would be spectacular. Look, there's something to be said for the streakiness of the sport. I can't believe how authentically good and how authentically bad this team has been over the course of the last 12, 13 months of baseball. Can't believe it. They have hit both ends of the spectrum. Great and dreadful. 248-539-9797. We'll get some more Lions-Ravens preview next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Mondays, well, there's usually nothing good to say about Mondays. Until today, the most anticipated matchup of this young pro football season is upon us, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for the party. That's right, the Kings of the North will have their hands full tonight, so travel to the East Coast for a preview of a possible championship matchup. You don't want to miss the party at your favorite lodge, do you? Why Twin Peaks? They boast hands down the best atmosphere of any bar in the country. You heard that right. For starters, there isn't a bad seat in the house, as they have over 50-plus TVs, some as big as 98 inches. Next, grab yourself your favorite bone-chilling 29-degree draft beer or craft cocktail featuring some of the best high-end bourbons and tequilas around. Now pair that with the Scratch Kitchen, and you're in football paradise. And have I mentioned the best part? It's served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Party starts at 7:30, so get in early for your front row seats to all the action. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so Monday Night Football tonight, Lions-Ravens. Said we get to it because obviously the Tigers, it's not fun to talk about, but it is what's going on. It's people are venting about that. But we got a big football game tonight, right? I mean, this is one of the contenders in the AFC versus our Lions, which we certainly, most of Metro Detroit, I would assume, hopes they are contenders in the NFC. We mentioned this on Friday's show, whether or not playing on Monday Night Football matters out on the field, because Adam Schefter had the stat that Lamar Jackson has played 9 games on Monday Night Football, and he's got 22 touchdowns to no picks, 22 passing touchdowns, no interceptions. And, you know, Cleveland has a pretty damn good defense. It was on display against Lamar and company for some of that game against Baltimore, and then all of the game yesterday against Green Bay. They were exceptionally good defensively. And they are really good at rallying 11 hats to the football. And, you know, Dan Campbell, I think, talked a little bit about that during last week. The effort has to be there defensively because, like, that one dimension, Baltimore's one dimension can be lethal. Between Lamar and Derrick Henry, 2 different styles of runners, but 2 guys that are incredibly difficult to bring down, they can beat you with their one dimension. Cleveland took it away, and so Lamar just shredded them through the air eventually. And, you know, they got guys are problematic there. But it's going to be intriguing to see how the Lions try and slow down the running game of Baltimore. And if they can't, how they overcome. Because I don't know that you can. I really don't. You can try all you want, and you can hope that they make mistakes or try and bait them into mistakes, or maybe a pass rush gets home on the blind side and he puts the ball in a dangerous place, or you get a sack fumble or something like that. But I just kind of go into one of these games saying, all right, if they're capable of scoring, you know, like 50 every game, you hold them to 30 instead. But, you know, I'm not sure that there's a tried and true formula for slowing these 2 down, unless you do have an elite defense, and Cleveland might have that, and I don't think Detroit is at that level defensively.
Yeah, I don't think Cleveland's got an elite defense, but they do have some players for sure, without question. They do. If I'm Kelvin Shepard and I'm looking to game plan against Baltimore, I am going to try to take away the run. Okay, if they shred us through the air, so be it. Yeah, I think you have to understand that's a strong possibility. But if you don't try to stop the run, then they control the game, because they'll just run it right down the field. Either way, whether it's designed runs for Lamar Jackson or just straight ahead, you know, blunt force trauma with Derrick Henry. I want to stop that. And I think Mark Andrews is out for this. Or no, Mark Andrews is not. I'm sorry. Isaiah Likely is out. But they have some good receivers there that you have to pay attention. Zay Flowers, DeAndre Hopkins, and the aforementioned Mark Andrews, I should say. Mark Henry. They do present more than just a team that can run the football. And I do think Lamar can throw the football, despite some people not thinking he can throw the football. Lamar Jackson is a different quarterback in the regular season than he has been in the postseason. In the postseason, that's where he's gotten his issues. But in the regular season, he's dynamite. I don't know why I have this such a strong feeling the Lions win this game. I think I fully believe the offense is going to be fine, because I don't think the Baltimore's defense is anywhere near as formidable as we've seen in the past. They've got good players on D, but I think the Lions can outscore them. The question is, can the Lions defense get a couple more stops? And I think they can. I think it helped them that they played against Caleb Williams last week, who's a quarterback that can certainly make plays with his feet, and they limited that out of him. Now, was that the scheme? The way they kept the pocket together and didn't let him get outside the pocket? Maybe. Whatever it was, it worked. Can that work tonight? I think it can. I'm feeling confident they can win this game.
You're feeling good, and you're picking the Lions to win the game. I'm not, but I think it's because we're going to be sitting here talking about one play tomorrow, one sequence, with something in the fourth quarter of this game that really swings which direction it'll go. You know, in talking about Lamar, Marcus Davenport's out. It's really interesting, and the difference between coach speak and truly, you know, the coaches giving you something that's legit. Boy, do they seem to love El-Quadin Muhammad. Mm-hmm. And he's going to get more opportunity tonight. But El-Quadin Muhammad won't run every snap. And I mean, are we going to see the Tyus Wheat dude that they plucked out of Dallas and seemed to show some enthusiasm about? You've got to be able to be smart on the margins of your roster that when you are asking one of your depth guys to play more, that they can do something for you. So that starts with Muhammad, and it follows through with maybe Tyus Wheat. But, you know, I don't love that, but everybody's got injuries, and the Lions are no different. Now, the Davenport thing is, I know it's predictable. We don't need to plow that field again. But now are their depth guys ready to contribute in some meaningful way against, and we're not asking you to be all pro the rest of the way. Do you got a night in you? Do you got a good night in you?
Well, they went out and Brad Holmes got Tyrus Wheat and Tyler Lacey before the season began for a reason, and added them to the active roster, not the practice squad. These guys are on the 53. Mm-hmm. So why do they do that? We haven't really seen them play yet. I assume either of them will get an opportunity tonight with Davenport being out. Mekhi Wingo is a guy that has versatility to play inside and outside. Heck, I wonder if Tyleek Williams, if they're going to move him around at all, because they do like his ability to rush the passer, although maybe it's just more from the defensive tackle position. But, as much as we've talked about the Tigers today and saying Scooble's got to be the man tomorrow night, go 8 shutout innings. Isn't this an Aiden Hutchinson game too? Corral that quarterback, take him to the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy who we all think is a stud, is an elite pass rusher, guy who's destined to make $45-50 million on a contract per year. Have a game tonight. Lean on him.
248-539-9797.
Yeah, this one's going to be a monster test for the Lions, I think, tonight. I think regular season Lamar, we all know, is great. You read the stats earlier, Doug. Monday night primetime Lamar is even better than regular season Lamar. I don't think you could pick and choose whether to stop the run or stop the pass. They'll kill you with either one. I think the key to tonight's game is third down and getting a key turnover or two. And I'm looking at Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph. Those two guys cause turnovers and quick momentum changes. Whether it's Brian Branch at the line of scrimmage with a forced fumble or just a third down stop, Kirby Joseph is a ball hawk. If that ball gets anywhere in the air and he's in the area, he needs to come down with it. You could give up 30 to the Ravens and still win, but you got to get that key turnover and those stops, like I said. It doesn't matter. Last week, Derrick Henry ran for 23 yards, and they put up over 40 points. They put up over 40 points against the Bills. That team can score, man. And so, like I said, I think it comes down to third downs and turnovers, and I'm looking at those two guys. If it's Hutch or if it's Campbell or anybody else, awesome. But I just think Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, those are two guys I'm looking at tonight. It's like two Kyle Hamiltons almost. You know what I mean? That's how Kyle Hamilton plays for the Ravens. He's everywhere.
The other thing is that they got a problem, and they really obviously have, you mentioned Andrews, Zay Flowers is one of the most targeted receivers in the NFL early in this season, has really sparked up a working relationship with Lamar. And so there's that. Now, when the Lions have the football, it's a whole different thing. And there are keys to the game on that side of the ball. We will get to them next. And we want to ask you, do you think they're going to do this? I think the Lions win this game. Do they go to Baltimore as a dog? The Ravens open as a 6-point favorite. Now they're a 4-point favorite. People were taking the Lions into points, and it's worked its way down to 4. And maybe it's Madubuike's injury. Maybe it's Kyle Van Noy's injury. You mentioned Likely. So it feels like people are putting money on the Lions, but that whether that has any impact on what's actually going to happen is debatable. But do you think the Lions get this win? And if so, why? 248-539-9797. We'll talk about when the Lions have the football next and take your phone calls and feedback. You tell us why you think the Lions will or won't win this game. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and because of that, they have more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Top of that, they take fewer cases. It's a huge differentiator. They do it on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, and that formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Check them out. Call our guy Steve and his crew. See if they can represent you. The law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Gator, I'm going to make a minor prediction right now.
Minor, huh?
Minor.
Okay.
In the next 15 minutes. We will have start times announced for Michigan and Michigan State. Michigan hosting Wisconsin, Michigan State at Nebraska.
No, not the actual Michigan State game.
No, for their games, their next Michigan State games. They both have this week off. Start times are about to be announced for I think it's October 4th games. October 4th, October 5th, whatever it is. I think Michigan and Wisconsin's going to be a nooner. I think Michigan State, Nebraska is going to be the 3:30 CBS game.
Oh, I'm all right with that.
Saw Gary this weekend.
How is Gary? Gary Danielson.
Gary Danielson, yeah. I love Gary. I've known him for a long time. This is last year, but I always like seeing Gary. Gary's good dude. Really, really good dude.
I saw before you were kind enough to include me on a text message thread. I appreciate that.
Yep.
That showed a video of you presenting Jansen with what looked like a brontosaurus rib.
Yep. It made the TV show. If people want to stream on YouTube Inside Michigan Football. Yes, and Gary was in that video.
Yes.
That part didn't make the air, but Gary was there, and Gary's funny.
That was a massive rib.
It was, and the best response, because I sent it to you, Evan, and Kang, and Kang's response was hysterical. Because I'm presenting this thing to John, and John is so excited. He's so excited.
I mean, his face lit up. Absolutely lit up.
Gator says, John looks so happy. Evan said, one of the greatest surprises of his life. Kang then said, John looks happier than when his kids were born. It's like the doctor turned to him and said, congratulations. It's a barbecued rib.
His face. I don't think you could bottle that up, and I don't think we can describe how happy John was. He was so pleasantly surprised. He turns, Doug hands him a plate with this gorgeous, gorgeous rib on it, and he smiles from ear to ear, and he's like, "For me? Oh my god!
Oh my god! It's the nicest thing anybody's ever done for me."
Right?
Well,
the elation was 100% pure.
Yes.
You can see it at the end of our show this week, Inside Michigan Football. Go to YouTube, and right at the end, John actually did Jansen Vision, where he uses the telestrator and circles the parts of the giant short rib that he liked the most and circled his face.
So good.
Yeah.
Doug, you always say, you don't eat the other white meat.
Yeah.
But you say you always kind of feel envious with the ribs, right?
Yep.
Did that make you at all want a little piece of that rib?
No, it didn't. But I did. Where I got the rib also had lobster mac and cheese, and that was tempting. But I don't like to eat on game days.
In case you gotta
just meditate, it goes away.
Yeah, it doesn't. But I don't, for a variety of reasons. Any kind of sodium really messes with my voice, and so if I do eat anything, it's bland. I have melon.
Doug's the one who eats honeydew.
Yep. There you
honey
go.
don't.
I mean, if it's a night game, I really can't go the whole day without eating. But and I'll have a little bit here and there, but I really don't like to eat on game day. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Bridge in Farmington Hills, you're on 97.1. Hello, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Okay, so before I give you my champ and chump, I got a question on the Lions. Would it be fair to say that the Lions have reached their high and low water mark for the season in points per game? 13 and 52.
I think you might be right. You might be right.
I don't know if Vegas has a line, but if they did, I'd put some money on that.
That they've already reached their high and low water mark offensively. You could be right. Yep.
2 games, they've reached the high and low water mark.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my and oh, by the way, I agree with Gator 100%. I think the Lions can win tonight for all the reasons Gator gave. So anyway, my champ is Michigan. In spite of the boneheaded penalties and the coaching decision that almost cost them the game, a good team, a better team would have beaten them. But to me, that taunting is the most preventable penalty, and it's just I just don't understand it. Absolutely,
Well, all of that stuff, I mean, you know what? It has to happen. If it has to happen, it better just be once. And you're right, a better opponent, and they could have cost them. And so it's out of the way. Don't do it again.
And the decision not to call a timeout before halftime, and make them punt, that was costly, But anyway, so we won the game.
Yep.
My chump is the Tigers. I had them picked at the start. My prediction at the start of the season was 91 games. They'll win 91, and they'll win the division, and Scooble will repeat as Cy Young. That was my prediction. Gator, Stoney was filling in for you when I called in. So they got to 20. So that 91 is 20 games above 500. They got to that in 68 games.
They could, you know what, Bridge? If they go 6-0 the rest of the way, you get your 91.
40, yeah, right. That's a tall order.
Yeah,
anyway,
real quick
right now. But 40, So they were at 44 and 24, and I said if they're 500 ball rest of the way, they'll win this thing. But they didn't. So here we are.
You need that 6-0 finish. 248-539-9797.
I want that 6-0 finish.
Garth, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Garth.
Hey, how you doing there? I'm going to go with the prediction. Here it is on the Lions, 36-33. It's going to be a good game. And my champ is the Tigers. They're going to win 2 out of the next 2 series, 2 out of 3. They will make the playoffs.
Okay, just to be clear here, Garth, we do something when we do this champ and chump thing. It's champ and chump of the weekend. It's not champ and chump of the next 3 days. It's champ and chump of the past weekend.
I just say the Lions are going to win 36-33, and the Tigers will make the playoffs and get to the World Series.
Well, that would be a very, very pleasant surprise because the data that we are currently taking in strongly suggests otherwise.
It belies the prediction.
Yes. More of your phone calls coming up. We mentioned we get to what happens when the Lions have the football. So Van Noy is out. Mike Green is in. Mike Green, who many people mocked to Detroit, the edge rusher out of Marshall. Jared Goff is coming off an elite performance through the air. 23 of 28. He had 156 passer rating, and he threw the 5 touchdowns. Baltimore has just 3 sacks through 2 games, but they have an 18% pressure rate, which ranked 11th in football. Early in the season, these things might not mean much. They haven't been getting home. But, guard, center, guard, they're on the road again. Yes, Madubuike is hurt for the Ravens, but guard, center, guard, what did they keep saying? Communication, communication, communication. And then they came home when it's easier to communicate. Now they're back on the road.
Yep.
We can compare and contrast what happened against a good opponent on the road last time and on the road this time. How much better do you think they can be?
I think this Lions team can be just fine. Offensively, I'm not worried about the communication. When Jared was talking with us last week about, we expect to have that whether we're home or on the road. It's going to be hostile territory. It's going to be loud, and they're going to be ready for it. I think that they will. I think they've got this ready to go. It's the defensive side that has me worried about what they can do. But they did one move last week that I think goes under the radar. Sneaky good move by Brad Holmes, and I'm hopeful that it can pay off some dividends. That is, they signed a third quarterback to the practice squad in Malik Cunningham. Came from Baltimore, has a similar skill set, though you can't replicate exactly what Lamar does because Lamar is one-off, but is a guy that can do some of that. Not only do you get some intel about Baltimore from the guy that you just got from Baltimore, but more importantly, you've got somebody that can play a similar style in a demo offense type feel.
Well, I will tell you this. I tend to lean towards those things being overrated, but boy, I hope you're right.
Come on.
I hope you're right, my friend. 248-539-9797. Are the Lions going to win this game? Ed is in Alpena, and he is next on 97.1. Hi, Ed. Ed.
You all right, Ed?
Ed? We'll circle back to Ed. Mac in Ann Arbor on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Mac?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I think the Lions will be winning this game. I think Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph are going to come down with two big turnovers late in the game. I don't think the defense will perform that great yardage-wise, but I think the turnovers will really help. And then my champion chunk for the week is the Michigan coaching staff. Everybody from Wink Martindale to Biff Poggi, I mean, they kind of coach their butt off against Nebraska. And then my chump of the whole year is Chris Illich.
Okay. Oh, and is there anything specific?
We dumped $40 million into home plate seats, and we can't dump any resources into the deadline. It was horrible.
In an honest moment, do we think money had anything to do with it? I personally don't. I think Scott Harris had latitude. The Bregman offer was a very competitive offer. I'm going to guess that the asking price I feel like it's more likely that the asking price was too high for Scott Harris to pull the trigger. And if you're getting, if you're getting rentals, you're getting very cheap financial commitments. But hey, look, your vote is in.
Yeah, and it's in for what didn't happen at the deadline. That's fine. I don't think that Chris Illich is preventing Scott Harris from making a move by saying, well, don't get him because he's going to be too expensive for the rest of the year. If Scott Harris turned down any deal, I would have to imagine it's because the players they would have to give up in the trade, that's what they didn't want to do.
By the way, all our football coverage today brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 97.1.
The Lions are on the road tonight in Baltimore. The injury report Saturday had edge rusher Marcus Davenport sidelined for this one. There were several questionable pieces, including linebacker Jack Campbell, safety Kirby Joseph, offensive tackle Taylor Decker, and corner DJ Reed. Kickoff at 8:15. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan football coach Ron Moore spoke with the media today. He said Ron Moore feels great after playing for the first time against Nebraska. In other NFL news, Syracuse is being fined $25,000 by the ACC for faking injuries in their game against Clemson. Quote, the action violated the spirit of the injury timeout and fair play and was done in a way to circumvent the new injury timeout rule to avoid the team being charged a timeout, end quote. The Tigers have the day off. They'll start a series in Cleveland tomorrow against the Guardians. They've won 10 in a row. Actually, they won 10 in a row before their loss yesterday. Playoffstatus.com thinks the most likely opponent for Detroit if they make the playoffs is Cleveland at 21% on the road. They give them a 17% chance to host the Guardians at Comerica Park. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wait, who had that prediction?
Playoffstatus.com. It doesn't sound reputable, but Evan Woodbury tweeted it out, so I'm trusting it is reputable.
Okay. All right. And they're predicting that the most likely scenario is Detroit and Cleveland in the postseason.
Yep, in Cleveland to start the wild card. That would make Detroit being the 6, Cleveland the 3. The second most likely is that they will be at home against Cleveland, and it's the same odds to play Houston. And I believe that would be at home as well, I believe, at Comerica Park, just how that would stack up.
Okay. All right. Well, what's it? Playoff what?
Let's see. Playoffstatus.com.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. Just what we want. More games against the Gribe. Damn Gribe.
Well, effectively, the playoffs start tomorrow.
Yeah. More games against Stephen Kwan.
Great. We can heap more praise on him.
Yeah.
I saw you do a little fist pump there. Now I understand why.
Yeah. Michigan, Wisconsin, noon start. That is official. Still waiting on the Spartan, Nebraska start time. I'm a noon guy.
You're never happier than when you get the noon start.
I'm always really happy. And look, I get different agendas for different people, but love the noon start. And those that like to pregame tailgate, just means you got to get up early. You can do this. I'll be there whenever they tell me to be there. And I'm happy to be there whenever they tell me to be there. I'm happier when it's noon. So, still waiting on the Spartans in Nebraska. 248-539-9797. All right, so Gator thinks the Lions win tonight. I think Baltimore wins. Who's with Gator? Who's with Gator? Convince me otherwise. I would love to be convinced otherwise. But it's hard for me to project a 6-loss season and then look at this game and think it's going to be a win. And, Baltimore's obviously extremely good. I will say I will be shocked if it's as uncompetitive as the Packer game was or anything like their last trip to Baltimore. Their last trip to Baltimore was awful. The Packer game was awful. Those are the two uncompetitive games they played in like the last 38 or whatever it is. And so I will be really, really surprised if this one is not competitive. I think we're going to be talking about one play, one moment in the fourth quarter on tomorrow's show. But Gator, you think the Caleb Williams experiment, the way they handle Caleb Williams, is going to be helpful for this game?
Yeah, I think that helps. And I think if you go back and look at the Baltimore win over Cleveland, 41-17 is a romp, but look closer at that game. Cleveland's mistakes were amplified by Baltimore taking advantage of it and having short fields and scoring on short drives. Cleveland also was able to limit, to an extent, what Baltimore was doing. They had 3 3-and-outs in the second quarter against the Ravens. I'm sorry, that's 4 3-and-outs in the second quarter for the Ravens. So it can be done. And obviously Cleveland did a great job of limiting the run in that game, but then Lamar was able to take advantage of them in the air, but albeit with short fields. So I think the Lions with with having the great kicker that we do, the great punter that we do in Jack Fox, I think they're going to be able to flip the field and take advantage of Baltimore's inability to move the ball forward, and the Lions will get the short fields. Why are you so happy?
I want you to just come take a look because I'm sure it's going to get corrected. The start time for Michigan State, Nebraska's out. It's not a 3:30. It is a 4 o'clock start, so I was off. But Michigan has an interesting opponent for their game. And I'm going to repost this and see. Oh, the post has been deleted already. I got to screen grab this. Copy image. Michigan's opponent, according to the Big Ten, on Saturday, October 4th, is Wisconsin.
Yep.
Wisconsin. Yep. We'll play at Michigan at noon on October 4th. Michigan State, Nebraska. Wisconsin. Okay, Wisconsin at Michigan. It's already been deleted. I've tried to screen capture. Let me see if I got it. Michigan State at Nebraska is at 4 o'clock. Night game is Minnesota at Ohio State. So there you go. 248-539-9797. Kang, we didn't get your pick on this game. What do you think's going to go down?
I think the Lions are going to lose, and it's going to be with good effort. I do agree it's not going to be some blowout that we saw last time against the Ravens or even week 1 against the Packers. I think the Lions show up. I think they keep it simple on offense. I think they learned in Lambeau that, hey, maybe too much information is not a good thing for the new guards, even the center, right? So I think they fare better on the offensive side. I just think the Ravens are too much at home. Lamar's on one at night games in the regular season. I think that it's going to be highly scoring, highly competitive, but not enough. In the end, the Lions lose by a touchdown or so. I do think it is maybe a race to 30, whoever gets there first. But I think the Lions are on the short end of this one tonight.
248-539-9797. Get your picks in. Jamal's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jamal.
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing today?
All right. What's up?
Well, Doug, first I'm going to tell you that somebody put some type of paoli in Gators brownies because if he thinks the Lions are winning tonight, he's really on one, okay? Lamar's 24-2 against the entire NFC, and we saw over the weekend the theme was special teams and quarterback play. Well, when you got a quarterback that's 24-2 against an entire conference,
does that really matter?
You got a kicker, and it does.
Why?
It does. Well, first off, numbers don't lie, gentlemen. Second of all,
but hold on.
Numbers are manipulated.
You think that NFC opponents, it brings out his best?
You play to win the game, right? So it doesn't matter who you playing. You line up and you win. Those stats can't be manipulated, guys.
I find it irrelevant. But
no, that's fine. I think it's 26-4 actually in the 30 games in the NFC. At least that's what somebody texted me.
24-2 as a starter, but yeah, you got it.
Okay. Well, they did lose. They're not perfect. So I mean, if you want to say the probability is they lose, okay, sure. The probability is. I mean, that's what Vegas feels too.
Jamal, it's interesting because I heard that stat last week, and I heard the Monday night stat. Like his Monday night stats are off the charts, and I'm like, I'm not sure either of them are particularly relevant. But anyway, go ahead. So what else?
No, I was just going to say quarterback play and special teams have kind of been the theme of the whole weekend thus far. I think that Justin Tucker is also like 90% when it comes to kicking field goals indoors. And he's also got, a little bit of real estate in folks' heads in Detroit.
Games outdoors.
Talk about death by indoors.
Yeah, well, they're playing outdoors.
They're playing
so
outdoors.
To make what he does indoors.
Oh, forgive me. But I'm sorry. At home, the numbers are still just as good. I guess my whole point I'm trying to make is we don't have the pass rush on the edges to be able to contain Lamar. I think you're going to see a repeat of last year what we had in the playoffs when we let Jaden Daniels run all around us. Unfortunately, we got a lot of work to do. So thank God it's a long season, and we'll just have to pick it back up and we go beat Cleveland next week. That's it.
Okay, and Justin Tucker's not their kicker anymore.
Oh. That hurts a lot of my argument, I guess, right?
Numbers can hurt.
Okay, Jamal, were you smoking?
No, I wasn't actually.
Look, I agree with you. I just the reasoning.
Using me on being on peyote. Interesting.
So I was trying to. I would debate in my own head whether or not the Monday night stat matters and whether or not the NFC stat matters. I brought up the Monday night stat. Remember, we had this debate last week, and I was kind of on the side. I was trying to get you and Kang to convince me that the Monday night stat matters, that he's thrown 22 touchdowns and has no picks. I didn't even bring up the NFC stat because I heard it at the same time that from Adam Schefter, how good he is against NFC teams. And I'm like, hey, does that matter? Does he have some sort of superpower, but where he's even better against NFC teams? They bring out his best? Is it because they're not? The only thing I could say is that they don't game plan him for as much because NFC teams won't see him as often. Like, isn't it like you can have positional games, but be once every 4 years you're guaranteed to see him.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, Lamar's record on Monday night, I think it's the same
7-2.
record.
It's 7-2.
It's the same thing that Jared Goff's record is on Monday night. So, do Goff's stats not matter? What he's done?
Yeah.
Jared Goff has been very good on Monday Night Football. Not only is he winning games, I think he's got a quarterback rating of like 105 in those games. So, look, Lamar Jackson and Baltimore, they're formidable. They've been a great team for a long time here. It's not going to be easy. Just my opinion. I think the Lions win this one. I think Cleveland showed a path to get things done against that offense. Now, Baltimore scored 41 points in that game, but they didn't do it by having these long, drawn-out drives. They did it because Cleveland turned the ball over, whether it was a fumble or an interception or just the bad punting. Baltimore when they had good field position, they took advantage of it. When they didn't, it was a struggle.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Is it time for you to get a new garage door? Well, if it is, I got some great news for you. Call the folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today, and you can have a garage door installed in as little as 24 hours. Why? Because they got a warehouse that is chock full of brand new garage doors just waiting to be installed. I know this. I went through this process a few years ago. I needed new garage doors. I called them up because they'd done service in my house before, and they were awesome. So when I talked with John and Jeff and the other technicians they walked me through the whole process. I felt really comfortable with it. And in the end, they helped me choose the best doors for my house, and I couldn't be happier. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for you at PrecisionDoorMI.com. That's PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lions going to win this game tonight. Do you like their chances? I don't. Kang, you got the Lions losing. Gators got them winning. So we're looking for the Gator crowd to rally the troops here, including convince us otherwise.
How many experts do you think tonight will pick the Lions? You know how they go around the panel, the whole crew, everyone, at the game and back in the studio?
It's a great question. I think they'll get some support. I don't know
how many people make that prediction. If there's like 10 of them, I'll say 2.
I think it's something like that, Gator. You're going to be right. Like, it's one of those where it's obvious they're riding one team, right?
Has Orlovsky said anything yet?
He says a lot of things. I don't know if he said anything about this game.
Dan will go on the record yet.
I kind of feel like I actually think if there's 10 of them, I think it'll be more than 2. In fact, if there's 11 of them, I think there'll be 4.
Oh.
Not quite sure why. Let's get to your phone calls. Brandon in Clinton Township, you're next on 97 a ticket. What's up, Brandon?
What's going on, fellas? I got the Lions winning tonight, man. It's a revenge tour. This is the game that we gotta win, man. It's a big statement in the NFL, man, because this team is so annoying. I was at the game where Baltimore's kicked 7 field goals to beat the Lions back in 2013. We gonna win tonight, man. First team to 30. We're going to win by a field goal tonight. Revenge game.
They're not afraid. They don't forget this one. And this game has been referenced all week long by players that they got beat badly in Baltimore last time.
I'm trying to figure out if that's relevant information. That was...
Well, the quarterback certainly likes to remember things.
Yeah, it's a couple years ago. But, hey, look, it could matter to them. Look
at this weekend. This weekend, it's been a lot of crazy games that happened Sunday, man. Blocked field goals and Green Bay losing by a field goal to Cleveland. Like, anything can happen. It's football. Any given Sunday.
Well, hold on. Let me be clear on something, Brandon. I certainly think the Lions have a great shot to win this game. It's by no stretch of the imagination do I think it's impossible.
But you've said it's not for you. It's not your 51 tells you that they lose. You stated, I don't know if it's emphatic, but you're like, yeah, Baltimore's going to win this game.
Baltimore's going to win the game, but I think it's going to be a play. I think it's going to be. We're going to have one of those shows tomorrow where we're talking a lot about a player, or a moment, or a sequence late in the game. Okay, believe it or not, ESPN's NFL experts have picked this game, and there's 11 of them on ESPN.com.
There are 11. Okay.
There are 11. 2 of the 11 took the Lions.
And was Dan on one of them?
No.
Oh.
You have to watch to get his tonight.
He's not among the 11 here?
No, and in fact, I got to be honest.
You haven't heard of half of these people?
I haven't. I just Google searched one. Let me Google search the other.
Anybody named Newt?
Nobody named Newt. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you know who Callher is?
Who, what's that?
Callher.
Callher?
For ESPN. Senior NFL reporter, Kaylin Callher. Have you ever heard of her?
No.
Okay.
It's a her?
Yep.
Okay.
She's got the Lions. Do you know who Theory is?
Austin Theory?
No. There's Lindsay Theory.
Oh, Lindsay Theory. Okay.
She's got the Lions. All the rest of them, Bell, Bowen, Clay, Fowler, Graziano, Maldonado, Moody, Reed, Wickersham.
Wickersham.
Yep.
How many women, though?
The Lions have 2 of the 3 women. Way to go, girls.
Hello, ladies.
2 of the 3. Now, to look at who is their best so far this year. Are they doing outright or are they doing it? They're just doing outright, it looks like. So far, the best of these writers is Clay. He's 35-12.
12 losses, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's still the best.
I'm just fine. I'm just saying, it's 12 losses. He's not right all the time. Just like Lamar hasn't been perfect on against the NFC.
Graziano is the worst. He's 28-19 straight.
You don't have to tell me that.
Gator knew that.
Come on.
So, Kalen Caller and Lindsay Theory, the two that take the Detroit Lions to win this game.
Gator and the Chicks.
Yep.
That's how it whirls.
Gator, you made a great point, though. Jared Goff has been really good in primetime games as well, and I think that's going to be kind of brushed over because Lamar is so good in primetime games. They forget that, hey, our quarterback does well when the lights are on as well.
On Monday and Thursday night games, he's got a quarterback rating of 105.6. And it's like 19 games or something. It's not a small amount of games.
You guys got me to agree that this might matter, that there might be lights on. And, as the debate went back and forth, because I was like, I'm not sure this Lamar stat matters. And you guys said, so some guys are good in the postseason, some guys aren't. If that matters, then Monday night should matter. Like the context or the environment should matter in terms of if you believe that there's such thing as a playoff performer, the same argument can be made that there's a Monday night performer. But Goff is good. You're right. Goff is good, and Goff was so good last week. I expect it to be a close game. Guard, center, guard is what I'm watching when the Lions have the football, because last week they ran it. Baltimore might be susceptible to the run. I'm sure they'd love to run the football down Baltimore's throat. Long time sustained drives, keep Baltimore's offense off the field. But, there's the turnover thing that people bring up. The Lions have a very opportunistic defense that does take advantage of opposing teams. They put the ball into harm's way. Lions have been very good. Twitter poll, are the Lions going to defeat the Ravens? Over 1,000 votes now. 52.6% of you say no. 47.4% say yes. 248-539-9797. On Twitter, Marlon writes, the Lions absolutely have a chance to beat the Ravens. If they can just contain the run and not turn the ball over, they should have no issue scoring points. I think it'll be shootout. Final score, Lions 33, Baltimore 27. What else here? From Villain.
Oh.
Jake Bates, walk-off field goal.
Take it.
Yep, I would too. How do you feel about the Lions special teams?
I think they have maybe the best punter in the league, and I think that their kicker's awfully good too.
Mm-hmm.
The return games kind of untested at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to see the linebacker break one. I think him. I don't know. I don't know that anybody else is paying attention to the fact that the Lions have a backup linebacker returning kickoffs, and they won't notice until he takes one to the house.
Yeah, from that standpoint, I'd rather see Khalif Raymond returning kicks.
Would you?
Yeah, because you're able to, the way that the rules are enforced now, kick returning is part of the game now, where it wasn't as much last year. No, they're adding a new wrinkle. Right? If you don't kick it in a certain zone, then the ball comes out to the 40 or whatever. It's a hell of a lot closer. So because they're trying to get more kick returns, why not have your better guys return kicks as opposed to a backup linebacker who may or may not have played a little bit of running back in the day? I want Khalif Raymond. That's how he made it onto this roster in the first place.
248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. Lions going to win this game. Tell us what you think's going down tonight. Hey, CGC Home Services specializes in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment services. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services, offers the best whole house water treatment systems. CGC Home Services, fully licensed plumbers, will handle all your plumbing needs. With all the air quality alerts in our area, you need Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We have one. We love it. For water and air purification plumbing, too, call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today.
I got great news for you.
I could use some great news.
Yeah. That James Madison, Georgia State game you were wondering about is going to be 3:30 on Saturday on ESPN Plus.
This Saturday? Wait, is it this Saturday or next Saturday?
It's
a week from Saturday.
Sorry, a week from Saturday. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Their
Good call.
play-by-play guy's going to be pissed. He's a noon guy too, Doug.
Yeah. If you missed it earlier, Michigan, Wisconsin, October 4th, nooner, Michigan State, Nebraska, 4 p.m. Out in Lincoln. Spartan fans still like that trip. Even though somebody called me a donkey walking to the stadium before the game.
They really call you a donkey?
Well, they used another term for it.
Mule?
Like Jack Frost, but not quite?
Exactly. People accuse me of being Connor Stallions.
Were you wearing sunglasses?
I was.
Oh.
Were you taking notes?
No, I was just walking to the game. And
were you signaling?
Bald guy with sunglasses, and they assume it's so. And then one of them proceeded to call me a jackass. I just kept walking.
Try to get the attention of a coordinator?
You know the whole saying that just ignore them?
Yeah.
I was really good. I just kept going. But you know what? What's strangely, I don't know why, but when I walk to the games with Jansen, it doesn't happen.
No?
No.
Nobody's yelling at a guy who's 6'7"?
Yeah, they don't. Not apparently as
imposing
much,
figure.
Yeah, that's not going to happen when I'm walking with John. But still, it's a great venue, great stadium, great campus. It really does feel like a Big Ten town. People say there's nothing to do there, and I would like, you know what? Their nightlife scene isn't bad. I don't know what it's like as a student, so I'm not hanging out in the student areas.
Well, you got to get there. That's the thing, because typically you're flying into Omaha, not into Lincoln. So you're, an hour and a half outside of it.
Lincoln does have an airport big enough to land a Delta jet carrying the bigger one, but I'm not sure how many direct flights there are to and from Lincoln. Yeah, probably not. But anyway, so Spartan fans, if you're thinking about going, if you've never been, I like that trip. And you've never been, right?
No.
Yeah, I like that trip a lot. So, did you have any problem staying up for the game?
No.
You didn't?
No, not at all, actually. I didn't nap it up on Saturday afternoon. I wasn't tired during the afternoon.
Okay.
No. I lit a fire in the fire pit around 7:30. Had that ready to go, so I wouldn't have to light it at night. And actually, I stayed outside from like 9 to 11, either watching football through the window or watching it on my phone and enjoying a tequila outside and the fire.
Well, what kind of tequila do we have? I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, I went with just something normal. I went with Espolón Reposado. So just and on the rocks.
Okay.
Enjoyed it. I also had an Oktoberfest, Sam Adams Oktoberfest.
Gotcha.
I do like that one. The caramely notes.
I had my first Oktoberfest in Lincoln.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was good.
It is good. It's you know what? It's great on draft.
Yes, it was a draft.
Really, really great on draft. A lot of those
Although,
beers are.
I will say this, the place I was at, you ever get a glass and you think it's still a little soapy?
Yeah.
All right, feedback coming in. The only chance the Lions have to win this game is for the defensive line to show up, contain Lamar, and give him less time to throw the ball. Well, I mean, if the defensive line shows up, contains Lamar, and gives him less time to throw the ball, I don't think there's any question they win the game. If they contain Lamar, does that mean contain Lamar in terms of his ability to run and give him less time to throw? I'll take the Lions 10 times out of 10. If you're going to give that, this is a very important, this would be a hell of a feat if they contain Lamar and give him less time to throw. Yeah, I agree. They win the game.
That sounds like a recipe.
Unnamed texter, I agree with Gator. I have a feeling the Lions are going to win this game, somehow stuffing down the run, fewer mistakes, winning the turnover battle, and outscoring them late in the game. Okay? Give us a reason why you think they're going to win the game. Rashawn Gary seems to be doing better this season. I wonder what Green Bay did for him. Maybe Detroit could look at doing something like that. Oh, I see what you did there. Well, maybe, just maybe, yesterday was indicative of who the Bengals are about to be. And if that's who the Bengals are about to be, could make somebody available.
Could be.
Yep.
You know what else I'm waiting to see is if there's another team that suffers a quarterback injury, are they going to go all in to try to get like Jameis Winston and try to fix things there?
Oh, in Cincinnati,
Yeah.
they could. They could.
I mean, there's some backup quarterbacks out there of note, and one of them came in the game late yesterday in Atlanta when they benched Penix, and that's Kirk Cousins.
So what's interesting about that is that as much as we can sit here and just say blanket statement, the Bengals are done. No organization's thinking like that on week 3.
No.
And, you might have an ownership group or a GM that is, debating whether or not they want to go for a high draft pick or whatever, but there's not some mandate from up top, we're going to lose from here on out. They're still trying to make the playoffs. And your roster, you lose a roster if you give up on a season in week 3. So I don't, I think they get a couple of wins before the trade deadline and they won't be selling, but we shall see. And for people who need the dots connected, the Bengals have Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson has had a contentious contract extension negotiation, eventually just got a raise. After this season will be a free agent, unless they decide to franchise him, in which case they can keep him for one more year. But if they fade quickly because Joe Burrow is hurt, Trey Hendrickson as an edge rusher could be available at a trade deadline. So that's for those that needed the dots connected for him. Winning or losing this game doesn't matter. Green Bay is going to lose 8 to 10 more. There's no threat in this division. Wow, that's your conclusion after yesterday? Green Bay is going to lose 8 to 10 more games? Look,
this one, the conclusion's drawn after 3 weeks, and maybe this is something that comes up on our NFL questions this week. But the conclusions to be drawn after 3 weeks are going to be wild. If you want to go ahead and do that and play that game,
the conclusions that were drawn after 1 week were wild.
But you wait, now it's 3 weeks, so now Green Bay sucks. Green Bay beat the hell out of the Lions, and they beat them soundly. I shouldn't say beat the hell out of them. Lions beat the hell out of the Bears. Bears beat the hell out of the Cowboys.
Yep.
And the Browns beat Green Bay and held them to 10 points. Lot going on there.
Yep.
In the division. And then Minnesota changes quarterbacks and they roll.
Yep.
Emphatically, they roll.
I think we're getting trolled. Next text. If the Lions can't beat a crappy Packers team, there's no way they can beat the Ravens. Okay, we're getting trolled now, right?
You know how it is, man. Week-to-week basis, overreaction.
Well, that's true.
Packers were going to go 17-0. Now they're not going to win a game.
Next text. I'm 100% with Gator. I also think we win the game 55-7, just like Gator said.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that. So 38-31.
I thought you said 55-10.
I didn't say that. I said 38-31.
I'm with Gator. 32-30 Lions. Dan Campbell's statement game. Dom and Livonia. Lions win a race to 40. 42-38 Lions. Turnovers +2 in favor of Detroit. Carl from Milan. I think the Lions are going to win tonight, but I would not bet on it. So, do you really think they're going to win tonight, Carl?
Well, I think they're going to win too, but I'm not going to put money on it. But I have a feeling they win.
Okay, if you're going to send us this text, I have no issue with saying I wouldn't bet on it because I can respect that. But why do you think they're going to win tonight? And I'm not, complete the thought. I wouldn't bet on it, but I think the Lions are going to win tonight because ... I think they're going to win tonight isn't really much of an argument. Tell us why you don't think they're going to win tonight. Or why you think they're going to win tonight, excuse me. Any given Monday, I have the Lions going to win in a close one, 37-34. This isn't an any given Monday game. Any given, when you go any given, doesn't that say that the unthinkable can happen? The Lions winning tonight is certainly not unthinkable. I don't break out any given as an argument unless it would feel like a miracle. I expect the Lions to lose tonight. Do I think we can win in a shootout? Yes, but Baltimore's a better team. I'm hoping worst case scenario is a 40-30 type loss. I live with that with our next two games being Cleveland and Cincinnati. It's so early. I hope we do pull it off. Go Lions. Jason from Monroe. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and the deals right now are unbeatable, starting with an employee pricing for everyone on every EV in stock. Get a Blazer EV all-wheel drive for $199 a month and just $0 down. How about an Equinox EV? $199 a month and $0 down. A 2026 Chevy Equinox gas, $299 a month. No games, no gimmicks, just great winning deals for the customer. Need more money for the trade-in? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has got you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent, and that's big money. Huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, 696 and Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Big Monday night game tonight. It's going to be intriguing to see, indeed, if they are good. And what I mean by that is with Davenport out, we had the Dan Campbell line about the edge rusher spot. We're good. Well, now the depth is being tested. Davenport being out probably isn't a shock to anyone. They say they love El-Quadin Muhammad. And who's their next man up? Is it Tyus Sweet, the guy they plucked from the Cowboys waiver wire? I'll be watching that, and I'm going to be watching guard center guard tonight. Can the Lions have a better effort up front on the O-line? Or maybe effort's not the word, but do better in a road environment than they did the last time. I will be pretty stunned if this game is as bad as the Green Bay game. I think it's a close game, fourth quarter game. I think we're going to be talking about one play tomorrow, but I have the Ravens winning. Gator, you like what the Lions did so much against Caleb Williams, because we saw Caleb Williams yesterday slice up a Cowboy team who may have some defensive problems, but he sliced them up. And can the Lions then turn around and mimic that performance the next week against obviously a better quarterback, but similar quarterback?
For sure. I mean, the Lions defense is going to have to bring it this week. You're facing maybe the game's best running back and maybe the game's most dangerous quarterback. There are lots of great quarterbacks out there, and Lamar's in the mix. I think Lamar is absolutely a top 5 quarterback in the league, if not a top 3. If you're going to go into a game thinking all he can do is run and scramble, then you're going to get killed, because he can throw the ball very effectively. He's done it. Did it last week. 4 touchdown passes. When Cleveland decided to lock things up and didn't give up anything on the ground, he was making touchdown passes, albeit some of them were really short drives and short yardage situations, but they got it done. If the Lions look at that Cleveland game as a blueprint, I think the Lions can be more successful at it, because I wouldn't expect that they're going to have the same turnover issues that Cleveland did. I also wouldn't expect that their punter is going to, put them in some kind of jeopardy with one of the kicks. If they can avoid that, then I think the Lions will be in fine shape, because I think offensively Detroit's got the advantage here.
Well, they very well might, unless they can't block. Now, given the injuries could be very costly for Baltimore. Injuries are part of the game. A big part of the game, as we found out last year. We shall see how it plays itself out tonight.
Now, the idea that who's going to be other pass rusher is something the Lions have struggled with for a long time, right? You've got Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson needs to have himself a game. Need to see him be that game wrecker on defense, where you have to account from every second he's at. He's going to go on the left side, the right side, whatever. That means that somebody else is going to have that opportunity. El-Quadin Muhammad can do that. Tyree Sweet can do that. Tyler Lacey. These are guys, those two players in particular, Tyree Sweet and Tyler Lacey, were both brought up specifically, not brought up, they were signed before the regular season. They were signed to the 53. They could have gone elsewhere. Lions could have done a bunch of things, right? They could have brought in the player that they had last year. And, I can't think of the guy's name now.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The defensive end they picked up at the trade deadline.
Zadarius.
Zadarius Smith. Good grief. I'm thinking D. Zadarius.
Okay.
Zadarius Smith, they could have signed him. They didn't. They chose not to. They could have gone out and gotten Jadeveon and Clowney. They didn't. They chose not to. What they chose to do was Tyree Sweet, Tyler Lacey. Why? Let's see something out of these guys.
Yeah, I feel like with Brad Holmes, they could be great finds. They could be Broderick Martin. And last year, last year, if you look at the Lions, right before the season, they got Tim Patrick, and he turned into a very useful player. And at the trade deadline, they got Zadarius Smith, a useful player. So, El-Quadin Muhammad wasn't a very hailed signing, but they say they love him. And Tyrus Wheat,
I don't
when you
know.
Pluck a guy off somebody's cut list, it's hard to imagine that player is going to be able to help a championship caliber team. But if you that's when you are the smartest man in the room.
Well, but you can have a moment, right? That player can have a moment. I don't need Tyrus Wheat to go out there and pressure the quarterback 10 times.
Yeah.
But if he can pressure him once and land a quarterback sack, and maybe it's the only sack he has this season.
Right.
Okay.
Well, come in and if
have a moment.
If they need it, now would be if you got it in you, now would be a good time to show that you're capable of that. More feedback coming in. My champ is Isaiah Rodgers, 2 defensive touchdowns for the Vikings. Chump, NFL kickers, how many kicks were blocked at the end of the game yesterday? It's from Jeremy and Ipsy. It's funny because the only kicker that looked to me like he low trajectoried his kick was the Rams kicker. But then again, it depends a lot on the camera angle. Like the camera angle on field goals and extra points in New York for where the Giants and Jets play, it's like you're right above it. It's straight down, so you can't get a sense for it. And I kind of feel like it's the same way in Philly, but those look like they might have been low kicks. Mark from Detroit, can we stop blaming Scott Harris for this? He gave us a team with a 10-game lead 2 weeks ago. This is all underperforming players, especially Riley Green. Can't be called a superstar when you can't hit lefties. I don't want them to make the playoffs. Lessons need to be learned. Wow. That seems awfully overly punitive. That the only way they can possibly learn the lesson is missing the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't.
You know when you say that, you think the people that run the organization are morons.
Well, and that's.
I'm sure that's what the person was
doing. But if I guess I think this season is teaching them plenty of lessons, regardless if they make the playoffs or not. Hopefully they're able to make the playoffs, hang on to this division, and let's go. But I would imagine that they have learned some things. They're going to have to add to this team without question, and not just rely on guys getting better one year to the next. Some guys I think might be incapable of getting any better, and we're seeing that maybe here in the second half of the season.
Twitter polls have closed. Are the Tigers going to win the division? Almost 1,000 votes. 77.5% say no. 22.5% say yes. And are the Lions going to defeat the Ravens? 51.8% say no. 48.2% say yes. Thanks for all your votes today, but that tells you a little bit about what the public thinks. Very little confidence in the Tigers. Understandable. They've undermined a lot of the goodwill and the confidence people had in that team. Flip of the coin in Baltimore, which kind of makes sense. The people are paying attention. A lot of people are. They know how good Baltimore is. Lamar's one of the most incredible weapons in the league. He'll be frustrating to try and defend tonight. You think you have him down. You think you've won the play. Then he gets out of there, and all of a sudden, he's in your secondary running free. Right?
Yep. That's you can never lose sight of him. You can't give up on a play either. Because this is the type of thing where yes, the player can free himself from difficulty for a moment. And if you give up, then you're going to give up. But if you keep going, he might just find himself right back in your sights because expanding the play, that's in his DNA. But it can work two ways. It can also help the defense.
Yeah, I think there was a play against the Bills Lamar had where he ran like 19 yards behind the line of scrimmage the other way, and then ended up making like a first down. Like, yeah, it doesn't end with him ever. And so it's kind of, this is like lane integrity, you know? Like, I'm sure the guys on the front four have been coached, even the linebackers, like, hey, don't overrun this guy, don't over pursue, keep him corralled, and get a hand on him. But I do have a bold prediction for tonight's game.
Okay. Sure. Oh, bold. Oh.
Isaac Tesla will catch a ball with two hands tonight.
Okay.
That is pretty bold. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think there's a better chance of him not having a catch than catching a one-handed pass again. He could go through the rest of his career not having to do that. But duly noted.
That's a solid prediction right there from Kang.
Two-handed catch?
Yeah.
Well, could happen. Very well could happen. Got to tell you, I'm fired up for this one. Thinking of firing up the grill. We'll see. But it'd be a statement win if they can pull it off, wouldn't it?
I think it would be, and I think they're going to make a statement.
Hope you're right. Hope you're all right, my friend.
I'm not. I've thrown the Green Bay game in the rearview window. Did that a while back.
Yep.
Love what they did against Chicago. I don't expect them to be offensively gifted every week, but I think Baltimore provides them an opportunity to throw well over 30 points in the game.
All right, Stoney's here. What's up, man?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Ready for 4 hours with Mike, then a little break during the Lions game, and then come back till 2 a.m. for the post-game show with the Hammer.
Look at you.
My.
Oh, yeah.
Look at you, you crazy man.
Hey, best thing is, no Tigers games.
Yeah, right.
Gator, you think I could use that bat that you didn't want about a month ago?
What
Which
bat was
bat?
that?
Any bat. You said the Tigers didn't need a bat.
What did you want to do?
We
Get
make
Suarez?
I know.
Yeah,
I know. We make mistakes. I
Yeah.
understand that. So do I.
Yeah, no,
all the time.
I'd like to see other guys have gotten an opportunity over the last couple of weeks, but it's not happened. But
I know.
Somebody figure it out. Please, God, figure it out.
Yeah, I know, right? What are you guys going to lead with?
Actually, I don't know. I assume Tigers, but I could be wrong. But we will have Can You Say That? And I came up with some interesting Know Your Opponent trivia for Mike for tonight's Lions-Ravens game.
Good. Well, have fun.
Oh, yes, I will.
All right. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Both Michigan and Michigan State have a bye this weekend. We just found out the kickoff times for their games on October 4th. The Wolverines will battle the Badgers of Wisconsin at noon in Ann Arbor, while Michigan State will kick at 4 against Nebraska in Lincoln. The Lions take on the Ravens tonight in Baltimore. Kickoff 8:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. No Marcus Davenport tonight. Linebacker Jack Campbell, safety Kirby Joseph, offensive tackle Taylor Decker, and corner DJ Reed are questionable. According to ESPN, Browns offensive tackle Dwan Jones needs season-ending knee surgery. Cleveland takes on the Lions this Sunday. The Tigers have the night off as they prepare for Cleveland tomorrow. They've won 10 of their last 11. The Athletic is reporting that 36-year-old play-by-play man Alex Faust will take over for Bob Costas, calling the MLB playoffs on TNT. Brian Anderson remains the company's number one. According to ESPN's Pete Thamel, Auburn basketball coach Bruce Pearl is expected to retire. His son Steven will likely serve as their head coach this season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's Monday. Sports is pain. That's all I have for you.
Come on, be in a good mood. I'm here.
I am in a good mood.
Okay.
I with it relatively. I'm not sure the point of sports anymore. It's just pain. It's just nonstop an assault on your emotions.
Well, that's what being a fan is supposed to be about.
Yeah. Okay.
It sucks at times, as Tiger fans are finding out right now. And if you're watching on YouTube or wherever, the reason I'm wearing the Phillies hat is because the Tigers are doing what the 1964 Phillies did. And
tell us what they did, because no one under the age of 100 recognizes that.
They had a when I was a kid, I was 5.5 years old, and my father showed me tickets to the World Series, and I kind of was into it, but I didn't know that much about it. I was 5.5 years old, right? And I said to my dad one day in October, I said, Dad, how come we're not going to the World Series? He said, well, Mike, you see, there was this thing called, they had a 6.5 game lead with 12 games left in the season and lost out.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we can get into it. I'm not sure what to say because I still let math be the guide here. Had the Guardians won yesterday, it does take on a different feel. Like you only have 6 games left. That was a massive escape yesterday. Are the Tigers playing well? No, they're horrible. I mean, it is what it is. They're 1-9 their last 10, and they're lousy. And all the trade deadline acquisitions have either been well, let's see. We just DFA'd Morton. We've got Paddock in the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
Montero's a nothing burger, no matter how much the broadcast wants to hype him up. It's not like they're going to use him in high leverage spots.
Right. He's been okay, and Finnegan's been good except for the home run he gave up on Saturday.
But they don't win games. Now, 6 games to go. They move Scooble's start up, so you can get 2 of them potentially, 1 tomorrow night and 1 on the final day of the season if needed. But I'd love to know where people are at, because we had some fun with this last year where I actually thought the Tigers' odds were way better than Fangraphs was giving them credit for. That you knew 10, 12 games out, they were getting in. You knew it. You just felt it.
Yes.
Like, I don't care if Fangraphs says 18%. I think this is a coin flip. I want to know whether you feel better or worse than what Fangraphs is telling you as it would pertain to winning the division. Because I don't think they're getting the 2 seed. They're just not playing well enough for me to come on the radio, lie to people, and say they're going to win 5 of their last 6.
No way.
And reclaim a bye.
No way. They're going to Cleveland, who's the hottest team in baseball right now. Maybe you could argue Seattle, but they're right there. And then they got to go to Boston, who is this roller coaster of a team that is going to be playing to get in. No, they're not going to win 5 out of their next 6 games.
Well, then it puts this into question. Here's Fangraphs up to date with a 1-game lead and 6 games to go, and I've just given you 2 of them will be Scooble starts. The Tigers, after being swept by the Braves, have a 62.7% chance to win the division. Do you believe their odds are better or worse than that?
Worse.
How much worse?
I don't know. If I was betting right now on who's going to win the division, I would pick the Cleveland Guardians. They're playing much better baseball. They are playing playoff baseball, the style of baseball that the Tigers played, like you mentioned at the end of last year, winning close games, maybe not getting a lot of hitting, but when they have to hit, they hit. And quite frankly, they're playing the Tigers the next 3 games, and they have the 2 best players in the lineup on either team with Quan and Ramirez. And if my memory is not mistaken, and you mentioned the Scooble starts, and it certainly ain't his fault, but the last time he started against Cleveland, They lost.
Well, yeah,
That's not his fault.
No, Cleveland did a good job wearing him down. Yeah. And I don't think Scooble's 100%, and that not that he can't pitch really well. He does. He's not putting guys away.
No.
Those extended at-bats are not his deal. Here's the make the playoff odds, according to Fangraphs. Better or worse. To make the playoffs, not the division, just to get in. Tigers are at 84%. The Guardians are at 59.6%. Now, reminder, you were 100% a few weeks ago. If you lose tonight and the right teams win, your number will go down dramatically with 6 games to go. These numbers are fluid. So, no, Mike, I'm with you, but I still look at this and go, all right, as bad as they've been, they still have a game lead. There's only 6 games to go. This does become a math equation. But I will say this. If they lose tomorrow, my opinion completely flips.
Oh, yeah.
If you lose back-to-back Scooble starts against the same divisional opponent, the one who's happened to be chasing you, and that will bring Cleveland into a tie with you. And I got to look at the rest of the nonsense you're putting out there. And by the way, the lineup's horrible. These matchups, they're not working.
No.
And the bullpen, you're I don't have a better term for it. You're basically playing Russian roulette. I'm not trying to be insulting.
No, I know.
But you just don't know what pitcher is going to be a disaster for you or not. I mean, Will Vest has been bad. Finnegan was supposed to be good, bad. Like, spin the wheel. I don't know what to do.
And quite frankly, I don't think AJ does either. It's basically let's throw somebody against the wall and see what sticks. It worked last year. It's not working right now.
I want to know where you guys are at. Look, I told you if they got swept by the Braves, we'd have a different conversation. I mean, I'm not certain they're getting in, but the math tells you they still have a commanding, position here. Now, it won't take much for panic to set in. If you lose the first couple games of the series to the Guardians, oh, no. I won't be able to come on the air and tell you you're making it. I won't. But there's an element of this where the Tigers have to do so little. Mike, if they go 2-4 in the last 6, they probably get in.
Yeah, because the magic number would go to 2. So basically all they have to do is win one other game and Cleveland.
Right. It's just,
yes.
That's what
2 out of 3.
That's what I rely upon.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I don't know how many people are actually paying attention. When we talk about it, and we're going to get to it. I mean, tonight, it's a good thing Tigers aren't playing.
Yes.
Nobody would watch them. They'd watch Lions and Ravens.
We're forward down the field tonight.
But I just wonder how much of this fan base, while wanting them to make the playoffs, has just largely said, F it, I'm checked out. It's not good to watch. I mean, at what point have you turned on this team? Look, they're well below 500 in the second half of the season since the All-Star break. They have had a 12 out of 13 and a 1-10 stretch. They're currently in that one.
Mm-hmm.
They don't hit. The at-bats are garbage. The pitching has been spotty at best. So, no, is it some great – it was so bad, Kenny turned down free drinks and left the ballpark yesterday.
It's gotten so bad for me. I was watching – like Saturday, I think it was the beginning. It might have been the beginning of the Michigan game, and even yesterday during the NFL stuff. Instead of putting it on, I would just follow by phone because I don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
It's painful to watch this team.
That's really bad.
It's bad, and I really feel sorry for the longer suffering Tiger fans, and even me. I've become a Tiger fan since I moved here. But man, it's bad when you're afraid to watch your team.
I'm not afraid. I resent it. It's just so, like, look, for a long time I said this, people would get upset. It's not, like, I never meant it as an insult. It's like, I'm not a huge Bruce Springsteen guy. You love him.
Right.
No big deal. I don't enjoy watching this team play. I watch them because I have to.
Right.
I watch them because it's part of the job. Do I like the way they play baseball? Absolutely not. And I laugh at it. There's a reason no one who plays the way they play has won a World Series. You're never going to win doing matchup mania.
No.
It's not going to happen because at a certain point, you just need the dude at the plate, much like Cleveland when they needed something and Stephen Kwan ropes a double.
Yes.
And when they needed something and J. Ram hits a 2-run pizza to take the lead, sometimes you need the real McCoy.
Right, and they don't have that. Now, I give Torkelson credit. He tried on Saturday with, you thought you were set, and then McGonigal gives up a home run in the 8th to close it to cut it to 1, and then Will Vest implodes. I mean, if you're, with all due respect, if your hopes of making the postseason rely on Will Vest getting you through this, you're in trouble.
The bigger problem is you sat there at the deadline, and if I get so frustrated because the patent response is, okay, well, who was available? It is not our job to tell you the inner workings of all 30 Major League Baseball teams.
Right.
It is Scott Harris's job to trade for players that I'm sorry if Buster Olney didn't write some piece about a trade chart.
Look, you
went out and got Chris Paddock, who was so bad, he didn't even make it to September in the rotation. You went out and got Charlie Morton, who was so bad, you DFA'd him. A negative WAR player. Those were your additions to try to help the pitching.
Do you want to hear who they acquired to help the pitching staff in the month of July? Sure. So it's before the deadline and to the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Paul of Detroit News tweeted this out yesterday. And this is just, it makes you sad, okay? Devin Smeltzer, gone. Ooh. Jeff Hartley, gone. Tanner Rainey, you saw him play yesterday. Luke Jackson, gone. Chris Paddock. Randy Dobnik, who's in AAA. Cody Hoyer, gone. Kyle Finnegan's been good. Rafael Montero's been okay.
Yeah, but again, that's a guy they use either down 8-1 or up 8-1.
Right.
Not interested.
Paul Sewald, he finally made his debut. He was horse crap. And Charlie Morton is gone. This is what they got in the month of July.
They did nothing.
They went for quantity over quality. Now,
because this is the problem I have always had, is I can say both of these things at the same time, and they're true. While I think Scott Harris has done a really nice job in getting this minor league system and the development and kind of unifying everything and what the Tiger way will be, he's done an excellent job there. But I'm not going to sit here and draw the man a hot bath because of prospect rankings. These people aren't helping us. Where his failings have been at the major league level, because there has been, is now, and here's my fear, there is an air of smartest guy in the room with this organization. And I'm sorry, that is a problem to me.
Yes.
I don't think you've earned the right to do that stuff.
248-539-9797. There's something else in this equation that should be getting a lot more blame than just Scott Harris.
Stoney's going to tell you about it next. That's a radio tease. That's a radio tease.
Right, a combo tease.
248-539-9797. And don't worry, we're going to get to Lions-Ravens. We got all afternoon to do that. 97.1. Sorry, my bad. When it comes to an IRS collection
Mike took accountability. Nobody else in this town seems to do that.
I screwed up. Abraham and Rose is successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems. Their extensive experience means when you're facing a collection or audit, you rely on them. Maurice and Jerry, 30-year track record. They will evaluate any and all underlying federal and state income tax issues. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040. You will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, Stoney, you said
he doesn't see his guys getting clutch hits either.
You said you were going to offer us, in your mind, the biggest thing or entity or the most amount of blame in this collapse. I've asked the question, better or worse than what Fangraphs is projecting? About a 63% chance. Still get this thing done. I mean, I still think the math would say you have a better than a 63% shot. You move Scooble up. 2 of the last 6 are going to be his games. If you just won the Scooble starts, I think 2 and 4 would get it done.
So do I.
Because you're going to put Cleveland in a spot they basically can't lose. Now, again, if Cleveland had won yesterday, we're doing a different topic. But go ahead, Mike.
Look, Scott Harris deserves a lot of the blame. There's no doubt about it. And his biggest, nobody here, I don't believe, was telling them they should trade Clark or McGonigal or, even the third prospect. But because of the amount of position players who play the same position, you could have at least traded, whether it be Anderson or Hung-Hwa Lee or
you got 2 hit first catchers, Briseño, something like that.
Or and Lorenzo. You could have done that. But you have because you have multiple guys at different positions, and they could have gotten somebody better. The one I wanted was Bednar. As far as the bat,
Oh, you mean my David Bednar?
Yes.
You can't have him.
He's playing really well.
A .96 whip.
Look, now, in fairness, another guy that a lot of people wanted, the guy the Mets got from St. Louis, Hemsley, and he's horrible.
He's terrible.
And I wanted Bird as well. The Yankees got him, and he's gone, basically. So, look, it doesn't always work out. So, that said, I put most of the blame on the players. It's not Scott Harris who's swinging at pitches in the dirt, Riley Green, or chasing like Javi always does. Wenzel Perez, I don't know what the hell's happened to him.
He's in a 5 for 50 slump is what it is.
Right. I mean, they're all slumping at the wrong. Kerry Carpenter, he had the nice home run the other night. That ended up
I like the
nothing.
double off a lefty. I just wish they played a guy every day.
Yeah, okay. But to me, it's the players. You look nonstop. They've all regressed. Now,
but they
overachieved to a certain extent as well. I'm blaming the players.
Okay.
The players are the ones who are paid to perform, and they are coming up empty.
But have you ever thought they're just not that good?
Yes, which is why I think Scott Harris did what he did. Although there's some people who might believe that, if we, it might hurt the clubhouse if we got better, but I think the fact that the organization believes in us, maybe that says, I don't know. It's the players. The players are effing up.
Okay. I would just tell you at a certain point, you as the GM understand certain guys are not going to carry me to a World Series.
Right.
So you made a willful decision to stick with those players.
Yeah.
I'll always blame the GM.
Okay.
Always.
No, look.
Now, if AJ were committing malpractice, that's a different topic. But look, do I love the stuff he does? No. But this is what they've decided they want to do with this ball club. I don't like the roster optimization stuff. I mean, generally speaking, I'll leave a spot or 2 in my order, but my best players are my best players. I think the addiction to analytics, even in the face of the player I'm putting in the game, is objectively bad.
Speaking of who, Andy Ibanez. I mean, come on. It was great last year. Ain't so great now.
Right,
it was so bad that he got sent to Toledo and he came back because of injuries.
That's the smartest guy in the room stuff that they're addicted to.
Yeah.
That it's going to work. Why? Because the computer tells me it's going to work. The problem is guys like Andy Ibanez I'm not going to go down the list of every player. A lot of these guys are not Major League ball players.
Correct.
Or if they are, they're bench players who never see the light of day for a better team.
Right.
For me, if I'm going to lose in the seminal moments of my season, I'm not taking Kerry Carpenter out of the game for Jahmai Jones. No. I'm just not doing it. Oh, you're a boomer. Fine. All I know is one dude is feared and the other guy isn't a Major League player. But hey, he had a sick 10-day run in August. Let's all gloss our chandelier. I look at it a different way.
Right. And look, by me putting most of the blame on the players is not to absolve Scott Harris. He gets an F for what happened at the deadline.
248-539-9797. David, before we get to a full rack of calls, ticket text briefly. What's the early returns here, brother?
Hello, gentlemen. My panic level was at a 7 last week. If you remember, I said if they lose the Scooble game, then the season would be over. Not only are the Tigers not going to win the division, but they will miss the playoffs now. That is from Marlon in Walt Lake.
Oh, boy.
Perez, major leaguer? No. Z-Mac, major leaguer? No. Baez, washed up, no longer a major leaguer. Plenty more I can name. Hence, that is our problem. That is on Scott Harris.
I think if you're going to do the matchup stuff and you give A.J. Hinch better players, it can certainly work. I can understand the methodology. But when it's not working and the season's slipping away, you get two choices. You can play your best guys or you can keep doing this. And look, here's the other problem. They got reliant on some magical stuff. They got reliant on Javi being good. Javi hasn't been good basically since the month of May. They got reliant on Zach McKinstry being whatever. The guy ended up the year with 10 home runs and 46 RBI.
And we're also just talking about, in this conversation right now, for the most part, the offense. The starting pitching, with the exception of Scooble, has certainly hadn't been much to write about either. So I put blame on Mr. Flaherty and Mr. Mize as well, because you needed them to step up. They've been average at best.
But it doesn't help when you take losses in a staff. That's going to happen.
Right.
And Scott Harris's answers were two guys whose combined ERAs totaled north of 11.
Right. I think when Olsen got hurt, he panicked and went for Paddock.
Chris Paddock's never been good.
No, I know.
Why would you go get him?
It was a Paddock panic.
And then you go on a podcast and tell everybody how you were most proud of that and how getting this deal done. I'm going, huh? I mean, Stoney ate a cheesesteak for lunch. You could have traded that for Chris Paddock. The Twins would have been thrilled.
Yeah.
A cheesesteak. It beats this bum with a 6 ERA.
It was good, too.
Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on, pal?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
I just want to say a few things here, a couple of thoughts. I'm kind of running the gamut on my emotions with this Tiger situation. I'm angry. I'm terrified. I'm sickened. And it all stems to me from I was watching, at the trade deadline. I was very hopeful at the trade deadline. But every other team that was trying to become a playoff team got better. Why didn't we? We had the same opportunities.
Because I think Scott Harris looked in the mirror and he knew it was fake and he knew they weren't going to get home. And he decided he wanted to hoard his prospects and wait for the kids. That's what this has always been about, is wait for the kids.
And I do agree with Stoney. I blame a lot of the players are playing terrible.
Sure.
And I just, it baffles me that they're playing so horribly when they could at least, even if they played average, they'd be doing something, and they're losing to the teams that they shouldn't be losing to, or that they can at least afford.
But just remember something, Greg, we all got very comfortable when they caught fire last year. The Twins, I think, finished the year 12-29.
Yeah.
A resounding 17 games under 500.
This is the complete opposite.
But you haven't had that level of collapse, Mike. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh, it's pretty close.
Go look. Go pull a 40-game sample and tell me the record. It's not close to that. I'll be stunned. I'll buy you a bonus cheesesteak, okay? Yeah. I didn't even participate, but I'll buy you another one. You can knock two of them out today. No, I'm telling you. You've got to understand, they can still get in. But I think a lot of the equity they built up with people, they've kind of burned through, because after making the playoffs last year, the thought process was, well, if we're good again, we're going to go for it. And what Scott Harris said is, I'm not going to make deals I'm going to be haunted by. Well, the problem is, I don't think the average fan is going to be haunted getting rid of your 9th, 11th, 13th best prospect.
No.
So there's just a difference. There's a difference of opinion. And it's really hard to tell people, like, I'm not going to be the guy to do it. You can find somebody else for this day part. Tell people that they should care, or that are spending money and their time and their emotion, that the team said, we're not ready. Well, that doesn't come with lower prices, or it doesn't give you your time back. And then if the product turns sour and it's not fun to watch, people are going to get angry.
By the way, Mike, speaking of which, tomorrow, single game playoff tickets go on sale.
Super. 248-539-9797. Get this guy a cheesesteak. All right, 5 words nobody wants to hear. Charlie Morton in your rotation. No, it's you need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? It's a nightmare scenario.
The Tigers need Victor's badly.
Victor's Home Solutions. They can fix your bullpen. If you pick up the phone and call today, Victor's. They'll make the new roof experience as hassle-free as possible. Thousands of 5-star ratings. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And they focus on the little things: communication, craftsmanship, and cleanup. Look, bottom line, nobody wants to pay high interest rates. That's why Victor's offers a 5-year, no-interest financing with minimum payments. You need a new roof? Call Victor's. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today or online anytime at victors.com. Hey, just some NFL news. I know it's not directly related to the Lions, but it is an NFC team and maybe one you'd face in the playoffs.
Yeah, because considering they're undefeated.
Seems like, feels like Nick Bosa is going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. So, I don't know. It just happened 3 minutes ago. Figured I'd offer it to you.
Yeah.
We'll get to Lions-Ravens later. Right now, I've asked you better or worse than what FanGraph says. 63% to still win the division. And look, you're still about 85% to make the playoffs. And Stoney is signing blame, and you can do whatever you like with it. We go to Drew in Roseville, 97.1. Drew, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Drew, what's going on, pal?
Hey.
You're sitting there with the Stones, sir, huh?
That's right.
That's Mike Stone.
Hey, listen, man, this is how I look at it. If they lose tomorrow, I'm not going to watch it. I'm done. I mean, come on. If they lose another school will start, they'll be tied. And I just can't understand why our manager. I understand they're an analytical team, but you know what the definition of insanity is? Keep doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same result. I realized that Jones had a couple of good games where he got inserted to the lineup and he came through on a couple of. I mean, what is he like 2 for 36 and with guys in scoring position? I mean, they left 14 guys on base yesterday in a game that they had to win. I don't know what the answer is with this team, but it's just unfortunate because you go through ups and downs in baseball. It's a long season. I understand that, but for everybody at the same time to hit the wall, it's just kind of like it's baffling. And I just, for being a sports fan of this state, we're not doing so well this weekend, Mike. I think USC just scored again.
Oh, please. I know.
We'll get to that coming up.
I'm happy to talk about.
We got a beat down coming tonight, possibly. I don't know.
I'll talk about whatever you like. If I got to get another text from a Spartan, or I got to listen to a caller to our station, Drew. Well, they didn't quit. You're paid. The old college try is out the window. You want to be treated like men? Act like it. You're paid, you play. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the standard for MSU football was simply covering 18.5 points. Meanwhile, I got Syracuse turned around in 1 year with half an idiot and Fran Brown. I got Indiana. Apparently, they hired the Terminator. Signetti just put 70 on Illinois. You're right. Just going to give it a few more years up in East Lansing. No problem. Go to hell. What?
Nothing. I was going to mention
Don't
that.
even get me started on last night's game. Don't even get me started on that.
Is there anything else on your mind, Mike?
A lot of things.
Mike needed to come in today just to get some, you needed like a massage. You needed like a back rub, a steam bath or something.
Think about this. We're talking about a Tiger full-blown collapse.
Right.
I know there's going to be stuff about State, even though I picked USC and I said they would get destroyed. I have no faith in that program. Then it's my poor father with the Giants and watching whatever that was last night while listening to Chris Collinsworth attempt to pleasure Patrick Mahomes. I just, it's all of it. It's all of it. It's just sports' pain. That's all this is.
It's just sports.
I know, but it's just pain.
I know.
Watching the Tigers this weekend, it is planet nebular. It's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like 3-0 is game over.
Right.
That's crazy.
You don't have to feel this way. My mother once told me, Michael, what did the Flyers ever do for you?
Okay, that's like that scene in Bronx Tale.
Yeah.
Like, you think Mickey Mantle's going to pay your mortgage?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but hold on. Didn't your mom also lie to you and say you were on the phone with Magic Johnson or something like that?
Mays.
Willie Mays. I'm sorry.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, people, you never heard this story.
Oh, yeah.
His mom lied to him. Somebody from the car dealership, they found a black guy to call, and they said he was on the phone with Willie Mays. Wasn't Willie Mays. It was Frank from Auto Parts. And the guy went his whole life thinking he talked to Willie Mays.
So about 2 years ago.
Yeah, and you found out at age 1,000, whatever, that you didn't talk to Willie Mays.
Yes.
The guy was working in auto parts. So I can't trust your mom.
I like the idea that he may have bumped into Willie Mays at some point. And he was like, yeah, I talked to you on the phone.
How many times did Stoney brag about meeting Willie Mays? It was a total ruse.
It was a ruse.
Let's go to Jack.
My childhood was a ruse.
Let's go to Jack. 97.1. Jack, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, first time, long time.
Welcome, Jack.
Hey, I got a question, or your opinion.
Yeah.
When the Tigers were in that losing streak, when they lost 10 out of 11, I put $50 on the Tigers not to make the playoffs.
Oh boy.
What are the odds?
It's getting close. 17-1.
Oh, good. Good for you.
My goodness. All right. Well, hold on. Are you a Tiger fan?
I want the money more than the Tigers winning. I don't care.
Okay, then. He wants the cash.
I like all the teams, but I mean they're not going to go.
So
nowhere
do you think they're going to miss the playoffs?
That's why I want to ask you guys. What should I? If they offer me a payoff, should I take it? They offered me $115 to take it and run. I said no.
Yeah. How much did you bet?
I bet $50. It pays off $850.
I think you got to wait till tomorrow. Listen, I think you got to let it roll. I mean, if you called in today and it was going to change things for you, I'll always tell you get the money and run. But, I mean, look, they got Scooble on the mound tomorrow. If they lose that start, you're going to get a whole different offer, Jack. Tomorrow's everything to me. You open that series and lose the Scooble start. I got a hard time believing you take the next two. If you lose the 2 out of 3, you go into the last 3-game set dead nuts tied.
And I didn't even look who Cleveland's pitching.
Gavin Williams is tomorrow, and I think they're going to have that Johnny Santori kid or Santorini.
And then Bobby goes on Thursday because he won against Scooble.
Maybe. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Look, yesterday was a stay of execution. I can't stress enough how big it was that Cleveland, yes, they blew a lead. I think it was 2-0 in the first, 2-1 through 5. They got to the 6th, and I think they blew the lead. If they win that game and it's tied now, I do have a different perspective. But I'm going to stick with it. They're going to make it. I'm not telling you it's going to be pretty. I'm not even telling you some people will be happy they're in. I think a lot of people are angry at this team.
They are angry, but when they get to the playoffs, if they make it, you'll be rooting for them. You hope you can win the first round like they did last year because they're not getting a second seed. They're going to have to play somebody good here for 3 games.
Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. One thing I'm really irritated about, and I kind of gave up a little bit here, is every time I turn around, I see guys like Sweeney playing, and then they bring up Chase Young, Rogers. What I am irritated is you got McGonagall, you got Anderson, you got some kids down there that can flat out hit the ball, and they bring up Chase Young, who did absolutely nothing.
Well, you got to remember
at the beginning
something.
Of the year.
If you wanted, like, for instance, let's say you were a McGonagall guy. He needed to be up by August 31st on 11:59 because he's not a member of the 40-man. He's not active. Jim, I'm with you in that I get tired of hearing about all these prospects when they either can't help us or the team won't let them. So I'm with you in that regard. Like, Jim, pinch hitting and thinking Jake Rogers is an answer to anyone's problem as a bat off the bench, that's the stuff that drives me up a wall.
Or Young, you too. I see Young pitch hit, and then he was about to pitch hit in the 9th inning yesterday. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Or the 8th inning, whatever it was. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
The only reason they brought him up was obviously because Keith got hurt.
Correct.
And he was actually showing something finally in Toledo that he might have been a guy that, don't want to block him.
Jim, they going to make it?
If they don't, I say no because I don't think they can win the division. If they don't win the division, I don't think they get the wild card.
I agree.
I just can't see that happening. So
Really?
if they don't, I just don't see it happening because due to the fact that Boston, first of all, you got to remember the 2 places we're going to,
right?
Which we don't play well there. We don't play well in Cleveland, and we never play well in Boston. So what's the chances? I'd be happy if we were 3-3. Now, if we go 3-3, do we make the playoffs?
Yes. I think if you go 2-4, you make it. I think if you win tomorrow night, you make it. Remember, you would be up 2.
I think if you win tomorrow night, you have a great possibility of winning. Whoever wins tomorrow night is going to win the
That's how I feel. And you'd be up 2 with 5 to go.
Yes.
For Cleveland, remember, Cleveland, if they win, they draw even. There's still work to be done. For you, it's kind of a death nail.
Yes.
So I'm going to stick with it that they'll make it. Like, am I happy about the way they're playing? Do I think it's going? No, but I'm not. I can't shovel dirt on them because of math.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, maybe they don't win a game.
See,
they just had an 0-6 homestand. What the hell, right?
I sucked at math, so that's why I'm saying they're done.
I still think you that Willie Mays thing really has affected you in life. Hungry Howie's, they've got all kinds of offerings, including Detroit-style pizza right now, baked subs, Howie rolls, and a whole lot more. But the Detroit-style, it's their big push as we really cruise into football here, and it's real deal. The best ingredients. You can get your own Detroit-style pizza for $12.99 at hungryhowies.com. Celebrate boldly with authentic Detroit-style pizza. $12.99. It's hungryhowies.com. Get back to business momentarily. Right now, we need some music. It's Mike Stone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the game that everybody loves. You've never had it before.
Hey, I was going to say, I've never heard us do this.
Never. Debut edition of Mike Valenti's Know Your Opponent. And the reason we're doing it today is because the Lions take on the Baltimore Ravens. Mike is a historian of the National Football League, a big fan since the early 90s or even before that.
David, did you clear this?
He doesn't know what the questions are. And, of course, some of these
questions. I did with his questioning.
Right. So, obviously, some of the questions, because they're coming from me, you're going to yell at me for being too ridiculously hard.
This is a setup. This is called Mike's an Idiot.
No, but there's some really good ones that I think you will get.
Let's go.
For instance, I'll start you off with an easy one. Just to let everybody know, the Baltimore Ravens have been in existence as the Baltimore Ravens since 1996. The Ravens were named after a book written by this famous author.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Bingo!
All right, I got one. Okay. Now, as long as I got one,
you're good.
I'm fine. Now I can miss the rest.
And you're going to get this one too, but I'm sorry I have to bring this up. In Super Bowl 35.
Kerry Collins looked like he was on the take for the Mafia.
There were 3 non-offensive touchdowns scored.
All right.
They were scored in 36 seconds. Name 2 of the 3 players who scored those.
Was one of them Brandon Stokely on a punt return?
No.
Or was that just a straight-up reception?
That was a reception.
All right, so Stokely's out.
You just need 2 of the 3, and you'll get the Giant one.
The Giants didn't score.
There were 3 non-offensive touchdowns scored.
Well, Kerry Collins threw a pick 6.
Okay.
I just don't remember who.
To who?
Ray Lewis. I don't know.
No.
Dude, it was 25 years ago. I blocked that game from my memory.
Was it McAllister?
No.
Chris McAllister, the DB from Arizona. Good for you.
Don't call him a DB. Dwayne Starks.
Oh, my God. Yes.
And then right after that, the Giant touchdown was a kickoff return by Rod Dixon.
From Lambuth College.
Excuse me. Lambuth College?
I always hated this guy. They drafted him. He was a mystery man. That's the only decent thing he ever did. Yes.
And then the subsequent kickoff, the Ravens scored on a kickoff return by...
Oh, wait. I see this live radio. I don't get to think. No. It wasn't. It wasn't him. Oh my God, this is going to drive me insane. Just give me one hint. Can you give me one hint?
Yes, his initials are JL.
He went to East Rutherford High School.
I don't know. No. I'm pretty sure this guy's dead. Didn't he just die last year?
I know. I think you're thinking of the one who has the same name as a former Tiger who scored on a
Jacoby
kickoff.
Jones.
Right.
That was a 49ers Super Bowl.
That was the 49ers Super Bowl.
Okay, he's dead.
Yes. I believe so.
Okay, so
I believe so.
This guy not dead.
Thoughts and prayers.
Just go ahead. Who?
Jermaine Lewis.
Oh, there you go.
All right. You got one. Who was the first ever draft choice of the Baltimore Ravens?
Oh, my God. So they left Cleveland in 96.
Mm-hmm. So it'd be the 96 draft.
Oh, my
and I'll give you a little bit of a hint. They had
please.
2 first-round picks.
Oh, great.
This one was selected 4th
Okay,
overall.
time out. I got it. I was livid because I wanted this guy as a Giant, and we drafted old one-eyed Willie, numbnuts from Oklahoma. This was Jonathan Ogden.
Yes!
We drafted a guy with one effing eye. Go pull up the 96 draft. That was Kevin Hardy, Simeon Rice, Jonathan Ogden, and the Giants got the only lousy player who's from Oklahoma, and he had a glass eye. Was it Marcus Jones?
Ogden was from UCLA.
Right.
The Ravens.
The 2 were from Illinois. We drafted a guy from Oklahoma. What was his name? Type in one-eyed player from Oklahoma.
Cedric Jones.
Cedric Jones.
He was terrible.
By the way, the Ravens also selected Ray Lewis later in that first
Hell
round.
of a draft.
Yeah,
Just don't get in the limo.
Okay.
All
right, here we go. The Ravens never drafted a player from Michigan State, but they have drafted several from Michigan.
Wait a minute. They drafted Tony Banks.
No, they didn't draft him. According to
Tony
the
Banks
draft.
was a Ram first? Was
Yes,
that it?
I
Okay.
guess, yes.
See, I'm not doing bad on this.
No, but I didn't say you would. I think you did good because I know you know your
Marcus
stuff.
Jones. Now I'm fired up.
Cedric Jones.
But the Ravens have drafted several from Michigan. Who is the highest Michigan player the Ravens have ever drafted? So by highest, I mean like best pick by round.
Highest Wolverine ever as a Raven. Offense or defense?
Defense.
Shocker. How about David Ajabo?
Yes!
Wow,
Good
you
pick.
got it.
Once you did the Cedric Jones thing, now you got me locked in.
Okay, here we go.
Fire
Next.
now.
Who is the Ravens' all-time leader in receiving yards?
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go silent. I know we're on the radio. Receiving yards for a team that doesn't throw the ball.
Right.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. What about Todd Heap? He had a lot of good years there. No? All right,
No.
who?
Derek Mason.
Holy hell.
What?
In the afterlife after he left Tennessee.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's back when the Spartans put players in the NFL. Okay, carry on.
Okay.
It's a nice pull on Todd Heat, though.
He had a lot of good
Yes.
seasons.
How many head coaches have the Ravens had, and can you name them?
Oh, my God. I mean, John Harbaugh's been there forever.
There's
They had
one.
Brian Billick.
There's two.
Can I get a hint? Is there a third?
Yes.
I just need a hint.
He also coached the Baltimore Colts at one time.
Ted Marchibroda.
Yes! Bingo!
Let's go.
Way to go.
Let's go.
He was their first coach.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When they moved.
Yes.
Come on. Cedric Jones turned it all around.
Name 3 members of the Super Bowl 47 champion Ravens who at one time, either before or after, played with the Detroit Lions.
Oh, my God. 47? So
Yeah.
that would be the Niners Super Bowl.
Yes.
All right. Who was a Lion on that team? That was the lights going out in the Superdome. All right. Who the hell was a Lion on that team? Mike, without a hint, and we're live. You need time to put pencil to paper.
Two are on defense, one is on offense.
Okay.
All 3 did not play very long for the Lions.
Oh, I see one. Wow.
Go ahead, David. Feel free.
I see it, so I'm cheating.
Well, just say it. I'm not going to guess
Anquan Bolden.
Here's one.
That's one.
Wow. Okay. That's super brief.
Yeah.
All right.
The other one was also brief. He was a big guy. Nose tackle.
Oh, yeah.
From Oregon. I think he was from Oregon.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Big guy, nose tackle, Oregon. Go ahead. Just come on.
Haloti Ngata.
Oh, my goodness.
That was also brief.
But he
Yes.
was good as a Lion. See,
Yes.
I was thinking bid players.
Right. And
Damn
the
it.
third one, James Ahitabo.
Oh, yeah. We'd be here until tomorrow.
Okay. We have 2 left.
Okay.
Name 3 of the Ravens' 4 quarterbacks who played quarterback collegiately in the state of Michigan.
Okay. So, one would be Tony Banks.
Correct.
All right. Who else? Oh, Elvis Gerbach.
There's 2.
Okay. Who was the third? Kenny, why do you look disgusted I got that?
These polls by you, man. Crazy.
And there's one more that played in the state of Michigan.
2 more. But you're going to have to get 1 more because I said 3 of the 4.
Okay.
Did Gronkowski play for the Ravens?
Bruce? He played at Toledo.
He didn't play in the state of Michigan.
Oh, I was thinking Central Michigan. I'm sorry.
Was Charlie Batch ever a backup for Baltimore?
No.
Okay.
No.
Give me a hint on the other 2.
One transferred out of the state of Michigan.
Okay. Wolverine who would have left and got drafted by the Ravens.
Not necessarily drafted by the Ravens.
Oh, all right. Then just let's go.
The 2 are Ryan Mallett.
No, I thought he was wasn't he with the Patriots?
Yes, but he also played for the Ravens.
I
which
never would have got it. Don't
he-
even remember him with the Ravens.
And some guy named Jim Harbaugh
What?
played for the Ravens. Yeah.
Was that the last 6 minutes of his career?
I think it actually was.
Wow.
Pretty much. And finally, the last one. Speaking of quarterbacks, who is the Ravens' all-time leader in completion percentage, minimum 100 passes?
If this is Trent Dilfer, my head's going to explode. Come on. Minimum 100 passes.
Mm-hmm.
I Vinny Testaverde, the early years. Dilfer. Couldn't be Banks. Then it went to Joe Flacco. You just got to. We're running out of time.
Somebody you'll probably see tonight, Lamar Jackson.
Okay, you tricked me. I'm over here in the black and white era, and he goes with the guy that's right here tonight.
And that was the debut performance of Name Your Opponent. Mike, I think you did very well.
Marcus Jones.
Cedric Jones.
He was terrible. He doesn't deserve for me to get his name right.
Ted Marchibroda, who also went to the University of Detroit, by the way.
Really?
Yes. When I used to have a football team.
Was that 1860?
Something like
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The Lions are on the road tonight in Baltimore. The injury report Saturday had edge rusher Marcus Davenport sidelined for this one. There were several questionable pieces, including linebacker Jack Campbell, safety Kirby Joseph, offensive tackler Taylor Decker, and corner DJ Reed. Free Press writer Dave Burkett thinks so. I'll give it a go today. Kickoff at 8:15. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. NFL insider Adam Schefter reporting that 49ers defensive end Nick Bosa has suffered a season-ending ACL tear. Meanwhile, Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb has a high ankle sprain and likely will not play against the Packers. It looks like he will not go on IR either. The Tigers have the day off. They'll start a series in Cleveland tomorrow. The team will begin a pre-sale for postseason tickets tomorrow at 2, according to Tony Paul of the News. According to ESPN's Pete Thamel, Auburn basketball coach Bruce Pearl expected to retire. His son Steven will now serve as their coach at least this season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, great to have you with us. We will get to Lions and Ravens in the back half of the show. We wanted to give some time to the Tigers, and the people have responded.
By the way, Mike, I just want to mention, because you were talking in our little game we played before.
Yeah.
That was Cedric Jones. You were upset because the Giants took him right after Jonathan Ogden.
I hated his guts.
Do you realize the next year you took Ike Hilliard? The pick before him was another Hall of Fame offensive lineman, Walter Jones. You were so close to having one of the greatest offensive lines of all time.
I'm convinced in another life, Kadarius Toney is Ike Hilliard's son. They're the same guy. Where was I? Oh, the Tigers. People are ready to rock. I've asked the question. All right, they had a 0-for-6 homestand. Now, the Guardians blew the lead yesterday, or you'd be tied. Tomorrow night is a Scooble start. Fangraph still has you at about a 62% shot of winning this division. Are you better or worse than that in your confidence level? And again, that doesn't mean you're happy.
No.
That doesn't mean this is fun. But I still am confident they're going to make it because math. That's it. Now, you lose tomorrow, it takes a totally different tone. So I'm still going to say I think you're going to get this done. But, man, are people pissed. And we're talking to them. So, and Stoney, you wanted to assign blame. You're putting it at the players'
I'm
feet.
putting most of the players, yes. Scott Harris definitely should take, 40% of the blame, but for me, 60% on the players.
To the people we go. We'll go to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, what's going on, pal?
Hey, good afternoon to you guys.
What's up, Ivory?
No, for me, it's just, real simple. Like, I'm kind of like, it's just about opportunity. Your opportunities don't care about really the situation. Like Scott Harris sat there at the deadline, even in his own words. I forgot what interview it was after the trade deadline. Even in his own words said, he responded to a question by saying, we're nowhere near ready to win a World Series. So they sat there on their tail at the trade deadline and did nothing. And after that, I kind of realized why. Because the own general manager, the president, or whatever you want to call him, sat there and told, and maybe that has made an effect on the players, like hearing that their own lead or manager, whatever, let them know that they're not ready. How do they think the players are going to respond to that? They didn't do anything. They flipped the team the bird at the trade deadline because they felt that they weren't nowhere near ready, and you're just going to go work with what you have. And honestly, for me, Riley Green, your best players like Riley Green, Torkelson, Carpenter, they cannot perform. Their swings are so bad. Their at-bats are so bad. And you can't have a lefty in Riley Green that, one, can't hit lefties and is on pace to strike out like 250 times.
Here, and to your point, here's what Riley Green, who's your best ball player, has given you in the month of September. Guy's hitting 190.
Right. And to me, they're platooning the wrong. If you want to platoon somebody or switch, don't hit Riley Green against. I'd rather see Kerry Carpenter against lefties. So my thing with the Tigers is just I think they're going to make it. Probably, but I just don't. Their rotation is so bad. It's one of those things where, they can make it. They're not doing anything because their own general manager sat there on his butt and didn't do anything. Their rotation beyond Scuba, who's not even 100%, mind you.
Well, and there's the key.
It's so bad.
Ivory, that's the key in all of this. I want to build off something you said because I think you're on track with something. And it is the idea that they were going to bolster the rotation with Chris Paddock and Charlie Morton. That's the problem. And before any of you go, oh, well, it's not like Nolan Ryan was available. Listen, your job is to seek out and negotiate quality deals, not to throw your hands in the air and go, ugh, the prices are just so high. And then you give your organization nothing burgers. Stoney read the list of the pitching, quote, help that was offered here. These people are either unemployed and or terrible. That's the problem. Right off the rip, you can find players that have term. You will have to pay for them. But I don't think, this has always been a straw man that media and organizations use to defend themselves. Oh, what'd you want us to do? Trade away the future? No one said that.
No one did.
There was never going to be a discussion of Max Clark or McGonigal or even Bryce Renier. Okay? There wasn't. But beyond that, your job is to identify who can be a part of this. No, I wouldn't have sold my soul to the devil for Eugenio Suarez. He's a rental. I wouldn't have done that. But did it mean you get no one? Again, I'm not going to put guys like Ryan McMahon on a pedestal. I'm making a point.
No.
You got to offer something as a right-handed bat. They didn't. And you had to get a quality pitcher. Because the reality looking forward, part of Scott Harris's job is future casting, right?
Yeah.
Well, Jack Flaherty has a vested option. I don't think he's opting out. You owe him $20 million next year. Jackson Jobe is dead. Tarek Skubal, who knows?
That's going to be so interesting.
It is. So my point is, he could have paid a price for someone to stabilize this thing with Olsen and Mize next year while helping you now. They made willful decisions not to. And then they belabored, I didn't want to be haunted by a trade. Who the hell would have been haunted trading Bryce Anderson? Like, you just get to a point, are you serious about it or not?
Wes Anderson.
Whatever.
Yeah, I know, I'm just...
Okay.
No, it's Max Anderson,
Cedric
actually.
Jones.
It's Max.
Cedric Jones.
It's Max Anderson.
Cedric Jones. My day has been wrecked thinking about that 1996 draft pick by the Giants. Thank you.
Always so glad to help.
You're welcome. Let's go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, how you doing, buddy?
I am well, Mike. How are you, Stoney?
Good.
I got a question. Didn't we have this same conversation in March, except it was with Iserman, and they've got great talent in the minors, but we're not making trades to bring in the people to put us over the top? It's not a general manager. It is ownership. It's Chris Ilitch, his family made a fortune on $5 pizzas, which are satisfying and they're okay and they do the job, but the $13 pizzas hit better and they are better tasting and better quality, and that's what we are. We're a $5 organization in a $13 league, and it's management.
But here's the problem. Bill, as much as if we're going to comp him out to his dad, we're never going to be happy. But did they add payroll, substantial payroll this year? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now, that's where that argument dies. Now, the hockey thing, there is a salary cap. Now, here's where I don't have the answer. So, Bill, you may be right. Okay? I'm more than leaving open this possibility, but I can't prove it. There seems to be an issue with offering term in hockey. Now, that, to me, is an Iserman thing. He doesn't want to sign 7-8-year deals. The baseball side, I can't kill the Tigers. They offered Alex Bregman too much term. And he took a better deal because he got paid more than Aaron Judge. And he gets to opt out again. So I'm hesitant to go there and say, well, it's ownership. They don't have the Cleveland payroll. Now, they also don't have a $200 million payroll. So it can be a little bit of both, Billy.
Right. They're like middle of the pack, right?
Yeah, and that's my point is, I'm saying I understand what Bill is saying because I think like he does. I always want to spend a little bit more. But I can't sit here and act like we're operating, as he put it, a $5 franchise.
No.
Am I in love with ownership? Absolutely not.
No, but this
is not ownership.
No.
This is about, you have a GM and president. You have an organizational ethos. They really believe they're this, at least how they operate, seems like, feels like, sounds like they think a lot of themselves. And I think it bit them. I think they got seduced by the Disney movie last year. You had about 60 really nice days this year. And since then, you're a sub 500 team. And at the deadline, rather than do the hard stuff, they waved the white flag and said, too expensive, won't shop here. We're not ready, wait for the kids. That's what when you zoom out, that's what it feels like.
By the way, I know he's his brother, and we were talking about, getting Charlie Morton and Paddock.
Yes.
And I know at the deadline he really wasn't pitching well.
Whose brother are we speaking of?
Ben Verlander tweeted out, I don't think the Tigers would be in this position if Scott Harris pursued Justin at the trade deadline. And Justin, the last month of the season, has been really, really good. He certainly couldn't have been worse than what they got, right?
Okay, but all right,
I know. If they would have done that, people, they just bringing another guy back home and all that.
The difference is, as good, like for Verlander, his last 10 starts is rocking an ERA near 2. It's somewhere there. I'm spitballing. The point I'm making to you is, when they traded for Morton was so bad the first couple of months, then he kind of was okay for the Orioles. Verlander was terrible.
I know.
So if you traded for him,
people would have gone crazy.
You would have the same people saying this is a ticket stunt.
Right.
So I can't kill him on that.
Okay.
And I can't even believe Verlander's pitching good. Did you watch him the first 4 months?
My brother-in-law is a big San Francisco Giant fan, and my friend Tommy is too, and they hated him. I said, well, it's
and
Father
also,
Time.
too, here's the thing, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I don't need Ben Verlander talking about trading for his brother. You're compromised.
I guess he went crazy on Scott Harris on other stuff today, though.
Well, like what?
I don't know. He just said on the podcast that I'm not listening to.
All right. Well, listen, you're the Oracle. You're the Godfather.
Yeah.
You know all, you see all, you hear all. I want to know what the hell he said about Scott Harris.
I know.
That interests me much more. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. Injury attorney David Feminini, the guy you got to call if you're in an accident. Bottom line, what if you didn't have to make that call? David's Driving Edge. It's about keeping you safe. Tips, tricks. GetDavidGetPaid.com/driving edge. You'll find reminders for the road. But because accidents do happen, well, if they do or when they do, David's here. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, before we get back to the people, David, a few ticket texts. We will get to the Lions. We're also going to do Can We Say That? Our new Monday tradition. Stoney has several college and several pro, and we will solicit your Can We Say That? In advance of Monday Night Football, which we will get to. David, the ticket text, please.
From Ryan, he says, this team is no fun, and I don't care about them anymore.
Okay.
I hate this Tigers team right now. If they lose the Scooble start, they do not make the playoffs, period.
I know it sounds like oversimplification, but I feel the same way. I right now I'm confident, but if you lose the Scooble start and you're sitting there tied and you're on a 7-game losing streak, and Cleveland knows it is squarely advantage them in the following 2 days. Yeah, but again, if you just win 2 games and one of them's tomorrow, you're in. I really believe 2 and 4 get you in.
I do too. But I still don't think they're going to go 2 and 4.
You really think they're missing it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
They can't hit.
Come on, just get in and everything resets. Texas back
whoa, David.
Okay. It does.
Dave, please.
I'm reading the text. Just get in.
Yeah, well, yeah. Never mind. I'm going to edit myself. And I know my wife thanks me.
Stoney, come on. I'm trying to keep a straight face. Texas back their way in. And you know what? Forget it. I'm just moving on.
You know what? Probably best we just go to the people. Mm-hmm. We're done. Kenny ruined everything by laughing, and then it made me laugh, and then stupid drops. Let's just go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, Mike. Thank you for your patience. What's up?
Thank you. Yeah, I've been waiting a while, but it's worth it. You're like therapy to me.
This is cathartic for us all.
Everyone keeps saying owner. As manager Hinch is sitting back and saying, boy, I'm not taking any heat at all. Let's give Hinch a little bit of heat here. He is the manager. Show some emotion. I've watched all of his post-game interviews, okay, Mike? All of them. Oh, they tried their best. Oh, we got to do better. Get mad, for God's sakes. I know you're not a fan. Guess how many times he's been thrown out of games this year, Mike? Make it 0. Cleveland manager Frank Kona. He's got his team on the verge of a wild card. Get mad. Cleveland manager has been thrown out 13 times.
Cleveland's manager is not Francona, by the way.
Is the
excuse me, Cincinnati.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, but understand something. Aaron Boone gets thrown out of a game twice a week. I think Aaron Boone's an idiot. I can't listen. If you're going to give Hinch the credit when the team wins, I'm fine with you placing some blame. But remember, Mike, we did this last week. Just hear me for 1 second. I'll give you all the time you want. Mike, the most overrated thing is the team meeting or the manager throwing a chair. You know, it's not that way anymore. And if you think Hinch is all bubble gum and back rubs, you're missing it. There's a forward-facing attitude and message, and then there's a behind-closed door.
Absolutely. And the fact of the matter is that he doesn't even allow any of his assistant coaches to even speak, says that everything in that organization, in that clubhouse, stays in that clubhouse.
Michael.
But do you notice, Mike, that the players just look like they're dead? You look at the Cleveland players when they're playing Cleveland, there's emotion. They want to win.
Because they're winning. Mike, it's because they're winning. They're playing well. When the Tigers were playing well earlier in the season, come on, they would do all this kind of stuff. I mean, thankfully they didn't do the dumb thing in the with the pizza and the Little Caesars thing with the home runs this year. They got rid of that. But you know, they always looked like they were having fun when they were playing well.
But I feel something is going on behind closed door. How can this? Did you know? Now listen. This is going to be an ESPN special. Detroit loses tomorrow. This is the worst collapse in MLB history. Cleveland had a 17.5 game deficit 6 weeks ago. This will be the biggest collapse ever.
15.5.
Okay, but Mike, I understand, and believe me, we are well on our way down the bobsled run towards the finish line of infamy. But we do have the best pitcher in the sport going tomorrow night against a team that can't really hit. And again, Cleveland has been playing really good baseball, but it's unsustainable baseball. Yesterday was the third time in almost 20 games they allowed more than 2 runs. You can't sustain that. Now, again, they don't have to much longer. But for God's sakes, yeah, you know what this is? It's a group of young players. Nobody on this team's really won anything, by the way. They're young, they don't have veteran leadership, and a lot of them have limited ability. And now the magic isn't happening anymore. And they're looking around going, why isn't this working? Well, you don't have stars to lean on. You don't have guys with World Series rings. You don't have enough quality.
Correct.
So they're gripping. They're scared. Their confidence is gone. Nothing's working. You're hitting a ball 110-mile exit velo, and it's right at somebody. Murphy's Law. Stephen Kwan ran another ball down. Well, he's a superstar. Oh, J-Ram took us deep. Yep, superstar.
Yes.
Then you bring in your best reliever, dead. Hey, we're going to get a good start today. Fart noise. Hey, look, we're going to do all the matchups. It's going to be sweet, and Jahmai Jones is Roberto Clemente. No, he's not. So they're gripping, Mike.
I know.
Not you,
I know the other
caller, Mike.
Yes.
There's too many mics.
I know. That's right.
It's ridiculous.
Three of us.
Ridiculous. Now, David, you want to try this one more time without being provocative? Texts.
Scott Harris deserves half the blame for the bargain shopping in the offseason and the deadline. The players deserve the other half, especially Riley Green. This is like listening to really, really good sermon right now, guys. I'm just saying amen to everything you guys are saying right now. The Tigers are screwed.
Okay.
Totally checked out on the Tigers. I'm a season ticket holder, and even I can't watch this. I hope they hang on, but it will be very hard to get excited come playoff time if they make it.
I said this last week. There is an element of the fan base who I think just like, you know what? Just die. Just save the pain. Just be done.
I almost wonder if they do get in and they won't have the number 1 or number 2 seed and they have to play the best of 3 and it'll be here, will they sell out those games?
Yes. Come on.
It's playoffs.
It's playoff
I
baseball.
hope so.
Here's a little rally towel. Hey, Willie Nelson over there is going to be down there. You
I
see
know.
him right over there.
I'll be there too.
Well, I'll tell you this. Last year, when it was the first game of actual playoffs, I think it was, or not the first game of playoffs, it was the Red Wings opening night and also the Tigers at the same time were playing, I think, the Guardians at the same time. That Chevy Plaza filled with Tigers fans. Thank you, Mike. It was packed down there. If you give them a reason to show up, they will show up.
And again, Comerica is a really hard place to play in the playoffs. Yeah. It is not easy. No, people will be there. I'm just saying when you take the totality, we've gotten enough phone calls from people. They're just so angry and they're so done. They're like, you know what? Do me a favor. Go away. I want to watch my football.
You're right.
That's baseball's problem too, by the way.
Yes.
Season is entirely too long. 248-539-9797. Kenny, please. We'll get to the phone calls. We got to get to Can We Say That? Stoney edition, and we can begin soliciting your Can We Say That's. This is a hell of a good show. I haven't even vented about the Giants yet. Things are going swell.
That's beautiful.
Oh boy.
Moonball. Sorry.
Just please leave it alone. 97.1. All right, we're going to get to Can We Say That in about 10 minutes. Lions Talk begins in about an hour as we head to Monday Night Football. Don't forget, Costa and Rico, they have the pregame. They will begin at 6. Wow, Kenny has – hold on. Let's step aside. This man is fired up. That microphone – you're primed to speak. What's going on?
No, I just enjoyed your.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow. What happened? Is everybody okay?
You cannot move that mic.
There was maybe you were trying to impersonate the earthquake that took place in San Francisco.
No, I just enjoyed your Costa Rica reset. That was nice.
Costa Rica or whatever it was called. I don't know. Whatever. Those two will have the pregame.
And by the way, myself and Jennifer Hammond will be here for the postgame.
You're coming back.
Yes.
Will there be another cheesesteak for dinner?
Probably not, because tonight is the first night of Rosh Hashanah, so Happy New Year to all my Jewish friends.
What's on the menu for that?
Oh, there's nothing in my house tonight. My wife is going out. They go out to dinner, which is kind of a weird deal, and they go to services.
Are there any like restrictions to this deal?
No.
Forgive my ignorance.
No.
Okay, so you can just eat whatever you want.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's not Passover where you can't.
All right, Stoney's eating another cheesesteak tonight. I think that's just happening.
Yes. Next week, Yom Kippur, where you fast for a day.
Okay, so that's now. Do you do that?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yes, I have to atone for all my sins.
Well, you might want to make it 2 days.
I know.
All right, let's
with all the cheesesteaks and whatnot.
That's right. Well, and you break the fast with copious amounts of bagels and lox.
Really?
Whitefish. Yes.
This is fascinating.
I thought you were going to say Coke, but okay.
Okay, that's
Whoa!
David.
Come on.
You meant Diet Coke, all right? Everybody relax.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, with Stoney, he didn't. Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on?
Wow, how do I follow up with that?
You just move on.
Yes, exactly.
You just call in and you go, yep, not doing that.
What I will do is, it's the whole city. It's the fact that the Lions won't spend any money. The Red Wings won't fire Iserman. We didn't spend any money for the Tigers at the beginning of the season. We spent a little. We got some one-year prove-it deals.
Yeah.
Almost glorified, filler.
They did offer Bregman
That's the key.
you know what load of money. So.
And what? But yeah, you offered it and you didn't get him. And honestly, I'm with Valeni. I didn't want him for that long.
No,
but
I'm just saying they tried, and I wasn't going where the Red Sox were going. He made more money this year than Aaron Judge. That's absurd.
Yeah, but I mean, I tried to have relations with a supermodel. I failed. So I mean, just because you tried, that means you're completely inept at your job, and you didn't have to just go after one person. And Harris did some good things with the farm system, with player development. I'm not saying that he's absolutely terrible, but it's the fact that every last one of these general managers they don't need to win. They more care about keeping their jobs. And the fact of the matter is, I'm tired of watching that crap.
I think what you're saying, part of it is true. We're all tired of watching the crap, and they are a little bit too passive. But I do not think, I could be completely wrong, that whether it's Brad Holmes, Steve Yzerman, or Scott Harris, they sit there and say, oh, boy, I hope I keep my job. They make enough money. They're set for life, and most of them can get another job somewhere else anyway.
Yeah, but hold on. Hold on. To Robert's point, it's this. In other markets where it's win or you're out,
I get that.
You act differently.
Oh, I know.
These guys, to Robert's point, they are operating within the market condition where in this town, this is where I get mad at people. Oh, we just let Brad cook. Okay, great. We lost to a rookie quarterback at home last year. Like, we didn't make the Super Bowl 2 years ago. I don't want to hear the let it cook stuff. Go all in.
When you fail to get the players that you need in the offseason, and then you don't supplement it, hey, we're having a really good year. Even if you think that we're garbage, why is a team that was out of the playoffs in Boston trying harder than the team that had the best record in the American League?
That's right. There you go. Because that market demands it.
Right.
This one doesn't.
Exactly.
Robert, you got to blame your fellow fan a little bit.
That's true.
This town has gotten soft.
No,
that's why I call it Cialis City.
I agree.
This town needs a boner pill.
I don't disagree with that. My point was that they're not worried about their jobs.
No, like they're like this because you're an NBA guy too. Restore the floor. A lot of NBA, like I would say 75% of NBA GMs, they have no designs on winning a championship. They're all about getting their next contract. That's all the NBA is. It's a show. It's not even a real league.
Well, even the commissioner tells you that. It's just
watch the highlights. Right. But other jobs, look, Scott Harris knows he's going to be here. But Scott Harris, this is where if you want to assign blame, you can. I'm not saying you'll be right, but you could. Let me pathway this. Last week I talked about it. When you sit down to do an interview with Chris Ilitch and you give him your idea how I'm going to run this franchise, if you walk through the door like Dave Dombrowski and go, here's the deal, I need a payroll of 2.25, I'm gonna wipe out the prospects and we're going to go win a World Series, you're not getting the job. Scott Harris came to town and said, this is conjecture, I can do this affordably, I'll fix your minor league system, and you'll be consistently good, and we'll put people through turnstiles. You're going to get that job.
Probably.
And think about it. With Steve Yzerman, what's Yzerman's pitch been? Rebuilds take a long time. We're going to draft and develop. We're not going to do stupid things. And guess what? I'm interested in winning long term. So you think about it, the sales pitch for both guys, even though one guy's a 30-something no one ever heard of and the other guy's a legend that a lot of people have pajamas of, it's the same sales pitch. Wait for the kids.
You're right.
And I'm going to build you a consistent winner. No talk of championships.
Right.
Who talks of championships? Who?
No one.
That's
the Lions kind
once
of
again, Cialis City. The minute they said Super Bowl or bust and they failed, they came back this year, and here's what we got from Brad Holmes. What, is it like this in every market? Fans are almost mad to have Aiden. No one's mad to have Aiden.
No.
We're mad at the way the year went. But don't worry. David? No, you don't want to say anything? It's fine. I can go to Ron. 97.1. Ron, what's going on, pal?
Afternoon, guys. Yeah, I do not think Tigers are going to make the playoffs, and I assign blame completely to Scott Harris. You guys already gave the list of bums that he signed at the deadline, but the biggest problem with those bums is they had to send people down in order to try these guys out. He sent Brennan Hanafy, who had a 2.92 ERA at the time. He sent down Brant Herter, who had a 2.45 ERA at the time. They had great chemistry. These guys had been part of the team since that run last year. And he sent them down to try these bums out that almost all of them failed. And I think he ruined the chemistry and the camaraderie of this pitching staff. I really do. I really think it hurt
No, I
the
think
team.
look, Ron, I'm just going to disagree on this level. When you add two guys who basically had 6 ERAs to your rotation, that'll go a long way in destroying your rotation. He didn't find the right replacements. And as far as the bullpen goes, the guys he brought in, who was good? Finnegan was pretty good, then he got hurt.
Right.
But the rest, they didn't bring anybody. I mean, Stoney went down the list. I mean, Ron, I'm not going to say that Herter and Hanafy are the difference between the best record in baseball and blowing a 15.5 game lead. I can't do that. No?
Yeah, I agree. But they're better. They're better than those Drew Summers and Cody Hewer. I mean, those guys definitely cost them a couple games.
Well, it's part of that was that Hanafy and Herter got hurt for a little bit too. Don't forget.
Yeah, the other part. I don't want to go down this road.
No.
The other problem is they just seem like they've gotten so reliant on Federal fix it. Hey, I just signed a dead guy. Federal fix it.
Yeah.
They should have bumper sticks. Like it should be an advertisement at the park. 1-800 Feder fixes. Like you at a certain point you need pedigree.
You would think that Federer would have his jersey retired before Fedorov, the way that happened this town.
Okay. By the way, did you see what night the Fedorov thing is?
Yeah, Carolina.
Yeah, and it's a Monday night. It's not even a weekend for the fans. Monday night. Kenny will be there. Don't worry. He's wearing white Nike skates that night. It's going to be hot.
Beautiful.
David, any ticket text, or do you want to get to Can We Say That?
I'm ready for Can We Say That?
Okay, then. We'll do it next. 97.1. FanDuel Sportsbook, your home for all NFL bets, from yards, touchdowns. FanDuel's got it all. Play the game. FanDuel, giving all customers a 50% profit boost token for tonight's game. Lions and Ravens, whether it's a Derrick Henry anytime TD, Amon-Ra receptions. If you can dream it, you can bet it. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's a very exciting time on a Monday. A new tradition. And that's Mike Stone. Where's the Rome drop for this? It is Stoney's edition of Can We Say That?
All right.
That's Mike Stone. Where is? I need that once today.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
All right. I will have the thought, and you guys respond to it, okay? Can we say that Joe Rossi may rival Scotty Hazelton as Mike Valenti's most hated defensive assistant coach in Michigan State history?
Oh, God. Yeah, it's getting close. I mean...
No sacks, right?
No, in their power, in the games... Right. No, they don't do anything well. There's no pressure. There's no coverage. The blitzes don't work. Again, this is what happens when you don't raid the portal in a serious manner and you go sign these bums from other teams. You can fire Rossi, but you're not going to fix it unless you get your NIL together correctly and buy the best defensive players you can. And yes, he's approaching welfare Santa Claus, currently at Wake Forest.
And it doesn't help when your best defensive player gets thrown out of the game for targeting.
Yeah, but Jordan Hall's fine, but I'm not turning him.
No, I said he's your best defensive player.
He's not Ike Reese, all right? Take it easy.
Hey, Ike.
That's Mike Stone.
Ike Reese doing what we're doing right now in Philadelphia. Okay.
That's Mike Stone.
Can we say that Michigan's wide receivers are the worst in the Big Ten, or at least their biggest flaw?
I can say they're not up to the level of their program, and they're not playoff good. I'm not ready to tell you they're worse than, Wisconsin or something.
Yeah,
that's not fair.
That's true.
But they're just not at the level needed. And I look, mission number one for them this offseason, buy the best 2 receivers your copious budget can afford. And get Bryce Underwood the weapons necessary on the perimeter.
Yeah. Because they dropped a few balls, the ones that he threw that were good.
That's Mike Stone.
Yes. Thank you, Jim. Can we say that Dabo Swinney will be the lead studio analyst on the ACC network next season?
No, because his buyout is $60 million. Clemson does not have that kind of money. Mm-hmm. So in order for him to be the lead studio analyst, he has to willingly walk away from $60 million. No.
Okay. You're right. But it's unbelievable what's going on there.
Not really. The guy refused to modernize, refused to hit the portal.
But he did a little bit this year, and they got guys who came back, and they had a good quarterback.
Too little, too late.
I know.
That's Mike Stone.
Yes. Can we say, Jim Rome, that Kurt Signetti, despite being an asshat at times...
Whoa, thought he was going somewhere else with that.
I know. Is really a good football coach, and Indiana is for real.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. And you know what I like? He knows he's got no shot of beating Oregon and Outson, and he's probably got very little shot of beating Penn State. But you know what he's going to do at the end of the year? We beat in heavy quotations, top 10 team 63-10. He's a red ass. And here's the best part.
He's creative, too.
But what they're doing isn't fake. Look at their trenches. Look at the O-line and D-line. Illinois had 13 runs. They got stuffed on 12 of them.
And I thought Illinois was the team that was, beefing up on their lines. They were awful.
Signetti is any new coach's worst nightmare because they're going to get measured against him. And guess what? They're going to measure against Fran Brown a little bit at Syracuse. That's why all these Spartans who get mad at me, I ain't trying to hear it. It doesn't take 3 seasons to win 8 games. Not 10 or 12, 8.
By the way, if for some reason that Smith doesn't come back, would you be all aboard on Fran Brown and Michigan State? Okay.
No, absolutely not. He's a little much. You hear his comments this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, you contact my players. I'm going to get you. I ain't no bitch. And I'm like, okay, you're a football coach and a leader of men. Can we act like it?
Can we say that the Big Ten has the best quarterbacks of any conference in the country?
Who? Dante Moore. Show me real opponents.
Okay.
We'll find out this weekend.
Mendoza.
Mendoza's good.
I still think Drew Aller's good.
I'm glad you do.
I think the kid from USC is good.
All right. I would say we need more time to make that claim because the schedule hasn't presented enough show me moments. Okay. We'll get a few this week.
Right. Because the ones from the SEC materials obviously look really good, but who else has really stood out?
It ain't Gunnar Stockton.
Yeah, I know. Can we say that you...
AI Kirby, please.
Can we say that you would rather have Biff Poggi manage your money than manage your clock?
Considering he was a hedge fund guy?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that clock management 4.5 was...
That was one of the
special,
worst
to say the least.
Yes, and actually...
But would it kill you to not give up a Hail Mary?
Yes,
I'm just saying, come on.
Yeah, you got to knock it down. Sharon was actually asked about that today, and he said no comment, which means he's at home pissed off about that. Whatever. Can we say that the Fox network should move Benetti and RG3 to the number 1 spot ahead of Gus and Platt.
No, because they're even worse.
Whoa!
That broadcast on Saturday night was a flat embarrassment. Robert Griffin III is an atrocity. Look, Benetti on national stuff is way better than he is on local. That's all I'll say because I'm trying to be nice.
But I thought he was better than Gus. So
no, you have to understand. It is when it's the pairing.
Okay.
Benetti with other people would be fine. Anyone with RG3. It could be John Madden with RG3. It could be Brent Musburger with RG3. It could be anyone you love with RG3. They immediately morph into crap.
Okay.
RG3 is awful. Awful. Here was RG3 the whole first quarter. That's all he was doing was making these noises about blocks and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you're trying way too hard. Can you just stop?
All right, let's move to the National Football League. Can we say that Carson Wentz will be the Vikings quarterback the whole season?
I'll roll with it.
They've, 2 games back-to-back in Europe?
Yeah, I'll roll with it because, again, JJ was that bad. If Wentz can be an average quarterback, they can win 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
The Flores defense, that O-line, the running game, I'll say yes. And by the way, they're already doing the runway for JJ. Oh, he might not be back till like week 8.
Right.
Yeah, at that point.
This year for him was supposed to be last year, so
yeah,
I wouldn't write him off as a career
Look, he
yet.
just looks a lot different when he doesn't have the other team's place.
Oh, stop that. Can we say...
Sorry.
That the Mahomes fumble recovery is analogous to the Derek Jeter throw home to get Giambi because only cyborgs would know to make those plays.
Yeah, or Bobby Okereke could just fall on the damn ball.
That was an unbelievable.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
Just fall on the ball.
But he had the presence of mind to do that just
Fine.
like Jeter.
Fine.
For your Yankees, you wear a Yankee hat.
You want to sponge base him with Collinsworth? You do it. I've had it.
Just for that play. Come on, that was unbelievable. He was the only person in the building that realized it was a backward pass.
No, the Giants did when they tripped over their penises trying to recover it.
Well...
Yeah, no, we can't say that. Okay. Next.
Okay. Can we say that the blocked Kickapalooza was the craziest 5 minutes of multi-game football ever?
Yes. Never seen anything like it.
Unbelievable.
Never see. You watch NFL football 50 years, you'll never see it again.
No. That was
Cleveland, Baltimore, Tampa Bay. What happened in the Ram game? And it was boom, boom, boom.
Right. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, insanity.
And by the way, kudos to Aaron Glenn's reaction dance.
I feel for AJ.
I know. He deserved to win that game.
They should be 2-1.
Yeah.
They really should. But they're not. They're the Jets.
I know. You love yourself some Jets. Can we say that Jackson Dart will start at New Orleans for your G-Men in Week 5?
Sure. I don't care. Yeah, maybe.
Because it does no good to have him start against the Chargers.
It doesn't do any good to exist. If I were Jackson Dart, I'd demand a trade. The organization is just... I can't even describe them because it would get me fired. Just move on. Yeah, sure, Mike. They'll play him in Week 5. What will Dayball be the coach? Should he be?
All right. I got time for one more.
Yeah, sure.
One more. All right, here we go. Can we say that the injury to Joe Mixon is the most significant in the NFL thus far?
No. Houston's offensive line is why they look this way. CJ Stroud is getting pressured on over 40% of third downs. You cannot function. I'm going to say no to the Mixon thing.
Okay.
One more.
One more? Good. I have one more left.
Good.
Can we say that Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert should be in the MVP conversation?
On September 22nd, yes.
Okay.
Hey, Daniel Jones is terrible. He's going to cost Dayball his job. Let's get rid of him. Hey, Daniel Jones is awesome, so let's get rid of Dayball. My life is hell as it pertains to football. I am in a football prison. Daniel Jones doesn't punt. He's a monolith now. Guy couldn't get out of bed in the morning with the Giants.
Kind of helps you have Jonathan Taylor there, too.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
He also had Saquon at one point, too, though, didn't he?
That's Mike Stone.
And that is, can we say that?
Both Michigan and Michigan State have a bye this weekend, but we just found out the kickoff times for their games on October 4th. The Wolverines will battle the Badgers of Wisconsin at noon in Ann Arbor, while Michigan State will kick at 4 against Nebraska in Lincoln. The Lions take on the Ravens tonight in Baltimore. Kickoff at 8:15 right here on the ticket. No Marcus Davenport tonight. Linebacker Jack Campbell, safety Kirby Joseph, offensive tackle Taylor Decker, and corner DJ Reed are all questionable. According to ESPN, Browns offensive tackle Dwan Jones needs season-ending knee surgery. Cleveland takes on the Lions this Sunday, of course. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn says that QB Jaden Daniels is still day-to-day as well. The Tigers have the night off. They prepare for Cleveland tomorrow. They've won 10 of their last 11. The Athletic reporting that 36-year-old play-by-play man Alex Faust will take over for Bob Costas, calling the MLB playoffs for TNT. Brian Anderson remains the company's number one. Practice began for Michigan State basketball today. Tom Izzo announced the captains for this season, including Jeremy Fears, Cohen Carr, Jackson Kohler, and Carson Cooper. It marks just the second time in Izzo's tenure that he's had 4 captains. Auburn basketball has confirmed the news that head coach Bruce Pearl is stepping down, with his son Steven taking the reins, calling him one of the best defensive minds in college basketball. Rockets point guard Fred VanVleet may be out for the season thanks to a torn ACL. Shams has that. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock, so here's what we're going to do. We need your Can We Say That's. You watched a weekend of football and sports in general. You have questions. You have things you think you're sure of, but you want validation as to whether you can say that. Phone lines are wide open. First 10, get in. 248-539-9797. It's just like what we did where Stoney said, hey, Mike, can we say, ask away. Let's get after it.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, that's Mike Stone.
Have the drop ready. The Lions have placed Marcus Davenport on injured reserve. Dan Campbell said he doesn't think the injuries. This is from Colton Pouncey.
I'm not listening.
Dan Campbell said he doesn't think Davenport's injury is season-ending, but he'll miss the next 4 games at least.
Again, it's fine. Okay, fine. Fine enough. I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything.
I don't think it's season-ending. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's somewhere less than 15 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not trying to hear it. If a guy misses a couple of games, I'll live with it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You went into the season, you depended on this guy. He was the linchpin of the defense. He's the perfect player opposite Hutch. These are their words, not mine. When questioned, we're good. We've got Davenport. No, you don't. So I don't know what to say.
Look, it's
not surprised when the guy couldn't use his arm Friday.
You always say, that the city is this, the city is that, but between him and Alex Cobb, and there are other examples that off the top of my head I can't remember. Why do we seem to be the city of bringing up injured players?
Because you try to do things low key. You don't make the big move. You take the easy way out. This is like Reclamation City. Can I offer you a Can We Say That while people are dialing in? We got a few open phone lines if you want them.
Please do.
Can we say that? Michael, that's Mike Stone. Can we say this Bill Belichick thing is a complete farce with the scene of Jordan Hudson on the sideline with him pregame? Bill, you can act like a man. Jordan, if you want to be at the game, the luxury suite is up there.
Yeah.
What is going on? Bill Belichick of 10 years ago would loathe.
Oh, my Lord.
This Bill Belichick is sad. What is going on?
He's just smitten with love and will do anything she asks him to do. It's that simple.
Well, it's pathetic. It's unsightly.
It's sad.
It's ridiculous.
And I'm not one to say that love is sad, but this love is sad.
No, this is creepy. He's 73. She's 24.
I know.
She's on the sidelines pregame, taking up his time. Do me a favor. Go get your popcorn and get up in the suite. You don't want to do that? Don't come to the game. I'm at work. Something you wouldn't know anything about. You don't have a job.
Come on, she's an influencer, Mike.
What is that?
Somebody makes TikTok videos and gets famous and rich.
Great. Super. All right, let's do this. Can we say that? Stoney edition. We begin with Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Andrew.
I just wanted to say, can we say that Brian Callahan should have been fired at halftime yesterday due to
my
two
God.
malpractice kicks from 65 yards on a 4th and 4?
Yeah.
And then you take a delay of game on a 4th and 1 to then kick a 61-yarder that you miss.
Yes.
What are we doing here?
Brian Callahan, to me, they've got to get Cam Ward as far away from Callahan as possible. I think Callahan, along with Brian Daboll, are going to be the first two coaches fired this year. He's awful.
They're going to ruin him.
Yeah, I love taking a delay a game out of a timeout.
It's not like it was a 4th and 5 delay game.
Yeah.
It was a 4th and 1. Go for it.
Right. And then you kick a 62-yarder like you have Aubrey, the kid from Dallas. I was just amazing. It was utterly amazing. Yes, we can say Callahan is sent to destroy the Titans. You win. Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, buddy?
What up, guys? Mike, I would say that my parents call me the best accident, but this segment is the best accident that you've ever had, my guy.
All
I would
right.
say that.
I'm glad we could get this done for you.
I will say that is this Dan Campbell's biggest regular season game behind the Minnesota game last year compared down to, the whole regular season, I guess.
Okay. Mike, you want to take a swing at this first?
I'm going to say no because they're playing a really good team. It'd be nice for them to win. It'd be nice for them to at least not get blown out like the last time they played the Ravens. But I don't think it's that important.
It's hard to say it, Eric, because it's September 21st. So much of this season has to unfold. Because when you say, hey, aside from last year's Minnesota game, I don't know. Like, I could say the game in Green Bay all the way back in 22, getting that win, keeping Rodgers out of the playoffs, establishing culture. That was a huge game. I'm going to say no. It's important. I think credibility's on the line a little bit. It's chicken soup for the soul. You'd beat a really good team on a week the Packers lost to a bad team, but I can't elevate it anywhere near that stuff. Let's go over to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? Happy Lions game day.
Yes, sir.
I got two can we says. I got one. Can we say that maybe the morning show overhyped the Packers a little bit the first 2 weeks?
No, I don't know. Mike, to me,
that was a bad loss, Mike.
It's a horrible loss. It's an unforgivable loss. It may cost them home field advantage, but it's also the NFL, and it won't surprise me if the Lions incur a loss like that.
Jordan Love threw it. The fact that they only scored 10 versus the Browns in the first place. Not saying the Browns is that bad of a defense.
No, the Browns are a top 10 defense. We'll see how easy the Lions have scoring touchdowns against the Browns next week.
How about this, Mike? Mike, if you call a week from today and the Lions are fresh off of putting 34 on that Browns defense, then I think we're having a
I'll be there.
All right, then we're going to have fun.
Right?
Go ahead.
Can we say that Packers loss, if we win tonight, the next 4 weeks for the Lions looks a little easier?
Hold on. So what does the Packers loss have to do with your schedule? I just want to make sure I understand what I'm answering.
Just because, so we're not fighting for a undefeated Packers team. Now they got that loss in them. There's not as much pressure these next 4 weeks, say.
No, I think there's not as much pressure because teams like the Bengals and Chiefs blow. And I think you're going to be okay.
Like hot garbage.
Yeah,
so did the Bengals yesterday, too.
Yeah, and look, I think the schedule, this is why, Mike, it's important for us to play the games. The schedule doesn't look nearly as tough as it did a month ago.
No, I thought as long as they get out of it, the first 4, 2-2, they'd be fine.
And they're going to do that.
Yes.
Like, I'm not going to freak out if they lose tonight. There's only one scenario that would bother me, and is if it looks like the Baltimore game from 2 years ago.
Yes.
Then it's, okay, what are we doing here? Let's hold on. David's telling me we need to be timely. If you have a can we say that, 248-539-9797. The world of football is your oyster. Your probing question that you think you're sure of, but you want validation on, can we say that? For instance, can we say it's the worst Michigan State defense of my lifetime? Yes, we can. 248-539-9797. All right, Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. You call them or stop by. You don't have to ask the question, is it in stock? Because it is. Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Yes, it is. Stonian with me. Rico and Costa have the pregame Monday Night Football. We're doing Can We Say That? Your edition. The weekend of football, your probing thoughts you've been afraid to share. You think you're sure, but you want validation. That's Mike Stone. I love it. Hey, can I offer you a Can We Say That before we get to the people?
Go ahead.
Can we say Michigan State won't win more than 5 games this year?
I got to look at the rest of their schedule.
They're favored in 1 game.
And they've already won 3. So
Yes.
you just need to win 3 games.
UCLA +1.
Okay. I think they can beat Nebraska.
Okay.
I'm not saying they will.
I'm glad. No. But here's the thing. Nebraska, I said the split of USC-Nebraska is the referendum on Smith. Okay?
Yeah.
Especially coming off a bye week.
Okay.
Because it's unacceptable. Oh, my God. Well, that's a tough road game. Welcome to life in college football now.
They're all tough road games.
All right, so you
most
were
of
set
them.
up to lose at USC. That's what you want me to believe? Fine. Then go beat Nebraska. That Nebraska team is dog water.
They're not very good.
Their front seven's a disgrace.
I know. They made Michigan's offensive line look decent, which I didn't think was possible.
Hello. And Raiola stinks. But guess what? Michigan can get pressure on the quarterback. MSU, no shot. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe? Whoa. Joe sounds like he's inside of a construction barrel. We'll get back to Joe. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, bud?
What's up, Mike? What's up, other Mike and Rico? I have two. The first one, can we say that we can get Dan Miller to say touchdown black guy this year?
I have tried. I have asked Dan to his face. It would be a moment in time. I will give you a 0% shot that happens.
And then I'm saying this as I don't want to say Chiefs fan because I'm from Missouri, but can we say that they're not going to make the playoffs this year? Because that game yesterday was horrendous.
I don't think they are.
Their only saving grace is if they can hang in there until Worthy and Rice come back.
But you're okay. But let me say this: you're acting as if those are top flight players.
No,
and that will fix what ails them. I don't think the offensive line is that good. Their running game is nowhere. They have no. They don't have any elusive running backs.
Correct.
Kelsey's garbage. I didn't pick him to win the West. I left him out of the playoffs in our receipt segment. And if the Giants had anything, they beat them last night.
Yes.
The Chiefs were awful. I'm so tired of the Chiefs and then Collinsworth. I mean, Collinsworth may as well put on a Krispy Kreme uniform because he was just glazing Mahomes all night. Enough. Oh, my God, did you see he lifted his thumb? What?
They kept saying, "Oh, happy birthday, Mahomes. He's done this before 30." Who cares?
There's nothing worse than when your team is losing in a game that Collinsworth is calling, and he's just relentless. I mean, he was one step from, licking Mahomes' kneecaps last night. Enough.
Now, let me ask you a question, okay? Since we've already established what you feel about RG3 and Joel Klatt and Chris Collinsworth.
All propaganda, shameless propaganda.
I understand. I know you're not a Brady fan. You're not a Romo fan.
They're terrible.
Who do you
ill-prepared.
like?
Not many. I long for the days of guys like John Madden.
I know.
Or even Brad Nessler. Like Musburger, Keith Jackson. Real announcers who called the effing game. Instead, now I get Joe Tessitore's Lounge Act.
Well, he had to get the rest of Palooza. That's why he had to, fly out of there. He did both, on Saturday.
I don't care. Did you see him during the Florida State game? It was ridiculous. He looked like a character out of Saturday Night Fever. These guys are propagandists. They don't even call the game. They sell narrative. Just call the game. That's all I need. I'm smart enough to make my own opinions. Watch game, call game. It's awful. I mean, hell, man. Honestly, a guy who's still pretty decent, even though he's 1,000, your man Danielson. I can at least watch it.
Yeah. Although that crew was getting shredded on social media for being, all right, it's time. Well, Danielson it is his last year.
It has to be.
Yes, I know.
I miss Vern Lundquist. Even though he had no neck, I don't even know how he broadcast. He has no larynx, but damn it, he was there.
Larynx.
Mike, it's not a me thing.
I know.
I watch the games and I am so tired of it's like you can hear the producer in their earpiece. Time to kiss Raiola's ass. And it's like, no, just say it. Raiola, weirdo, mid-quarterback.
See, maybe I'm the minority, but unless it's something blatant, the announcer just goes over my head. So I'm just watching the game. I don't care that much about it.
Well, I'm not wrong in the Brady and Romo thing.
No.
They're ill-prepared to do the job. I take that personally. I do. Okay. The minimum is to be prepared.
Yeah.
The minimum. Tony Romo sounds like he's high. And you're like, what the hell?
Jim, it was like my wedge that I had at Pebble.
Is he going to get it? I don't know. Progressive ad. It's, come on. You know it's bad. Dick Ebersol said this. He goes, he's not doing the work. If I was his producer, he'd be right in 3 months, period. There's no standards. Brady gets up there as some weirdo vampire Bond villain. He has nothing to offer. How he is allowed to broadcast and be an owner is an absurdity.
It's crazy.
It's a total absurdity. How did we get here? Why? What? How did I end up on that?
I don't know.
I just, you know what?
Because I asked because you were bitching about Collinsworth, and I said, well, who do you like?
It's impossible when he does a Mahomes game and your team's playing him. Come on, Mike. You haven't lost your fastball. You'd be pissed too.
That's true. I have lost my fastball.
No,
but I'm the crafty lefty.
That's Mike Stone. Let's go to Eric, 97. Eric, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. How are you today?
Excellent.
Can we say that Michigan State, particularly Michigan State football, has one of the softest fan bases in America?
Elaborate so I know what I'm answering.
I made the mistake of perusing through social media after that game. So many people, MSU fans out there, you know what? They fought to the end.
Ugh.
They played a great game towards the end. You know, it looked over, but they came back. A lot to build off of. You know what?
Yeah,
no. I want to win.
Eric, I totally agree with you. That is bitch-made commentary. I'm with you. Yes, soft fan base.
I was fortunate enough to go to that school during peak D'Antonio. And yeah, it raised my expectations for this football program and frankly for the main programs at that school in general. And I just can't stand it anymore. To every MSU fan out there who has that mentality, go away. I don't like you. I don't want anything to do with you. It's that mentality that makes us, that frankly, it makes us feel like Walmart, or not Walmart, little brother.
It's copium. MSU, Eric, yeah. So to answer your question, can we say emphatically yes? I got a couple of texts from buddies, and they tried to peddle that crap on a Sunday morning. I got rid of that real easy.
I have a friend, a Michigan State fan, who we're irrelevant. That's all he says. We are irrelevant.
They are. That's why I always laugh about Sparty Radio. Where am I nice to my school? I don't want to hear that. I treat everybody the same. For Michigan State, it's really simple. If I have to hear another Spartan too, these are the ones that kill me. Well, you just got to give Coach Smith time. What time exactly? Is this 1987? What do you get? 4 years? 5 years?
I think 3 is fair.
Okay, but not when you go 5 and 7 and maybe 6 and 6. No. And I'll tell you this: if I rep Nick Marsh, I'm at LSU or Miami next year. I'm not doing this.
Or Ann Arbor, where they could use a receiver.
Whatever. You got Larry Ellison's wife funding the whole thing. Scratch a check. Yeah. I just don't care anymore. It's not a serious program. They went through the offseason and added nothing on defense in the portal. David Santiago? Some guy named Bob Smith from Texas Tech?
You mean they ordered the code red?
Fine. If it produces a sack, I don't care. Look at this. Who is Josh Eaton? Bob Bell? These people are terrible. They're terrible. You're paying a defensive coordinator top 15 money. Can we say Joe Rossi's stealing? Maybe. It's just they are irrelevant. So when a guy calls in and goes, is the fan base soft? Yes. They make excuses. Give them time. What time? I don't even know if Marsh and Childs will be here next year. What does this program look like without those two? I have an answer for you.
Northwestern.
Wisconsin.
Okay. I was close.
I'm going to keep it timely because we have so many people who want to, can we say that? That's Mike Stone.
Hey, it is me. And like you, me, and most men, we don't like going to the doctor. But sometimes you just have to. And that was me 6 years ago when my eyesight was a frickin' mess. I needed reading glasses just to see my phone, and I was starting to form cataracts, so everything was kind of dull and blurry. I heard about Dr. Yaldo, so I took the free evaluation. He told me that bifocal lens implants would solve all of it. Give me crisp, close vision and 20/20 far vision.
I'm here to tell you how pleased I am. I believe them. And if you're over 40
He's
and losing
right.
your near vision,
I can see like an effing eagle.
let him work his magic on you as he did for me. I can read tiny point spreads on my phone and then look up and watch the seam spin on the football 100 yards away, especially when there are giant moonballs by Russell Wilson. For those of you who are younger, Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK is the most precise in Michigan. Get back into seeing the game like I can and get that free evaluation by going to yaldoeyecenter.com.
All right, we get to Lions, Ravens. Ravens 4.5-point favorite. Injuries on both sides here, too, by the way. There were some
yes.
Ravens injuries that were big. Lions injuries potentially because they're all questionable. We don't know. I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be a good game, and obviously,
Hopefully it will be. Yes.
I would take the 4.5 points. I think I'd be surprised if the Lions don't compete.
Yes, I would too.
But we'll get to it in the 5 o'clock. David, can we say that ticket text? Yes.
Can we say that Justice Haynes is this year's K9? That is from Greg.
You know, and I thought about that. He does show he's not quite as powerful, but he's once he gets that little hole, he's gone.
Yeah, I mean,
like
180-yarder a game?
Yeah.
Or, 75-yarder a game.
He's really good.
Yeah, how about this? If you want the comp to be you struck gold in the portal.
Yes.
Yes. Now, will he continue on? Will he get screwed out of going to New York for the Heisman like K9 did? I don't know. But he still is going to need his moment. And
Correct.
It can't just be one nice run a game because, again, outside of his run in the Oklahoma game, Stugotz.
Right.
You know, outside of that one big run in this game, not a ton. But he runs powerfully. If he gets a crease, he's gone. I'm not mad at the comp. I don't care. Go for it.
It's good.
Can we say that Jordan Davis is the best defensive tackle and early candidate for Defensive Player of the Year?
He certainly has stepped up his game. There's no doubt about it. While his compatriot obviously missed his first game with this spitting incident. Jordan Davis, by the way, it was great to see what he did. You love big man touchdowns, but if he would have used his head, he just would have fallen down. The game would be over.
Yeah, I think everybody with Rams plus 3.5 feels that way.
I know.
That's Mike Stone.
Yes.
Let's go. Go ahead, David.
Can we say that if the Lions win tonight, they will win the NFC North?
No.
That's just too broad a conclusion. I'm going to say no.
They'd have the same record as Green Bay, and Green Bay has the tiebreaker as of now.
Can we say that the JJ experiment is over in Minnesota?
No. It's too early in his career.
No, but you can tell they're nervous, and they have to protect him because he's nowhere near ready to play.
Can we say that if the Tigers fail to win the division, wholesale changes need to occur in management and player personnel? That's Earl from Redford.
I will say changes to their approach, meaning stop with the Little League stuff. Stop taking good players out and pinch hitting Jake Rogers. Stop with this addiction to roster optimization. Get better players. Fill out lineup card.
And if you realize that you ain't going to be able to bring Scooble back, you better get a good haul.
I'm not getting into this.
What do you mean? You don't like Jahmai Jones? I mean, come on.
Hey, he leads the team in OPS, okay?
See, that right there.
I was being sarcastic,
No,
but
I
it's
know,
true.
but because people will use that, and I'll go, fine. Your season's on the line in all of baseball. Where would Jahmai Jones rank as a guy you want to go up to the plate to save your season?
Bottom third.
David?
Can we say that Mason Graham is going to be a future Defensive Player of the Year? He absolutely was a menace yesterday.
Yeah, my favorite player in the whole draft and who I wanted the Giants to take. Yes. Now, I love Abdul Carter. That's fine, even though our idiot defensive coordinator had him playing off-ball middle linebacker last night. Shane Bullock. The point is, David, I can't explain it.
Sorry.
Don't ask me to. I love Mason Graham. He's a war daddy. I love that guy. It's weird. It's almost like when you invest in the defensive line, everybody makes everybody better, Brad.
Also helps to get Myles Garrett there,
yeah,
too.
oh, it's weird. I don't hear about Myles Garrett's double teamed.
No.
He just kills.
He sure does. Wow. Can we say that Lagway is a bust?
No, but you can say he might shut it down and transfer. Welcome to college football. I think he's hurt, David, personally. I think there's something wrong there. Let's go to Matt, Royal Oak 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, can we say that this Lions game should look completely different from the Lions game 2 years ago with the Ravens?
Yes.
For one specific reason, pass pro. I was at the Tampa game before that Baltimore game a couple of years ago where they busted out the creamsicle uniforms and did the whole stadium in orange. Great trip, road win, but we lost Montgomery in the second half. Man, I think people are so traumatized by that last Ravens game that they've memory hold it.
Yep.
Everybody that I talked to this week, they remember that the Ravens scored on their first 4 consecutive touchdowns to go up 28-0. But I think they forget that Montgomery was out. And Gibbs was like, game 5, Harbaugh's not stupid. He's like, you have no pass pro back there. And they didn't. The first 4 drives, there were 5 incompletions. 3 sacks and a fumble that we actually recovered. They just sent a farm at Goff. I felt like at the end of the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan after those first 4 drives. I was just like,
well, if you know what,
this
you
is
know,
bad.
Matt, if Decker is unable to play, you might see a repeat of that.
Matt, I think
But
they're going
to
to
the
play. I
pass
think
pro,
it'll.
To the pass pro, though,
I know.
Montgomery is currently ranked 5th, and Gibbs is actually ranked 15th. Gibbs is serviceable. He can redirect guys. He can slow things down. If you have that, even with the soft offensive line, they've got injuries too. You'll be able to run play action. You'll be able to run the offense. At least we can keep score, even if they do the same thing where they score on the first 4 drives. Hopefully the Lions can keep pace.
I think the injuries are really interesting to monitor, not only yours, but theirs. Nadabike is not going to play tonight. Van Noy's not going to play tonight. Patrick Ricard will not play tonight, who's big in their running game for blocking, and also they'll leak him out as a catcher once in a while. Look, Matt, I expect it to be competitive. I would be gobsmacked if it looked the way it looked 2 years ago. Let's go to Corey, 97.1. Corey, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good, Corey.
Can we say that Malik Neighbors may do an Antonio Brown if Russell Wilson continues to be quarterback?
Yes, 100%. Honestly.
I felt so bad for that kid last night with that
It's a joke.
interception in the end zone. He was like, what the hell?
It's a joke.
So bad for him.
I mean, I'm watching the game, and I got to listen to Collinsworth tell me, wow, the Chiefs are really taking him away. Then scheme him open. What the hell are we doing? This is the NFL. You don't think people take Amon-Ra away or take Jefferson away? Chase? My God. Corey, it was the third quarter. They had thrown 1 pass to the kid. 1. Yes, he should demand the trade. Hell, here, have the Lions go get him. I quit. From a football perspective, I have nothing to live for. Just take it. Take all my players. You want Thibodeau? Take them.
You've won 2 Super Bowls.
Stoney, you didn't have gray hair when those took place. It doesn't matter. Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how are you?
Fellas, how are we doing today?
Good, Jeremy. What's the word?
Can we say that Kirk Cignetti's got Indiana playing better this year than last year?
Yes.
Or do they still need to play somebody big?
No, they're better this year than last year because Mendoza's better than Rourke, and I think their trenches are better. And they have NFL players. They got a first-round NFL corner, first-round NFL receiver. Yes, they are. They're good.
It's
I
Captain.
didn't know if Illinois just forgot to get off the plane.
It's Captain Obvious here, but did you ever think you'd see the day where Indiana's football program would be better than their basketball program?
Yeah,
Man, they're tough.
Or I'd be muttering to myself that I'm jealous of Indiana football as a Spartan. No, I didn't see that coming. Sorry. They're awesome.
All right.
You got it. And again, well, you can't compare it to Cignetti. He's a unicorn. Soft-ass bitches. Spartan fans are so soft, I can't even stand my own fan base anymore. Oh, making a change is going to be really hard. Shut up. Mike's mean. He should go back to New York. F you. Want to win.
When did Spartan fans turn into the Pillsbury Doughboy?
Yeah, that's exactly. I was trying to. You know what?
That's what they sound like.
I was trying to think. It sounded like Doughboy.
You got to be patient. He's building. Is he? Yes, exactly, right? Where's Wojo? I'm tired of it. There's no standards. These people are mad at me because I don't think 5-7, 6-6 is acceptable. I said 8 wins and beat somebody I care about. You'd think I asked him to like reenact the birth of Christ.
Right.
I mean, come on.
So you asked before, somebody asked about 6 wins, right?
Sure.
All right. So they've got 3. Nebraska at 4. That's 3. UCLA is 4.
That has to be a winner. He should be fired that night.
At Indiana.
Loss.
Michigan.
Loss.
At Minnesota.
Loss.
Really?
Yep.
Penn State at home.
Loss.
At Iowa.
Loss.
Ford Field, Maryland.
Who cares? Go ahead. You want me to give you the Minnesota game? That gets you to 6. Okay. Who you beating?
Well, you just asked if we win more than 5 games. I said, yeah.
He just needs more time. Cool. Wake me up when we can start caring again. All right, 5 words nobody wants to hear ever. It's time for Michigan State football. Look, you need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? Let's lower the stress here, shall we? Victor's Home Solutions. You pick up the phone, you call Victor's. Your new roof will be the easiest, stress-free home improvement you ever do. Victor's has thousands of 5-star ratings, and they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And they focus on the little things: craftsmanship, communication, cleanup. Nobody wants to pay high interest rates? Great. That's why they offer 5 years, no interest financing. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. It's Victor's Home Solutions. Call them. Get that free 21-point roof inspection today. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS, or online anytime at victors.com. Get back to business momentarily. Right now, we need some music. It's Mike Stone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the game that everybody loves. Never had it before.
Hey, I was going to say, I've never heard us do this.
Never. Debut edition.
All right.
Of Mike Valenti's Know Your Opponent. And the reason we're doing it today is because the Lions take on the Baltimore Ravens. Mike is a historian of the National Football League, a big fan since the early 90s, or even before that.
David, did you clear this?
He doesn't know what the questions are. And, of course, some of these
questions. I did with his questioning.
Right. So, obviously, some of the questions, because they're coming from me, you're going to yell at me for being too ridiculously hard.
Yeah, this is a setup. This is called Mike's an Idiot.
No, but there's some really good ones that I think you will get.
Let's go.
For instance, I'll start you off with an easy one. Just to let everybody know, the Baltimore Ravens have been in existence as the Baltimore Ravens since 1996. The Ravens were named after a book written by this famous author.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Bingo!
All right, I got one. Okay. Now, as long as I got one,
you're good.
I'm fine. Now I can miss the rest.
And you're going to get this one too, but I'm sorry I have to bring this up. In Super Bowl 35.
Yeah, Kerry Collins looked like he was on the take for the Mafia.
There were 3 non-offensive touchdowns scored.
All right.
They were scored in 36 seconds. Name 2 of the 3 players who scored those.
Was one of them Brandon Stokely on a punt return?
No.
Or was that just a straight-up reception?
That was a reception.
All right, so Stokely's out.
You just need 2 of the 3. And you'll get the Giant one.
The Giants didn't score.
There were 3 non-offensive touchdowns scored.
Well, Kerry Collins threw a pick 6.
Okay.
I just don't remember who.
To who?
Ray Lewis. I don't know.
No.
Dude, it was 25 years ago. I blocked that game from my memory.
Was it McAllister?
No.
Chris McAllister, the DB from Arizona. Good for you.
Don't call him a DB. Dwayne Starks.
Oh, my God. Yes.
And then right after that, the giant touchdown was a kickoff return by Rod Dixon.
From Lambuth College.
Excuse me. Lambuth College?
I always hated this guy. They drafted him. He was a mystery man. That's the only decent thing he ever did. Yes.
And then the subsequent kickoff, the Ravens scored on a kickoff return by...
Oh, wait. I see this live radio. I don't get to think. No. It wasn't him. Oh my God, this is going to drive me insane. Just give me one hint. Can you give me one hint?
Yes, his initials are JL.
He went to East Rutherford High School. I don't know.
No. I'm pretty sure this guy's dead. Didn't he just die last year?
I know. I think you're thinking of the one who has the same name as a former Tiger who scored on a kickoff.
Jacoby Jones.
Right.
That was a 49ers Super
That was the
Bowl.
49ers Super Bowl.
Okay, he's dead.
Yes. I believe so.
Okay. So
I believe so.
This guy not dead.
Thoughts and prayers.
Just go ahead. Who?
Jermaine Lewis.
Oh, there you go. All right.
You got one. Who was the first ever draft choice of the Baltimore Ravens?
Oh, my God. So they left Cleveland in 96.
Mm-hmm. So it'd be the 96 draft.
Oh, my
And I'll give you a little bit of a hint. They had
please.
2 first-round picks.
Oh, great.
And this one was selected 4th
Okay,
overall.
time out. I got it. I was livid because I wanted this guy as a giant, and we drafted old one-eyed Willie, numbnuts from Oklahoma. This was Jonathan Ogden.
Yes!
We drafted a guy with one effing eye. Go pull up the 96 draft. That was Kevin Hardy, Simeon Rice, Jonathan Ogden, and the Giants got the only lousy player who's from Oklahoma, and he had a glass eye. Was it Marcus Jones?
Ogden was from UCLA.
Right.
The Ravens.
The 2 were from Illinois. We drafted a guy from Oklahoma. What was his name? Type in one-eyed player from Oklahoma.
Cedric Jones.
Cedric Jones.
He was terrible.
By the way, the Ravens also selected Ray Lewis later in that first
Hell
round.
of a draft.
Yeah,
Just don't get in the limo.
Okay.
All
right, here we go. The Ravens never drafted a player from Michigan State, but they have drafted several from Michigan.
Wait a minute. They drafted Tony Banks.
No, they didn't draft him. According to
Tony
the
Banks was a Ram first? Was that it? Okay.
Yes.
See, I'm not doing bad on this.
No, but I didn't say you would. I think you did good because I know you know your
Marcus
stuff.
Jones. Now I'm fired up.
Cedric Jones.
But the Ravens have drafted several from Michigan. Who is the highest Michigan player the Ravens have ever drafted? So by highest, I mean like best pick by round.
Highest Wolverine ever as a Raven. Offense or defense?
Defense.
Shocker. How about David Ajabo?
Yes!
Wow,
Good
you
pick.
got it.
Once you did the Cedric Jones thing, now you got me locked in.
Okay, here we go.
Fire
Next.
now.
Who is the Ravens' all-time leader in receiving yards?
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go silent. I know we're on the radio. Receiving yards for a team that doesn't throw the ball.
Right.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. What about Todd Heap? He had a lot of good years there. No? All right, who?
Derek Mason.
Holy hell.
What?
In the afterlife, after he left Tennessee.
Yes.
Oh, man. That's back when the Spartans put players in the NFL. Okay, carry on.
Okay.
It's a nice point on Todd Heat, though.
He had a lot of good
Yes.
seasons.
How many head coaches have the Ravens had, and can you name them?
Oh, my God. I mean, John Harbaugh's been there forever.
There's
They had
one.
Brian Billick.
There's 2.
Can I get a hint? Is there a third?
Yes.
I just need a hint.
He also coached the Baltimore Colts at one time.
Ted Marchibroda.
Yes! Bingo!
Let's go.
Way to go.
Let's go.
He was their first coach.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When they moved.
Yes.
Come on. Cedric Jones turned it all around.
Name 3 members of the Super Bowl 47 champion Ravens who at one time, either before or after, played with the Detroit Lions.
Oh, my God. 47?
Yeah.
So that would be the Niners Super Bowl.
Yes.
All right. Who was a Lion on that team? That was the lights going out in the Superdome. All right. Who the hell was a Lion on that team? Mike, without a hint, and we're live. You need time to put pencil to paper.
2 are on defense, 1 is on offense.
Okay.
All 3 did not play very long for the Lions.
Oh, I see one. Wow.
Go ahead, David. Feel free.
I see it, so I'm cheating.
Well, just say it. I'm not going to guess
Anquan Bolden.
Here's one.
That's one.
Wow. Okay. That's super brief.
Yeah.
All right.
The other one was also brief. He was a big guy. Nose tackle.
Oh, yeah.
From Oregon. I think he was from Oregon.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Big guy, nose tackle, Oregon. Go ahead. Just come on.
Haloti Nada.
Oh, my goodness.
That was also brief.
But he was good as a Lion. See,
Yes.
I was thinking bid players.
Right. And
Damn
the
it.
third one, James Ahitabo.
Oh, yeah. We'd be here until tomorrow.
Okay. We have 2 left.
Okay.
Name 3 of the Ravens' 4 quarterbacks who played quarterback collegiately in the state of Michigan.
Okay. So, one would be Tony Banks.
Correct.
All right. Who else? Oh, Elvis Gerbach.
There's 2.
Okay. Who was the third? Kenny, why do you look disgusted I got that?
He's posed by you, man. You're crazy.
And there's one more that played in the state of Michigan.
2 more. But you're going to have to get 1 more because I said 3 of the 4.
Okay.
Did Gronkowski play for the Ravens?
Bruce? He played at Toledo.
He didn't play in the state of Michigan.
Oh, I was thinking Central Michigan. I'm sorry.
Was Charlie Batch ever a backup for Baltimore?
No.
Okay.
No.
Give me a hint on the other 2.
One transferred out of the state of Michigan.
Okay. Wolverine who would have left and got drafted by the Ravens.
Not necessarily drafted by the Ravens.
Oh, all right. Then just let's go.
The 2 are Ryan Mallett.
No, I thought he was wasn't he with the Patriots?
Yes, but he also played for the Ravens.
I
which
never would have got it. Don't
he-
even remember him with the Ravens.
And some guy named Jim Harbaugh.
What?
Played for the Ravens, yeah.
Was that the last 6 minutes of his career?
I think it actually was.
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty much. And finally, the last one, speaking of quarterbacks, who is the Ravens' all-time leader in completion percentage, minimum 100 passes?
If this is Trent Dilfer, my head's going to explode. Come on. Minimum 100 passes.
Mm-hmm.
I Vinny Testaverde, the early years. Dilfer. Couldn't be Banks. Then it went to Joe Flacco. You just got to. We're running out of time.
Somebody you'll probably see tonight, Lamar Jackson.
Okay, you tricked me. I'm over here in the black and white era, and he goes with the guy that's right here tonight.
And that was the debut
my
performance
God.
of Name Your Opponent. Mike, I think you did very well.
Marcus Jones.
Cedric Jones.
He was terrible. He doesn't deserve for me to get his name right.
Ted Marchibroda, who also went to the University of Detroit, by the way.
Really?
Yes. When I used to have a football team.
Was that 1860?
Something like
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This breaking last hour, the Lions have placed defensive end Marcus Davenport on injured reserve with a chest injury. The designation will rule him out at least the next 4 games. With the move, they've elevated tight end Ross Dwelly. The Lions on the road tonight in Baltimore, of course. The injury report Saturday had several players questionable, including linebacker Jack Campbell, safety Kirby Joseph, offensive tackle Taylor Decker, and corner DJ Reed. Free Press writer Dave Burkett thinks so. I'll give it a go today. Kick it off at 8:15, and you can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb has a high ankle sprain and likely will not play versus the Packers. Jim Harbaugh says that running back Najee Harris will also miss the rest of the year. The Tigers have the night off. They were swept out of Comerica Park by the Braves yesterday. Tomorrow, Cleveland on tap. According to analytics site Fangraphs, Detroit still has a 63% chance to win the AL Central and an 85% chance to make the playoffs at all. The Tigers DFA'd Charlie Morton yesterday. Now the Braves have picked him up. Morton has pitched 5 seasons for them, including his rookie year. Houston Rockets guard Fred VanVleet may have to miss the season as well due to a torn ACL. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's turn our attention to football. If you're looking for Tiger Talk, Odyssey.com Rewind. If you're looking for Can We Say That, we can do a hybrid here. Because a lot of the Can We Say That's we got involved Lions and Ravens. Oh, by the way, that's Mike Stone.
Hey, how are you?
So we can get into it. Lions, Ravens tonight, and Cookies and Rico will have the pregame for you starting at 6. How do you
Post game with myself and Jennifer Hammond 40 minutes after Dan Miller signs off.
Home, right?
In between now and then,
You're not going to just like get your rollout cot and sit here.
No,
Okay,
it's Rosh Hashanah. I have to celebrate with the family for a little bit.
Me.
Yes.
You know
what year it is? By the way, it's year 5786.
Excuse me?
The Jewish New Year, the calendar, it's year 5786. So I have to remember when I write my checks not to write 5785.
You're aware I'm not a hyper-religious person. Like, you need to explain these things to me because these are all just numbers.
It's like back in the day when the world technically started.
It's actually the
was
same.
0.
What is it, 5786?
Yes.
That's how much time Spartan fans want to give Jonathan Smith. It's perfect. By then, we can expect 8 wins.
Anyway.
All right. Lions, Ravens. Can we say that if you have something you still want to get out there? But also, let's talk game. This game has changed a little bit for me since last week because Ravens injuries and your injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a whole lot of unknown now. And whether it's Decker not practicing, but will he get to play? Kirby Joseph, Davenport's dead again. But the Ravens with Edebike, who is really their best defensive tackle. Ricard is out. I expect this to be a good game. The only way I walk out of the game tonight feeling angry or somehow the Lions are lesser than is if it looks bad, if it looks like Green Bay week 1, if it looked like the Baltimore game 2 years ago. There is no excuse if you're a serious football team to go on the road and get dump trucked. Now, if you go and you lose, 4th quarter game, you lose by a possession, let's say it's a close game, Ravens kick a field goal late to ice it, 31-21, something like that, that doesn't mean you're bad.
No.
The Lions are a good football team. But if you want to be viewed as great, if you want to start wearing disco shirts to work and talking about more than 11 wins, now you got to win a game like this. It's a credibility game.
Jared Goff in his career, by the way, against the Baltimore Ravens.
That's Mike Stone.
He's 0-3 with a 67% completion percentage, 3 interceptions, no touchdowns. So he has historically not been very good against the Baltimore Ravens.
No, and again.
And then, but all those have not been with the Lions.
The Ravens' defensive stats are hard to sort out based on the fact they played the Bills in week 1 in what might end up being the game of the year. And then week 2, they played the Browns. So there's an inferior offensive team. The numbers are clearly going to be somewhere in the middle. For the Lions, my biggest fear is the defensive line, not just because of Davenport.
No.
In totality,
Yes.
Aleem McNeil is not here. Onwuzurike's not here. Pascal's not here. And now, tell me if you've heard this before, Davenport's hurt again.
No. Really?
Crazy.
Unbelievable.
So it just
stunning.
Do you have enough up front to hold up against one of the most physical ground games in the league? I don't worry about the offense nearly as much. Now, again, if Taylor Decker is not 100%, if the Ravens do what they do, which is overwhelm you sometimes, then we'll have a different conversation.
Correct.
But I'd love to know what people are expecting tonight because, look, if you disagree, I do think it's a credibility game. I think if you want, like everyone wants to play slap and tickle with this Lions team and talk about it. Well, we won 15 games last year. It's not last year.
No.
So if you want to be on this year's version of that, you got to win some of these because I'm not going to do what a lot of people do in this town. I mean, my God, there's going to be babies born 9 months from now because they beat the Bears last weekend. The Bears aren't good. I mean, people treated it like you won the effing Super Bowl.
It's because they beat Ben Johnson.
Yeah, right, because if somebody came to you and 10x your salary, you wouldn't take a job across the street of your competitor. Grow up. So what do you want out of tonight's game? Is credibility on the line? How do you see it playing out? And if none of that's good for you, can we say that? You want the Tigers stuff? It was red hot. Odyssey.com rewind. Go ahead, Stone.
By the way, if a certain linebacker / edge guy at times has a huge game against the Lions tonight, people are going to be second-guessing the Lions a lot, and that'd be Mike Green.
Oh, the kid from Marshall?
Yeah, who some people wanted the Lions to draft because...
Look, I'm sorry, but
he had issues, don't forget, as well.
I don't care what you did when the game was out of hand against the Bears and you got a couple of sacks.
No, right.
When the game was in the balance, your pass rush was nowhere to be found in the first half of that game. They need to be better, or you're just not going to get where you want to go. So show me tonight. Like tonight, it would be nice if Aiden would like to join the party in a primetime game against a real opponent. I need you to be Myles Garrett. I need you to be that because you want that kind of money. Make no mistake about it. Aiden's not signed because if I'm repping Aiden, I want $50 a year. And the Lions, show me.
Yeah.
Prove it.
I got no problem with the Lions not signing him yet.
I had no issue either. Hell, I wish they'd sign less people. They sign everybody so damn early. But now, like, credibility tonight. Okay, Aiden, it's week 3. You've knocked the dust off. Let's go. Give me a performance tonight.
When you say they've signed too many people too early, don't you think most of them have been really good signings, though?
I didn't need the Montgomery one. I didn't need the Kirby Joseph one, just to name 2 off the top of my head. Okay. And I didn't need the JMO one. There's 3. Right. I'll never knock Amon-Ra. I'll never knock Penei Sewell. But when you go signing safeties, you go signing wideout 2s, you sign a backup running back to an extension of that caliber midstream. I don't need that stuff.
Yeah, I agree with the JMO thing more than the others. But I thought that if they don't use the Joseph thing as a reason that they don't sign, whether it be Branch or somebody else, then I'm going to lose my mind. But
I would agree. And again, well, look at how the deal is structured. Okay, thank you for your participation. You know what deal I would have liked structured? Insurance for Davenport inevitably dying. And you didn't do it.
Correct.
David, measuring stick game tonight, yes or no? What's on the line? And am I nuts for thinking, with all the injuries swirling in the air for both of these teams, I'll be surprised if this isn't a fourth quarter game. I really
totally
would be disappointed.
I totally agree with you. Yes, this is a referendum game in my mind for the Detroit Lions. They have to show that what the Green Bay game was for them was a fluke. Like, they don't have to win for it to be like, oh, okay. But if it's a close game, and I think it will be a close game, I never know how to pronounce his name, but the defensive tackle that the Ravens are losing now for this game, probably the rest of the season.
Matabuike.
Yeah, they should be able to run the ball a little bit better now, Van Noy being out on the edge. So, yeah, this is a referendum game. They have to look good in this game. They cannot get blown out. They cannot lose in a bad way.
248-539-9797. Kenny.
The way I look at this, and maybe I'm a bad fan for this, but if they lose this game, but it's by a score in the fourth quarter, and it's a pretty close game, I don't think I'm going to be that upset about it. I think the only way I'm actually surprised by a result is if one of the teams plays the double-digit disco type of a game where it's a blowout one way or the other. I think you're right when you say it's a fourth quarter game, and if the Lions lose by a field goal and they don't look really bad, I won't be all that upset.
I'm fine.
This is a big game,
but I think it's okay to say if you go out there and get worked.
Yes,
you deserve criticism. You deserve heat.
Yeah, they get work tonight. The phone lines at 12 o'clock or whatever time I'm going to be back on the air are going to be insane.
Right, because if you want to talk about being a Super Bowl team, Super Bowl teams don't do that. Certainly not twice in the first 3 weeks.
Correct.
Play. And I understand. Look, if this game was in December and it was in Ford Field, of course, I'd pick you. But it's not. Overcome. You know what? You got all this money wrapped up in your offense. Maybe they got to lead the charge. The offense has got to turn this into a shootout.
Does this not strike you as a 34-31 type football game? Because that's my read on it.
I agree with you.
Yep.
One way or the other, by the way. I'm not sure who scores the 34, who scores the 31.
It'd be one of the rare primetime showdown games where I'd say, yeah, it's an over. You know what I mean? I think the over tonight's like 52.5. I'd go over. I think both of these teams have so much talent on the offensive side. Very difficult to stop some. And again, here's the other problem. And this isn't the Lions' problem. This is more of a football thing. You don't get to play defense in the NFL. The ref show is nonstop. I mean, the refs just they pop out of mole holes on 3rd and 20 to throw some ridiculous automatic first down call. And then you look at the rules themselves, you can't do nothing anymore. You can't do a thing.
And the other thing, the fact that they went back a little bit on the kickoffs, teams are getting
They're
much
at the
better
50.
field position.
It's
now.
like arena football. I feel like I'm watching the Albany Firebirds. I can't believe it.
I'm glad that they can, return kicks. It's not every kick's not out of the end zone. I like that part of it.
I don't like any of it. Take the ball to 20 like an adult and drive the field. Ridiculous. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls coming up next. You get the network coverage starting at 6 and Stoney postgame. Several Bloody Marys deep. Well, what time do you think you're popping on the air tonight?
Let's see. Game start. Kickoff is what, 8:20?
8:15. You figure 8 billion commercials. What do you got?
5. I would say 12:15 is my guess.
Okay.
12:15 to 2:15. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket.
If you need caffeine, I got plenty of it over at my desk.
Okay.
No, seriously.
I know. I'll
raid the stash.
I'll be bringing in some.
We need you really rocking and rolling after Monday Night Football.
Damn right.
All right, 97.1. Yeah, except it's not, but I don't know, whatever. That's the imaging. That's Mike Stone. Rico and Cookies take over at 6. David, the ticket text, we've asked you guys. I mean, Lions-Ravens could be one of the best Monday night games of the year. You're getting 2 heavyweights. What do you expect tonight? And do you agree there's credibility on the line? A win, and you earn some. It erases some of the stench of the opener stinker against Green Bay. And a loss, call it what it is. You would have lost to the only 2 functioning teams you played in the first 3 weeks.
And would set up a very important game against the Cleveland Browns, who beat the Packers last week.
Yeah, but it's the NFL. That happens.
I know.
Every week you see, hey, Carolina 30, Atlanta 0.
By the way,
what?
Can you say that Michael Penix...
Whoa. What? I don't know. What can I say?
I don't know. He
was bad.
I know.
They were bad. They were terrible.
How does that happen?
Because it's the NFL.
No, I know.
The league is margins.
I understand.
You can't.
No, I know. But usually a team that's that crappy won't beat the crap out of
last
another
year,
team.
this will be near and dear to your heart. Last year in December, the Carolina Panthers
Almost
had
beat
the
the
Eagles dead to right at Lincoln Financial.
Right, the guy dropped the pass.
Xavier Legette dropped the game-winning touchdown
Right.
pass, and it was right in his breadbasket.
Right.
It's the NFL.
I know.
can't explain
Look,
stuff
I'm not
like that.
equating the Falcons to the Eagles as far as, but usually, yeah, upsets any given Sunday. I agree with you. But a blowout like that?
No, it was shocking. But I also think it's a team that's not ready to be professional. Yeah. See, the standards are different. Like, I'll give you an example. If we were doing radio in Phoenix today, I'd be shredding the Cardinals. Grow up. Win a big game. You let Mac Jones beat you. Okay, your defense played great. They got a safety to give you the lead. And Marvin Harrison Jr.'s out there blindfolded, dropping 50 passes. The Cardinals aren't ready to be a big boy, just like Atlanta's not. Now, the Lions have passed that test. Your standards are way different.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, to me, a game like tonight, it always means more. I expect you to beat bad teams. I expected you to beat the Bears.
Right.
And handily. Not 5 billion to 20, but handily. I expect you to beat the Browns. Like, you've graduated. These other teams, they're showing you they're not ready for the big time. That's why I thought the Chargers win was so important. That was a credibility win for the Chargers and Herbert. They've beat the Chiefs now. They beat the Broncos. They're off and rolling.
They're good. And
Harbaugh's a great professional coach.
And they lose their best offensive lineman.
Slater.
And then Najee Harris now, they announced today, he's
done
out for the year. Yeah.
That was an Achilles, right?
Yeah.
That looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
David, what do the ticket texters have to say, brother?
The Lions could easily lose this game and not lose credibility in my mind. The Ravens are great and at home.
Of course not. You know what? Why play the game? If there's no cost, why play? Win, lose, it's all fugazi. Who cares? This town kills me. What is the point of any of what we're doing if it's just, well, it won't matter. If you win the game, you reinsert yourself confidence-wise into the conversation of what you were last year and what you can be this year.
But I think we are all going back to what happened in Baltimore before, different teams, and people don't want to be embarrassed.
And again, that's the only scenario I would rip them.
Right.
Now, I can say if you play and lose, I still think you're good.
Right.
But I don't think you're great.
Correct.
All right? But if you go and lose, no, you don't get to keep saying like a parrot, nope, we're the best team in the NFC. You will have lost the only 2 real games you played the first 3 weeks.
Right. Even if they win, they're not the best team in the NFC.
Sweet Jesus. David, go ahead.
Well, here's the rest of what they had to say. Lions lose in a heartbreaker. It would be just fine.
I wouldn't say just fine. I'd be able to take it a lot better as long as it's not
I just wouldn't shred
an
them.
NFL record field goal again.
The only scenario where I am angry tonight is if they get dummied. That's different.
Yes.
But it does matter if you lose.
Yeah, it matters.
You can't keep doing this Jim Costa sequin gown routine and the discotheque or whatever the hell it is. If you don't beat these teams, what does it matter?
It's a credibility game. I don't expect them to win, but they need to play a tight 4 quarters. That is from Tom. I think this is going to look like the Chargers game from 2 seasons ago, a shootout until the end. Whoever has the ball last will probably win.
Look, your offense is going to have to carry today.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt. Look, your offense is a weapon.
Look, with Derrick Henry, I expect him to gain over 100 yards, all right? However, this is a game where guys like Terry and Arnold, you're on prime time, shut down Zay Flowers if you can. This is what I want to see.
The Henry stuff is, can you just prevent the seemingly every week occurrence of Derrick Henry 50-yard touchdown?
Correct.
If he's going to get yards, the guy's built like a refrigerator. But it's when you let him get to full speed and he does the zany Derrick Henry stuff where you're going, how is someone that big traveling that fast? If you can limit explosives, he's going to get his yards. It's the same thing with Lamar. I mean, honestly, Steve Spagnuolo gives you the game plan. You got to keep him in the pocket, which means you got to rush 5. There's no lane. Maintain your rush lanes. You make him beat you in the pocket. He can't. When it comes to reading defenses, he's Dexter Manley. Figure I'd give you an old reference there. I don't trust him as a pocket passer, and that's why he loses in the playoffs, Mike.
I know. I get it.
Can we say that if the Lions win, the offensive line will be the deciding factor in that win? That is Al and Redford.
I could go with that.
Yeah, it'll be a big part of the game.
I could go with that. And look, 2 offensive lines made a major step week 1 to week 2 in the NFL. Atlanta and you. It looked better. The timing was better. The assignment sound, it was all better. Now, can you take that on the road with you? Back to where communication is going to be a problem. Back to where you are. You're playing a better team. Now, I agree with Metabikwe not being in the game.
Helps.
That helps. He's a handful. So, look, the O-line is the driver of the bus. And if what we saw week 1 to week 2 is real, yes, it upgrades your chances. 100%.
A win tonight restores all of my hope. Absolutely a credibility game. Chance to stack wins going into Baker and the Bucks. This would be huge.
Baker. Tell you one thing. See again, this is where, I love it when people think I'm unfair. It's like, no, I'm this way across the board. The Bucks, be better. Did this whole Baker will save us crap? Try putting an opponent away. You ever hear that? You're up 20-6 against the broke bleep Jets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I don't need? A Baker comeback. They've had 3 Baker rescue us in 3 weeks. So no, I wouldn't be touching the chandelier over that. I'd say be better. It's not good enough. You're playing with fire.
God, those Bucks uniforms looked so sweet yesterday.
They were awesome.
Oh, amazing.
Bruce the Buccaneer or whatever. Is that what his name is? Bruce?
I think so.
I was looking for a hat yesterday, so I don't know. I never found it.
David, that Buccaneers logo set is you can't wear that in public. It matches with nothing.
No, I was trying to find when they have one with everything, like a black with that. I was trying to find that, but I couldn't find anything.
No. Once you get to the logo, David, hey, honey, I'm going to wear my multiple shades of Clementine gear. There's nowhere. I went to high school with a kid who had remember the starter jackets with the pouch?
Yeah.
He had a Tampa Bay Bucks. You could see him from 17 blocks away. 7 different shades of Clementine and a giant Errol Flynn on his back.
There's highlight time there.
Right. It's snowing out. 17 blocks away, that was either an MDOT barrel or guy I went to high school with in his Buccaneers coat.
It's Bucko Bruce, by the way.
Bucko Bruce.
Bucko Bruce.
It's sweet, but you got to leave that on the field. You can't wear it in public.
By the way, we were talking about announcers. Buck and Aikman are the best right now. I don't think it's close.
Okay.
And I never was an Aikman guy, but who's better?
Oh, you mean you don't like such insightful commentary as, well, that's just not good, Joe. It's not good. Yeah, no, really? The guy's dead on the ground. That's not good.
He's better. He's better than Brady. He's better than Romo.
Once again, that's not a high bar to clear. Right. Hey, Troy, what'd you see on the play? Mind you, it's like a brain-dead interception. Oh, that's not good. It's just not good. Awesome. What are they paying him again? 12 a year?
Oh, don't get me started on what these guys make. It's ridiculous.
Well, you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, you could just see. It's not good. Awesome. Could put a headset on my dog and get the same thing. All right. 97.1.
All right.
That's Mike Stone. Where is? I need that once today.
All right,
go ahead.
All right. I will have the thought, and you guys respond to it, okay? Can we say that Joe Rossi may rival Scotty Hazelton as Mike Valenti's most hated defensive assistant coach in Michigan State history?
Oh, God. Yeah, it's getting close. I mean,
no sacks, right?
No, in their power in the games. Right. No, they don't do anything well. There's no pressure. There's no coverage. The blitzes don't work. Again, this is what happens when you don't raid the portal in a serious manner and you go sign these bums from other teams. You can fire Rossi, but you're not going to fix it unless you get your NIL together correctly and buy the best defensive players you can. And yes, he's approaching welfare Santa Claus currently at Wake Forest.
And it doesn't help when your best defensive player gets thrown out of the game for targeting.
Yeah, but Jordan Hall's fine, but I'm not turning him.
No, I said he's your best defensive player.
He's not Ike Reese, all right? Take it easy.
Hey, Ike.
That's Mike Stone.
Ike Reese doing what we're doing right now in Philadelphia. Okay.
That's Mike Stone.
Can we say that Michigan's wide receivers are the worst in the Big Ten, or at least their biggest flaw?
I can say they're not up to the level of their program, and they're not playoff good. I'm not ready to tell you they're worse than, Wisconsin or something.
Yeah,
that's not fair.
That's true.
But they're just not at the level needed. And I look, mission number one for them this offseason, buy the best two receivers your copious budget can afford. And get Bryce Underwood the weapons necessary on the perimeter.
Yeah. Because they dropped a few balls, the ones that he threw that were good.
That's Mike Stone.
Yes. Good. Thank you, Jim. Can we say that Dabo Swinney will be the lead studio analyst on the ACC network next season?
No, because his buyout is $60 million. Clemson does not have that kind of money. Mm-hmm. So in order for him to be the lead studio analyst, he has to willingly walk away from $60 million. No.
Okay. You're right. But it's unbelievable what's going on there.
Not really. The guy refused to modernize, refused to hit the portal.
But he did a little bit this year, and they got guys who came back, and they had a good quarterback.
Too little, too late.
I know.
That's Mike Stone.
Yes. Can we say, Jim Rome, that Kurt Cignetti, despite being an asshat at times...
Whoa, thought he was going somewhere else with that.
I know. Is really a good football coach, and Indiana is for real.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. And you know what I like? He knows he's got no shot of beating Oregon and Outson, and he's probably got very little shot of beating Penn State. But you know what he's going to do at the end of the year? We beat in heavy quotations, top 10 team 63-10. I love it. He's a red ass. And here's the best part.
He's creative, too.
But what they're doing isn't fake. Look at their trenches. Look at the O-line and D-line. Illinois had 13 runs. They got stuffed on 12 of them.
And I thought Illinois was the team that was, beefing up on their lines. They were awful.
Cignetti is any new coach's worst nightmare because they're going to get measured against him. And guess what? They're going to measure against Fran Brown a little bit at Syracuse. That's why all these Spartans who get mad at me, I ain't trying to hear it. It doesn't take 3 seasons to win 8 games. Not 10 or 12, 8.
By the way, if for some reason that Smith doesn't come back, would you be all aboard on Fran Brown and Michigan State? Okay.
No, absolutely not. He's a little much. You hear his comments this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, you contact my players. I'm going to get you. I ain't no bitch. And I'm like, okay, you're a football coach and a leader of men. Can we act like it?
Can we say that the Big Ten has the best quarterbacks of any conference in the country?
Who? Dante Moore. Show me real opponents.
Okay.
We'll find out this weekend.
Mendoza.
Mendoza's good.
I still think Drew Aller's good.
I'm glad you do.
I think the kid from USC is good.
All right. I would say we need more time to make that claim because the schedule hasn't presented enough show me moments. Okay. We'll get a few this week.
Right. Because the ones from the SEC materials obviously look really good, but who else has really stood out?
It ain't Gunnar Stockton.
Yeah, I know. Can we say that
AI Kirby, please.
Can we say that you would rather have Biff Poggi manage your money than manage your clock?
Considering he was a hedge fund guy, yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
That clock management 4.5 was
That was one of the
special,
worst
to
things
say the least.
Yes, and actually,
But would it kill you to not give up a Hail Mary?
yes,
I'm
that's
just
true,
saying,
too.
come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, you got to knock it down. Sharon was actually asked about that today, and he said no comment, which means he's at home pissed off about that. Whatever. Can we say that the Fox network should move Benetti and RG3 to the number 1 spot ahead of Gus and Klatt?
No, because they're even worse.
Whoa!
That broadcast on Saturday night was a flat embarrassment. Robert Griffin III is an atrocity. Look, Benetti on national stuff is way better than he is on local. That's all I'll say, because I'm trying to be nice.
But I thought he was better than Gus. So
no, you have to understand. It is when it's the pairing.
Okay.
Benetti with other people would be fine. Anyone with RG3. It could be John Madden with RG3. It could be Brent Musburger with RG3. It could be anyone you love with RG3. They immediately morph into crap.
Okay.
RG3 is awful. Awful. Here was RG3 the whole first quarter. That's all he was doing, was making these noises about blocks and stuff. And I'm like, dude, you're trying way too hard. Can you just stop?
All right, let's move to the National Football League. Can we say that Carson Wentz will be the Vikings quarterback the whole season?
I'll roll with it.
They've, 2 games back-to-back in Europe?
Yeah, I'll roll with it because, again, JJ was that bad. If Wentz can be an average quarterback, they can win 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
The Flores defense, that O-line, the running game, I'll say yes. And by the way, they're already doing the runway for JJ. Oh, he might not be back till like week 8.
Right.
Yeah, at that point,
this year for him was supposed to be last year, so
yeah,
I wouldn't write him off as a career
Look, he just
yet.
looks a lot different when he doesn't have the other team's place.
Oh, stop that. Can we say that the Mahomes fumble recovery is analogous to the Derek Jeter throw home to get Giambi because only cyborgs would know to make those plays?
Yeah, or Bobby Okereke could just fall on the damn ball.
That was an unbelievable.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
just fall on the ball.
But he had the presence of mind to do that, just like Jeter.
Fine.
For your Yankees, you wear a Yankee hat.
You want to sponge base him with Collinsworth? You
No,
do
no,
it. I've had it.
Just for that play. Come on, that was unbelievable. He was the only person in the building that realized it was a backward pass.
No, the Giants did when they tripped over their penises trying to recover it.
Well.
Yeah, no. We can't say that.
Okay.
Next.
Okay. Can we say that the blocked Kickapalooza was the craziest 5 minutes of multi-game football ever?
Yes. Never seen anything like
was
it.
unbelievable.
Never see. You watch NFL football 50 years, you'll never see it again.
No. That was
Cleveland, Baltimore, Tampa Bay. What happened in the Ram game? And it was boom, boom, boom.
Right. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, insanity.
And by the way, kudos to Aaron Glenn's reaction dance.
I feel for AJ.
I know. He deserved to win that game.
They should be 2-1.
Yeah.
They really should. But they're not. They're the Jets.
I know. You love yourself some Jets. Can we say that Jackson Dart will start at New Orleans for your G-Men in Week 5?
Sure. I don't care. Yeah, maybe.
Because it does no good to have him start against the Chargers.
It doesn't do any good to exist. If I were Jackson Dart, I'd demand a trade. The organization is just... I can't even describe them because it would get me fired. Just move on. Yeah, sure, Mike. They'll play him in Week 5. What? Will Dayball be the coach? Should he be?
All right. I got time for one more.
Yeah, sure.
One more. All right, here we go. Can we say that the injury to Joe Mixon is the most significant in the NFL thus far?
No. Houston's offensive line is why they look this
Okay.
way. C.J. Stroud is getting pressured on over 40% of third downs. You cannot function. I'm going to say no to the Mixon thing.
Okay.
One more.
One more? Good. I have one more left.
Good.
Can we say that Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert should be in the MVP conversation?
On September 22nd,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Hey, Daniel Jones is terrible. He's going to cost Dayball his job. Let's get rid of him. Hey, Daniel Jones is awesome, so let's get rid of Dayball. My life is hell as it pertains to football. I am in a football prison. Daniel Jones doesn't punt. He's a monolith now. Guy couldn't get out of bed in the morning with the Giants.
Kind of helps to have Jonathan Taylor there, too.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
He also had Saquon at one point, too, though, didn't he?
That's Mike Stone.
And that is, can we say that?
All right, David, couple of ticket texts, and then we will.
Wait. I'm not Rico or Costa.
That's Mike Stone. We can get to caller DJ, and then we'll pass it on to the guys. DJ, what's going on, brother? How are you?
What up, dog, my dog? How you doing, y'all? Right?
I'm good. Are you calling us live from Baltimore? Will you be delivering the game ball to the officials tonight?
No, not at all, dog. So I've been to Baltimore a couple times on business. It's just not my city. I'll just say that. I don't want to say anything.
Not a fan of The Wire. Okay, got it.
Oh, great. They got great food, though. One of my favorite seafood places, Bertha's Mussels.
Now that I'll give them that, Stoney. But this is what I want to say, though. Michael Valenti, I'm a little shocked at you. Stoney, you are the godfather, so I always treat you with a lot of respect. But you, Michael Valenti,
yes.
I'm a little shocked at you right now.
Okay.
Because typically, you're on this side of the fence where I am, where this is the new Lions. We don't get or want credibility wins and games. Last time I checked, man, we went to Lambeau and beat the Packers. Last time I checked, this is Dan Campbell's Lions. This ain't the Marty Morningwig Lions. You play, win the game. So I want to win, or we don't. It's that simple. I don't want we played good. No, man, that don't matter no more, man. That's that old SOL Lions mentality, man. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
largely even somewhat on that fence. I'm surprised.
No, I'm largely there. But if let's say you lose 31-28 and a field goal in the last minute, I'm not going to kill this team. That's not fair. But I'm with you. It has to matter. If you win, it's credibility. And if you don't play overly well, no, we're going to have a talk about it. Because, DJ, so many of these fans, they just want to highlight the wins and absolve the losses. That's not how it works.
And, DJ, if they get run tonight, I want you to call after the show with me and Jennifer.
Absolutely. But check this out. I'm like the biggest Lions fan there is. But here's the thing, though, Stoney Mike. This is why I'm on this fence. They told us before the season it's Super Bowl or bust, did they not?
Yes.
So if that's the expectation, I don't want to hear, we got close. Because you know what I watched the other day, Mike. I gotta hurry up. I only got a little bit of time. But you know what I watched yesterday, man? The Michael Parsons and Myles Garrett effect on their teammates is incredible.
Yep.
And it shows me how underachieving and how sorry our defensive players on that line are, because all those guys be winning they one-on-ones because of Parsons and Garrett. Ours don't. And that stood out to me.
Yeah, and part of that is you've got a couple of guys who aren't here, right? Forget about Davenport. That was expected because he's Marcus Davenport. But Pascal, Onwuzurike, Aleem, those are players. It still has got your best players have to be your leaders. Myles Garrett is still making splash plays every week. You know what I never hear? Oh, but he's double teamed. That's what happens when you make.
And it's because he's one of the greatest defensive linemen of all time.
Well, if you want to get paid that way, play that way. And I need that from Aiden tonight. They need that. Aiden has to win. And I don't want, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my God, did you see him jump over a blocker? Nobody cares.
Get to the quarterback.
David?
Ticket text here. Lions must win for me tonight. It will help me feel that they are real and might make me optimistic about the Tigers as well.
Yeah, okay. Tigers, it's all about tomorrow night. If they win, I feel like they're good. They just have to win 2 games. If they lose tomorrow, they got a gift that Cleveland blew that lead yesterday. If they win tomorrow, they're good. But, man, if they don't, I'm going to go right where Stoney's at, where I go, oh, man, they may not get home here.
They're not.
You don't think they make it?
No, which is good news because I'm always wrong.
That's Mike Stone.
Because I endorsed Costa when Costa buried the Guardians at July 5th or whatever.
It's your fault.
I endorsed it. I endorsed the move because we were working together. Now, he brought it to the table, and I just second the emotion. Or motion, not emotion.
I fully expect the Lions to lose tonight. I'm just not sure if it's going to be by 7 or 17.
Wow. I see. I'm not sure of anything. I mean, if you forced me, I'd be like, yeah, all right, I'd take the Ravens. But I want to see these injuries. I do think Van Noy not playing hurts them. Metabikwe not playing, that hurts them. Those are legit front 7 guys. And what do you need against the Lions? You got to pressure Goff. If you don't pressure him, he's going to dice you up.
This is a game where Aiden has to show that he is worth $50 million. Yeah. I have to see it on the field tonight.
But Lamar is fast. I don't want to hear it.
No. And this is a game where, as far as Lions offensively, I think they'll be fine. They just can't let Roquan Smith have a career game.
Would love to see Goff win a big game. Hasn't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, but hold on.
Well,
he won the Minnesota game
game.
last year. Come on.
He won 2 playoff games the year before.
People are wild. Do we
Yeah,
got the
they
guys? The
Yes.
guys want to talk to us? Offer us their key. I already dealt with you once today. Let's.
Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
Rico, I want to know. I want to scout. I want to report on the college. Oh, Rico's not there yet. Okay, you said guys. So sorry. What's up, Costa? well, no, you can't because I wanted to know about the LA Coliseum.
Keys to the game. All right, Jim. Take us through the rundown here tonight for coverage as you walk people up to kickoff. Keys to the game? Keys to the game. All right.
We do have Rico, by the way, if you want to know about the Coliseum stuff.
Yes, Rico, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Stone.
I want to know. I need the scouting report on the LA Coliseum because when I was there decades ago, the seats were all benches. Now look from television that they've actually put seats in there.
I don't think Rico went to the game.
You realize I didn't go, right?
I thought you went.
Just tell him it was
No, he took one look at the MSU depth chart on defense and decided against it.
Shame on flag on me. If I had a flag, I'd throw it on
You're
myself.
fine. You're just
no.
fine.
You're. You know what? It was the best thing ever when the game was over. No airport. Hit the remote.
He's
and I went
learning.
to bed.
He's coming to the dark side.
Oh.
He's learning.
Rico's going to break down the architecture of M&T Bank Stadium later on the show.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that I knew he wasn't at, but all right.
Question before we depart: credibility game tonight? Yes or no?
Yeah,
of course.
Okay, I'm making sure.
It is, but I mean, let's face it. When we all played that win-loss game, everybody had this one as a loss.
Yes.
Correct.
So you can't get embarrassed. It's no such thing as a good loss. Ask MSU on Saturday night, Sunday morning.
What are you talking
Well,
about?
that wasn't a good
What are you
loss.
talking about? Spartan fans are touting that as the best non-win in history.
Only thing I liked about it was the backdoor cover or whatever that was.
Okay, Costa's getting excited. These two are going to walk you up to kickoff. Keys to the game. Rico and Cookies have got you. You'll be in good hands. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. That's Mike Stone. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2.